Hey everybody, how is it going? This is going to be day 3, right? Day three. I don't know. The conversation, the cross-examination was moving a little bit slowly yesterday, so I feel like I'm losing track of my days. But yes, it is going to be day 3 of the au pair double murder trial. I see right in the chat, we're like, hey, why does this judge look familiar? Yes, it is the Deputy Heard Judge, Penny Karate. So that's why she looks familiar. And we haven't really had to hear much from her until some objections yesterday. But let's see what they do today.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Mr. Carroll, are you ready for the jury?
If I may,
yes.
I'd like to address a preliminary matter.
Sure. Do you? Oh, you don't have to approach. They're not here. That's fine. That's okay.
I'm going to go through approximately 8 photos today
okay.
with my jury witnesses
sure.
the course of the morning. Mr. Carroll has had the opportunity to look at those photos.
Could you just use the microphone? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, God. Let's lower it.
Mr. Carroll has had the opportunity to review those photos, but would like his client to do so.
Okay.
I believe it would take approximately 5 minutes, just because he's seen the pictures before. It's just understanding which ones I'm offering. If we could have 5 minutes for him to look at the photos, it would eliminate the need for me to say, offer into evidence, offer into evidence.
That's something to do before trial. Court starts at 10. We have the jury ready.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am, I did attempt to do that on a number of occasions. I don't think Mr. Carroll was able to get them to his client, which is the issue. On Mr. Carroll's behalf, I'm asking that if we can take a few minutes for his client to review them, it would expedite the process of admitting them into evidence. They would be able to admit without objection.
If you could do it right now, right here, I'm not going anywhere. We're ready to start trial.
As long as he can see them, Judge, that's the thing.
And they're connected, and I can scroll through them on his screen right now.
If that's what you want to do.
I feel like I have to.
Okay. I would prefer that this happens before trial. I would prefer that this had happened before we're ready with the jury sitting behind, waiting for us. Do you have restitution?
Whisper, whisper. Whisper, whisper.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Well, and then they're going to mute us. Okay, so they squabbled a little bit this morning. I mean, why did the prosecutor get so defensive? Like, hey, unfortunately, we weren't able to do this, most likely because the defendant is incarcerated. So the problem seems to be they probably waited until after court yesterday to do it. And that puts a tight bind on having the attorney be able to go to the facility where he's being held and say, hey, let's look through all these photos together, in addition to any other prep they might need to do. I bet that was the problem. But anyway, what else is new? Hope everyone's doing well today. Remember, it seems to be that this court runs, like, they went to 5 o'clock some days, but it seems like Judge Penny wants to get them out at exactly 5, if not earlier. They don't start until 10 a.m. local time. This is all East Coast in Fairfax, Virginia. And it doesn't seem like they do Friday trial court, right? Tomorrow might be housekeeping or other things that Penny has to do with her calendar. But I don't think, and we'll confirm at the end of the day, that there's like a day 4 of this trial tomorrow. So in that case, we would be back on Monday. But tonight, don't forget, we've got the Trial and Error podcast, Defense Diaries, Truth and Transparency, and Miss Good Janet Demeanor coming on. We're going to listen to the recording of Janet Britt, wife of the convicted sex offender, Terry Britt, who key player in the Holly Bobo case for a number of reasons. But ultimately, if you were a TBI agent and thought he was the suspect, you were given the boot. So we're going to hear a recorded conversation between Janet Britt and forensic psychologist Dr. Katie Spirko, who helped do a lot of work, spoke with a lot of people, trying to figure out what exactly went on with the Holly Bobo investigation and to help prove Zachary Adams' innocence. So it's going to be the first time that call is anywhere out there. And the reason we want to look at it is because prosecutor Amy Wyrick, who has a huge history of misconduct issues, is accusing Katie Spirko of intimidating and threatening witnesses, but this is the only witness out of like hundreds of people she spoke to that's willing to say so. So we're going to listen, and you guys can be the judge. If this was Katie Spirko just intimidating somebody. So I think that's going to be a great time. How often do you get to listen to something like that? Gwennon, how did you forget your birthday? I have it on my calendar. So Gwennon's birthday is going to be Saturday. Let's say happy birthday today in case there is no court tomorrow. So happy early birthday to Gwennon. Amanda says Katie Spirko's not guilty. You know what the state could have done here? They could have been like ADA Brown in the YSL trial with the photos. They could have just put it up one by one. One by one. And hey, everybody. Thank you for all the birthday wishes for Gwennon.
We stopped at the last, at 1:56.
All right, sounds like they're ready.
And Mr. Carey, then you're not going to have any objections to any of these photos coming into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. That'll be fine. We're ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Remember, this case estimated to be a 4-week trial, but with Judge Penny, I don't know. It could just be like chop, 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 move it along.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The Commonwealth would call Officer Kenner Fortner.
Fortner, Officer
Yes.
Fortner?
I don't know if we've heard about Fortner yet. Maybe they spoke to, this is where we start getting into interviews.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Can you please state your name and spell it for the court record?
Kenner Fortner, Kenner, Fortner.
All right. And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
How long have you been with Fairfax County?
I've been with Fairfax County for 10 years.
Were you assigned to a particular unit in 2023?
I was a crime scene detective in 2023.
All right. And were you in that role on February 24th, 2023?
I was.
Okay. On that date, did you respond to an incident on Stablebrook Way?
I did.
Why were you called out?
I was called out to assist with the scene documentation of a reported homicide.
And what was your role in that investigation?
I took scene photographs.
Okay. And let me hear from you. What did you observe upon your arrival?
When I arrived on scene, the scene had already been secured by patrol officers. Christine Banfield had been transported to the hospital, and the only person remaining within the scene was Joseph Ryan, who had been declared deceased.
So let me start you with some photographs. Judge, if I can offer into evidence Commonwealths 80 through 89 and have those published to the witness,
All right.
the jury,
80
and the gallery.
through 89 in evidence and can be published to the jury and gallery. No objection, Gary.
All right, thank you. So starting with this first picture, Commonwealth's 80, starting outside of the home on Stablebrook Way, how many cars did you observe?
There were 4 cars of interest.
Okay, and this picture here, what do we see?
This is a black Hyundai Tucson.
Were you able to later determine who it was primarily driven by?
It was a government-owned vehicle registered to the IRS, driven by Brendan Banfield.
All right, thank you. And in this photograph, we see 2 more vehicles. Can you tell me about them?
Yes, so in the driveway, the vehicle parked in the left spot of the driveway is a navy blue Volkswagen ID that was registered to Christine Banfield. The silver Jeep Cherokee on the right parking space is registered to a Constance Ryan.
All right. And this particular vehicle, this photograph was taken in your shop, is that correct?
This was taken in the crime scene vehicle bay. It was originally parked in the cul-de-sac.
Okay, and do we know who this car was registered to or driven by?
This vehicle was registered to a Brendan Banfield.
Okay.
Is that 82, just for the record, when you show?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize.
Oh, that's fine.
So this was 82,
Okay, thank you.
the white Ford Fusion. All right, moving into the basement of the home, is it entirely below ground or does it have an above ground exit?
The basement exit is a walkout style, which is level to the ground.
Okay, and can you describe the layout of the basement?
Yes, so if you are standing at the basement stairs, directly to your left at this doorway here leads to an unfinished storage area. If you can continue forward a few feet, you'd be standing in the living room area of the basement, which also included a desk and computer. To the right of the living room area is a bedroom. And then to the left of the living room area was a home gym workout area. And then if you orient yourself to where you're now looking at the workout area with the living room behind you, along the left wall was a bathroom. And then finally, another door which led to the same storage unfinished area.
So in your walk through the basement, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Okay. Looking at this photograph here, Commonwealth's 83, can you tell me, was there a gate at the bottom of the basement stairs?
there was.
Okay, from the photograph, it appears to be about hip height, is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, well, my hips anyway, perhaps someone taller, it's lower, but did it look like it was intended to serve a purpose?
at the time that I found it is as it was in this photo.
All right. Did you notice a lock on the door at the top of the basement stairs?
Yes,
Okay, so looking at Commonwealth's 84 here, is that a photograph of the lock that you observed?
that is a photograph of the lock that I observed.
Okay, was it engaged when you saw it?
No, it's as it was.
Okay. Moving up to the first floor, there was a kitchen and a living area?
Yes,
Okay, so looking at Commonwealth's 85, is this a photograph of the angle of the living area from the kitchen?
yes,
Okay. In this photograph, can I draw your attention to the window area and
play
the
I Spy
stationary
chat.
object in front of it?
yes.
Harry
What
and
that
David.
was?
That was a bar cart style counter with 2 bar stools in front of it.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find in the kitchen?
There was a laptop on the kitchen island.
So here in Commonwealth's 86, are you able to see the laptop?
Yes, it's on the right-hand
Is
corner.
it the black object here in the corner?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Did you find what was later identified as Christine Banfield's cell phone?
yes,
Looking at Commonwealth's 87, is this the bar cart you previously described?
it is. This is the back side of the bar cart.
Okay, and where did you find the phone?
The phone is going to be in the middle top drawer of this bar cart.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth's 88, is that the drawer you're talking about extended?
Yes,
Okay, and what do we see there in the middle of the drawer?
it's going to be the cell phone in question.
All right, Commonwealth's 89, is that the cell phone?
Yes,
So we had 2 different phones
And
on
Commonwealth's
him.
90, is this the back side of the phone that you found?
yes.
90, we hadn't put in evidence yet, so I took
Oh, I
that off the
apologize.
screen. So do you want 90 in?
I do.
And I,
So remember we had heard that from Juliana that they hid Christine's phone so she wouldn't be able to call for help when Joseph got there.
I understand there's no objections, so 90 in evidence. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Shannon.
Judge, I would then offer Commonwealth's 91
How do you overcome that?
through
Oh, she always keeps her
97
phone
into
there?
evidence.
All right, again, I understand there's no objection. Okay, all
And I
right.
apologize, Judge. I think I had said 98 originally and was just not clear in my speech.
Okay,
Thank you. All
90
right.
to 97, okay.
Detective Fortner, did you have the opportunity to then move upstairs in the home?
Yes,
All right, and did you take photographs of the bedroom belonging to Juliana?
yes,
Okay, is this that bedroom?
this is her bedroom.
And how did you identify this bedroom as hers?
There's a Brazilian flag, excuse me, above the bed, and I also was able to locate an expired Virginia driver's license for Juliana on a dresser.
Is this already a picture of them in the corner? Maybe they'll say it if I just let it play.
All right. Commonwealth's 92, is this still her bedroom?
Yes,
What is it that we see on the dresser to the left?
there
lot of
are hygiene products.
Her personal effects?
Yes,
All right.
Enjoy the journey.
Commonwealth's 90,
Not a artwork piece that says enjoy the journey. And this is I haven't been anywhere. Something I don't know what the rest of that says, but
products.
her personal effects?
Yes,
All right. Commonwealth's 93, is this Juliana's closet?
this is.
all the
right.
heels.
Was there anything that caught your attention
Well,
in
there's
that
only like 3
closet?
pairs.
There were red lingerie style clothing items, and then the yellow t-shirt with the green border on the sleeves.
Did you have the opportunity to look for any signs of forced entry in the home?
I did.
Okay, and did you make any observations that would have indicated there was a struggle at any other area in the home other than the primary bedroom?
I did not locate any obvious signs.
Thank you. Did you have the opportunity to return to the home on October 13th, 2023?
I did,
Why were you there on that date?
for a subsequent search warrant.
Okay, and on that date, did you again photograph the house?
I did.
All right, so
Did
this
you
is when
inspect
they
the bedroom
arrest.
that had been Juliana's?
So this is when Juliana's arrested.
Yes,
October 13th,
Directing
2023.
you to Commonwealth's 94, is this the same room?
this is the same room.
How were you able to identify it?
The Brazilian flag above the bed.
Did you notice that anything had changed?
There were no longer any items in the closet.
How about anywhere else in the room? Were her personal effects still on that dresser, if you recall?
I do not recall the dresser.
Okay. Did you eventually find her clothes?
I did.
Where did you find them?
They had been moved to the primary bedroom's closet.
Crazy. Like in what
Commonwealth's
world?
95, is this the primary bedroom closet?
Yes,
And the
And
safe isn't
was there
locked.
anything that you saw in the closet that made it clear to you they were Juliana's clothes?
there were the red lingerie style clothing items and the yellow t-shirt with the green hem on the sleeves.
All right. And Commonwealth's 96, another angle of the same closet?
Yes,
And we see the yellow and green shirt there on the second row?
yes.
All right, thank you. Had there been any other changes in the primary bedroom?
They had gotten new flooring, new bedroom furniture, and pictures that had once featured Brendan and Christine had been taken down and replaced with
Sick.
Brendan and Juliana together.
So showing you Commonwealth's 97, is this the primary bedroom?
This is,
In October of 2023, 8 months after the murders.
yes,
And I'm going to zoom in here. Is this one of the photographs you were speaking of?
it is.
Okay. And did we see others in the room?
Yes, that is a second photo.
Okay.
Sorry, but I think we'd have to
Alright.
break up after something like this, even if we were
Detective Fortner,
innocent.
have
I don't
any
know.
other questions for you. Please answer any directed to you by Mr. Carroll.
Seems very traumatic and life-changing.
Detective Fortner, there's just a couple of questions based on some of the things that you said, not too many. Kummel's number 94 is obviously a picture, and in a moment it shows something, but there were questions asked about you doing an investigation as to any other signs of struggle or forced entry in the house other than the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what would you do to come to the conclusion that there was none of those things?
So I would inspect all of the doors to see if there are any obvious signs or damage to the framing of the door, which I did not find. There were no debris found on the ground to indicate anything had broken. In terms of the furniture in the house, I didn't see anything turned over in an unusual manner to indicate there was struggle or forced entry anywhere.
When did you do that in relation to the incident?
So when I first arrived on scene, my primary task was taking scene photos as everything was, and as I was doing that, I was also checking those areas.
Okay, so this happened instantaneously on February 24th.
Upon my arrival, yes.
And when was that?
Just after 9 a.m.
Okay. And so at that point, had you had any sort of a briefing as to what the expectations were with this crime scene?
Just that it was a report of a homicide.
Okay. Was there anything that suggested a break-in or anybody say there was going to be a break-in?
No, no one had indicated that.
Okay. So this is just something that you do as part of your crime scene duties?
Correct, just documenting.
Okay. And it wasn't surprising for you after you kind of heard more about the case that there weren't forced entry or other signs of struggle anywhere other than the master bedroom?
I wouldn't expect to see struggle anywhere other than the master bedroom.
There you go. That's what he
Okay.
needed to get out.
Now, the places where you chose to take pictures, were you directed to take certain pictures, or do you just go ahead and just take as many pictures as you can and then see where it goes from there?
So my ultimate goal when I'm taking scene photographs are to take overall photographs to indicate everything as best I can. Typically, these come from the four corners of the room from different angles. And then if there's an area of interest, I then come in and take mid-range and then close-up pictures of those items or areas of interest.
And that was those were your decisions, I guess, was the question I was asking.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Is this witness subject to recall?
He is not.
Do you need to, okay, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, your next witness,
Detective O.J. Faulk.
Detective Faulk.
And Your Honor, if you will terminate the display.
It is.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Orlan J. Faulk IV. Faulk spelled F as in Frank, A-U-L-K.
Thank you. Directing your attention to February 24th of 2023. On that date, how were you employed?
I was employed as a crime scene detective with the Fairfax County Police Department.
Are you now retired?
I am retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Taking you back to that day, did you have the opportunity to investigate a vehicle later determined to belong to Joseph Ryan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What were you able to see upon your inspection of that vehicle?
Within the vehicle, on the driver's floorboard, there were 2 red cellular phones laying underneath the brake and the gas pedal.
All right, I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked as CAMLS 155. I'm going to ask that that be admitted into evidence along with 156 and displayed to the jury and the gallery.
No objection, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Detective Faulk, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the telephones that you observed in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And directing you to 156, is that another photograph of the phones?
It is with the door open.
Okay, and were those items collected as evidence to your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay.
Listerine
Had you
or hand
disturbed them prior to taking these photos?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's where you found them.
Yes.
Thank God his car is
That's all I have
clean.
for this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is not.
All right, you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go enjoy retirement.
All right, your next witness,
Detective Terry Leach.
Detective Leach.
Yeah, for me, it's how do you explain getting rid of the phones? Why was Christine's phone in the drawer? I don't see how you overcome that. I just don't. Although I am going to stay disgusted that Juliana, especially after redirect yesterday,
Or affirm to testify truthfully
seems
in
like
this
she's
case
going to
under
get
penalty of law.
time served. And I think she should get murder, not manslaughter. I don't even think the max for manslaughter, 10 years in Virginia, is enough.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
It's Terry Leach, Terry Leach,
How are you currently employed?
with the Fairfax County Police.
Are you assigned to a particular unit?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for that unit?
I'm a detective with the Major crime scene unit.
All right. How long have you held that position?
I've been with the crime scene unit for 22 years, with the last 8.5 in major crimes.
All right. Were you employed in that role on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's not
On
part
that
of the
date, Did you
exodus.
respond to an incident at Stablebrook Way?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
It was approximately 9:44 a.m.
All right. And who was on scene when you arrived, if you recall?
When I got on scene, there was several patrol units, homicide detectives. For my unit, there was Detective Faulk, Detective Fortner, Sergeant Fortner now, and Detective Szyminski and myself.
All right. What was your role in this investigation?
I was assigned as the lead crime scene detective.
And what are the general responsibilities of a lead crime scene detective?
The lead crime scene detectives is the primary liaisons between the crime scene section and the lead homicide detective. We're also responsible for managing the scene, delegating out tasks. We also work if there's any needs for any more personnel or equipment. We go with our supervisors. And after we clear scenes, we're responsible for all the evidence handling, documentation. If there's any lab submissions or anything like that, we take care of it.
And that role carries through to today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if we want evidence, it's coming from you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. When you entered the Banfield's primary bedroom on that day, February 24th, 2023, what were your initial observations?
When you first go into the bedroom, on your left-hand side would be I call it a sitting area. It's like a little side room. We're separated from the main bedroom area by a see-through fireplace. In the main room, you had a bed, and it had a nightstand on each side. To your immediate right would be a long dresser with a TV on top of it. On the far wall was a tall dresser. On that same wall as the dresser with the TV was the double doors that led into the primary bathroom, which then had a closet off of it.
Okay. How did you and your team go about documenting this scene?
Once we did our initial walkthrough, we first did photography. We did all our photos, and then I had Detective Szyminski go through with the FARO laser scanner.
All right. Tell me about that FARO laser scanner. What does it do?
The FARO is a laser device, and it sits on top of a tripod. And what it does, it uses LiDAR technology. It will spin in a 360 degrees. As it's spinning, it'll do laser measurements. It'll do millions of points of measurement. And then once that's completed, it'll go around one more time, and it'll take photos. Then when we post-process it back at the office with software developed just for that scanner, it will create 3D models and 2D models. The 2Ds are called orthos, and all that is, it's a bird's eye view of what the scanner built.
You shared one of those orthos with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Show us.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point in time
I love this
to
stuff.
admit into evidence Commonwealth's 98 under seal and publish it to the witness and the jury.
All right, no objection, correct? Okay, 98 under seal.
Can you see the FARO on your,
Yes, ma'am. It's the ortho scan of this second floor.
okay. So help us orient, and it's a really busy picture, you would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot going on because this is an interpretation of what was actually present at the scene from this angle and aerial view. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you can see where I've kind of zoomed us in here to this black rectangle at the top that my cursor is on, what is that?
That's going to be the foyer to the main floor, the bottom
Okay.
floor. What happened is why it's black is the FARO is a line of sight.
So it drops down. It's 2 stories, right?
It's a
The foyer
2-story,
is
it's a
wide
very
open.
tall foyer, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's the stairs to the left, right there. That would be the
Yep.
stairs coming up from the landing.
Okay. Tell me about, on the left of our screen, this bedroom here.
That was the upstairs bedroom.
Okay. And if I zoom out a little bit and reorient us, what's going on in this bedroom in the far left lower corner?
That's the Banfield's daughter's room,
Okay. And this middle bedroom?
guest room.
Okay, so taking us back out to the hallway and then shifting over, which, we're gonna do it like that. What room is this?
And that's going to be the primary suite, primary bedroom.
Okay, and that's the far right of Commonwealth's 98, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In looking at this bedroom, we have a bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You spoke of a dresser. Is that this object that my cursor is on here?
That's the dresser with the TV on it, ma'am.
Okay, and this area that I'm cursoring over, is that the passageway into the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which would then make this room a bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now that we've oriented ourselves, was Joe Ryan's body still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and approximately how long did his body remain on scene while you did your work?
It was there for several hours.
Okay, and is that how long it took you to document the scene?
We had to get a search warrant, doing the scene documentation, waiting for the medical investigator to arrive on scene
Okay. When was his body removed?
later in the
recall?
day. It was
Later.
it was that day, but as soon as the medical investigator arrived.
Okay, but
Later in
your
the day.
work continued after his body. Judge, I'm going to offer exhibits 99
Okay,
through 101 under seal.
all right. And no objection, correct? Okay. 99,
And-
100, and 101 under seal.
Thank you. And if they can be shared with the witness and the jury. All right, starting here with Commonwealth's 99. This photo depicts what? What do we see here?
That's going to be a photo from the bathroom back out into the main area of the bedroom, and that is Joe Ryan's body.
Okay, is this how the scene looked when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you had begun processing any of the items that you eventually collected?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commonwealth's 100, is this a photograph of Joseph Ryan's body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what observations did you make about his body upon your arrival?
Upon arrival, I was documenting was first that his shirt was pulled up. There was a chest seal on the left side. The right hand was in that position that you see it here, along with his right hand. The pants were unbuttoned and disheveled in the front right leg was straight and the left leg is underneath the bed with a purple pillow over it.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not that was the position of his body when first responders arrived on scene?
Once I had access to the body-worn camera, I watched that to see what the officers originally came into. And when they first came in, the shirt was down and the hands were across his chest.
All right. Looking at this photo around Joseph Ryan's head, what is his head on? Let's start with that.
His head was resting on the dog bed.
Okay. And there's a checkered cloth there as well. Were you able to determine what that was?
Underneath it was a pair of pajama bottoms, that's what I refer to as pajama bottoms, and a pair of black underwear.
All right. And tell me about this blood stain that we see immediately below on this photo, Joseph Ryan's head.
Talking about the one ma'am on the carpet?
Yes.
There's a flow pattern. It flowed from Mr. Ryan's head, flowed across and down onto the floor where it started to pool and collect.
All right.
I think that's from the
Was there
second
blood
shot.
anywhere else on Mr. Ryan's body that you observed?
There was blood on his face, hands. There was some on his clothes. There was some on his chest, arms.
All right. Did you notice anything about the bed frame? I'm going to zoom in just a little bit if I can. Here.
Bed
What is
frames are
that
always
mark?
important in this
The
court.
bed frame had chipping. It's a laminate material over the bed frame, and you can see where pieces were broke off. There's this one large piece. And later, when we continued on investigating, you could take your fingers in that area and you could pull the laminate in that area.
I'm going to move you to Commonwealth's 101. Is this another angle of the same area of the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, we see the chip in the bed frame here, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You indicated Joseph Ryan's legs were under the bed.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Judge, I would move to admit photographs 102 through 123.
All right, and there's no objection, correct? All right, 102 to 123 in evidence. Thank you.
All right, looking at Commonwealth's 102. It appears that the scene has changed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what has happened since the last photograph?
Since the last photograph, Joe Ryan's body was removed. The blankets and things that you saw on the floor, they were picked up and moved.
And what did you observe now that the items had been removed on the bed frame itself?
On the bed frame itself, if you come over here to if you're viewing the photo, be on the left-hand side, we found one blood stain on the side of the frame.
All right, I'm going to move then to Commonwealth's 103. Is that the area where you observed the blood stain?
Yes, ma'am, it'd be to the right of the ruler.
We're going to zoom in one more time.
All right, we have a
104.
picture.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the blood stain.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you later send a swab of that suspected blood out for testing as item 71?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Can't wait to hear what item 71
Looking
is.
at Commonwealth's 105. We're back in time before the items were picked up, but let's talk about those items that you collected. What was in this pile of fabric that we see here?
I had 2 blankets, a sheet, and a towel. The blankets, one was a real dark blue with a white Sherpa on one side. The other blanket was blue on both sides. Sheet was white with stripes, and then you had a towel.
Okay, let's talk about the blue blanket with the white Sherpa. Directing you to Commonwealth's 106. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you've done with it here.
This is back at our facility to document it. I hung it before we could do photos of it and document the blood stains on it. What you see is the top part would be what was near the dresser, and the stuff you see, the stains you see down towards the bottom was what would be towards the foot of the bed.
And those stains appear gray in this photo, is that accurate?
All right, so this would be up here would be where you would expect like pillows if the blanket was pulled all the way up on the bed. I don't know if the blanket was pulled all the way up, but this would have been closer to like outside the end of the bed down here. Then they've got this weird dimming bar, which kind of sucks, but it does look like there's some patterning up here that looks darker, but maybe it's just the way this is being projected and shown.
Accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's look at Commonwealth's 107. Is that the reverse of the blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the Sherpa side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, the dark marks we see, what are those?
Blood stains.
Commonwealth's
This is a better view.
108.
So anyone that wasn't looking, if you want to take a look, this to me is more, we're not seeing like a sheen from, I think like the reverse side of those Sherpa style blankets. There's always that sheen because you can kind of like brush the fabric and it like changes color. But from the other side, you can see there's not that same shadowing that it appeared to have in the prior photo. But lots of stains like all over and going towards the diagonal side, one side of the bed, which if this would be the right side of the bed. And then this deeper stain here.
Commonwealth's 108. What is this object?
That would be the sheet.
Okay, and again, where is
There's
this
a little
photo
at the
taken?
top.
This photo was taken at our facility.
Okay.
Oh, this is a
The
sheet.
marks we see on the sheet, what are those?
Oh.
More blood stains, ma'am.
So this looks like the blanket might have been like diagonal on the bed. Like if you guys get what I'm saying, like if we take this backside of the Sherpa and line up this splotch, this deeper splotch and this diagonal, let me move my banner. And then we match it with the sheet. It looks like what was happening here was actually, imagine the blanket was like pulled to the side hanging off the bed and this was skewed this way. Right? I feel like that could line up. Like if what we saw over here was just shifted. Or maybe not, because then how would this stuff still be diagonal? And then there's some blood at the top.
Okay, and again, where is this photo taken?
This photo was taken at our facility.
Okay. The marks we see on the sheet, what are those?
More blood stains, ma'am.
All right, and there was a lighter blue blanket you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commonwealth's 109. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, what did you observe on the blanket?
More blood stains.
Okay, so let's talk about Commonwealth's 110. What is this object?
That's the towel, ma'am.
Okay, so again, where was this towel located?
On the floor with all those bed linens near the foot of the bed.
Did you happen to, in your review of the body-worn camera, see where the towel was when first responders arrived?
It was a little bit further away from the bed. When the first responders came, you could see the bed linens and things from firemen, patrol officers were trying to do life-saving. The linens and stuff started to roll and move towards the bed more.
Was this towel on Christine Banfield?
No, ma'am.
Does this towel have any evidence of heavy staining or blood absorption?
They
In
didn't
my
try.
opinion, no, ma'am.
They didn't try.
So these blankets were moved as the officers addressed Christine Banfield's injuries and attempted to rescue Joe Ryan. Could the blankets that we saw a moment ago have transferred blood to the carpet as they were moved?
Yes.
Were they saturated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there was a lot of blood on those items.
Yes, ma'am.
Could have ended up on the carpet as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking at the carpet, can you approximate here where Christine Banfield's body was found? This is Commonwealth's 111.
I use body-worn camera. I watched the body-worn camera to determine that. And it would be the stain that you see on the right-hand side. That was the vicinity of her head.
What did you find when you removed the carpet relative to these stains?
What I ended up doing was, we pulled the carpet back. Our question was, we wanted to see how far down the stains would go. And when we did that, we found that the stain on the left-hand side, underneath the carpet is a foam pad, and then you got the subfloor. The blood soaked through the carpet, through the foam pad, and then onto the subfloor, and created another stain there. The stain on the right, same scenario, again, is soaking down through. But when we got to the subfloor, there was just a little stain, a much smaller stain than what we found from the stain on the left-hand side.
So to summarize, there was more blood deposited in the stain on the left-hand side than the right.
Yes, ma'am.
You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll, I cannot hear.
Yeah, he objected.
I would object to Ms. Sand's conclusion as to what the detectives just commented on in terms of her question.
What's the objection?
Well, I believe it's
Outside of his area of expertise.
it's without foundation, and I believe that she's leading.
No, overruled, all right, good, continue.
Should have objected 3 questions ago.
Let's talk about the areas of the carpet that you had tested. Looking at this photograph, and we'll zoom in just a moment, but did you have either of these 2 large stains tested?
No, ma'am.
Okay, why not?
When I presented to the state lab with the evidence that I had, they didn't see the probative value in it.
All right. Did they give you any explanation for why?
Because her body was there.
Okay. So looking at Commonwealth's 112, did you take swabs from the stains on the carpet that we see here?
Yes, ma'am. If you take where the scale is at and come below it.
All
I'd
right,
like to-
that large
Yes, ma'am.
stamp, if you will,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And was that item 42?
That was item 42. I did another swab, which would have been item 43. If you come above the scale, you'll see another stain in there. What I did is I took another sample from the center of it.
And when we're talking about these 2 stains, to distinguish, we've got 43, and the shape of 43 is different from 42, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how would you describe 43 as a stain?
As a stain to me, it was passive blood droplets falling down onto
Okay.
the carpet.
And
Can we look at that again? Are they like, let's look at that again. So he says swab 42 is down here. The way he's speaking is a bit hard to follow. I mean, maybe it's her questioning.
large
Yes, ma'am.
stamp, if you will,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And was that item 42?
The 42
That was
swab
item
from here.
42. I did another swab, which would have been item 43. If you come above the scale,
So is he saying 42? Because I want to listen when we get to the lab results. I think what we're going to hear is there's going to be somebody else's blood. I think it's going to be important. But 42 seems like it's down here, and I can't tell from the way he's speaking if he also took another swab, and that would be 43 for the same swab, or if he's talking about he took 43, but that was up here.
you'll see another stain in there. What I did is I took another sample from the center of it.
And when
So
we're
for the
talking
same
about
spot.
these 2 stains, to distinguish, we've got 43, and the shape of 43 is different from 42, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how would you describe 43 as a stain?
As a stain to me, it was passive blood droplets falling down onto
Okay.
the carpet.
And what was different about 42? What kind of stain was that?
42 was one large concentrated stain.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 113. Did you find a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was the knife found?
The knife was found underneath the blankets, between the edge of the blankets and the bed. And the only thing we could see when we arrived was the handle. And the knife was sitting on its backside, so it was blade up. And then the handle was towards the bed.
Did your review of the body-worn camera tell you anything about the final position of the knife?
This is not the original position of the knife.
Okay, so what did you observe on body-worn? I think we've all seen it too and talked about it, but what did you observe on body-worn?
On body-worn camera, the blankets were, if you're viewing this photo, the blankets have been more to the left. The knife was completely exposed, and you could see during the life-saving that officers and firemen stepped on the knife a few times, and they got kicked and moved around as they were trying to work.
Okay. Did you collect this item?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send it to the lab for testing as item 10?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to have you look at Commonwealth's 114. Is that the knife and the photograph that accompanied it to the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So let's talk about guns. Commonwealth's 115. Did you observe any weapons at the scene other than the knife?
Yes, ma'am. There was 2 handguns.
Okay, can you describe those 2 items for me?
One gun was a Glock 19M with a light kit on it, and the second one was a Glock 43X.
All right, is this photograph of the 19M?
Yes, ma'am.
And the flashlight, you mentioned the light on it that you said, is that the red ring that
Yes.
we see at the end?
Yes, ma'am. It's the light kit. It's a flashlight underneath the barrel of the gun.
Okay. Were you able to identify who owned that weapon?
It was Mr. Brendan Banfield's duty weapon.
Where was it located upon your arrival?
When I arrived, it was on the left side of the bed, about halfway, resting on its right side.
Again, after reviewing body-worn camera, were you able to determine if that gun had been moved?
It was moved, ma'am.
All right, do you know where it was moved from?
It was moved from the front left corner of the bed. It was resting on its left side with the grip portion near the closest to the edge.
Okay, if we're looking at the bed, if I'm standing at the foot of the bed, is it on my right or is it on the left?
It'd be on your right.
On my right, okay, perfect, thank you. Looking at Commonwealth's 116, orienting myself, this is the primary bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on the right hand of this photo, is that where you observed the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the body-worn camera.
Yes.
Okay, and was there any residue on this sheet?
There was 2 bloodstains on that bed. The one on the right near the edge, and then there's another one on the front edge. And that was from medical waste, because when I picked up that evidence, that when we were clearing off the bed, when I picked up those items, there was blood on them.
Okay, did you send this sheet to the lab for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll show you Commonwealth's 117. Did you make the markings on the photo here?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
red that
Well,
we see? What were you intending to communicate with the markings that you have on the sheet?
I spoke with the state lab about what we were requesting for stains, and because I knew the one was from medical waste, there was no need to process that, because we know where it came from, the point of origin.
So
But the
no
one
blood
on the
soaked through
right-hand
this.
side is the one I wanted, and so I sent this so they could have a reference to what I was talking to them about and showing it to them.
Okay. If you had just sent the big old sheet to the lab without any specifics, what would have been the response?
They would have started processing the whole
Okay.
sheet.
All right, thank
See, why I think this is critical is because if this was supposed to be Christine setting this up, you would think that she'd be on the bed, and then this supposed crazy person who was treating it like a hookup was actually a killer and would come in, and she'd be on the bed expecting a hookup, and you'd see staining all the way down to this layer here, and we just don't have that. We just don't have that. Which would suggest that if this went down where Christine was in the room doing whatever and doesn't expect anybody to be coming through the door, and suddenly someone does, she launches up and might be trying to stand up and fight him, do whatever. It suggests that this was not Christine inviting this guy over.
you. So, Commonwealth's 119, what do we see photographed here?
That was more blood spatter on the wall.
Did you swab those items and send them, sorry, that item and send it to the lab?
Well, yes, ma'am. I took that largest stain you see to the left of the ruler. That's the one I submitted to the lab.
Ms.
Okay,
Sanford,
and that was,
I'm sorry, you said 119, but it says 118.
oh, I'm sorry, 118, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
Almost
you.
118. I
Okay,
apologize.
that's all right, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, I apologize.
Thank you. And this is now Commonwealth's 119. Is that a closer photograph of the same stain?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, that was sent to the lab as item 39.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One more here. Commonwealth's 120. What did you process in this photograph?
This would be the laundry basket, and what we're looking at is in this photo, is the front of that laundry basket. Again, I took a swab of its blood stains on here, and if you go down bottom center, you can see a convergence of two stains, a blood spatter, and that's where I took the sample for the lab.
All right, and was that sent to the lab as item 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you took another swab of the laundry basket, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while this photo doesn't necessarily zoom in on it, describe for us from where you took the second swab on the laundry basket.
The second swab would have been on the left-hand side and be the side furthest from the dresser on the curtain side.
All right, and that's Commonwealth's 121 that we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that went to the lab as item 56, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 122. What do we see depicted here?
This would be the dog bed once Joe Ryan's body was removed.
And again, that black checkered item was determined to be Christine's pajama bottoms, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I see there's some black fabric to the left as well. What is that?
That's the underwear, ma'am.
Okay. Did you inspect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about them apart from the blood?
Apart from the blood, one pant leg was inside out, and the other pant leg had the underwear around it. And if you took the crotch region of the underwear, it was torn, ripped, separated from the other side.
All right. And Judge, if I can terminate the display for just a moment. I'm going to take you back to Commonwealth's 105, which was previously admitted, not under seal. Judge, if this can be displayed to the witness and the jury in the gallery.
Okay.
Detective Leach, there's a piece of black fabric to the left in the photograph near the edge of the bed. What was that?
It was a black shirt.
Okay. Did you make any observations about that shirt other than the fact that it had blood on it?
When we took the shirt and lifted it up and was able to document it better, we found that the back of the shirt was completely cut. It wasn't one smooth cut. You could tell it was jagged because you would have a cut, little pull, cut, pulling it up.
All right. Was it in the center of the shirt that it was cut? Was it to the side?
I'd say center. It was more towards the center.
So was she wearing that? And they rendered, well, they would have known from body
And
cam that she
Judge,
didn't
I'm
have it
going to
on.
ask to terminate the display. Offer into evidence Commonwealth's 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, and no objection again, correct?
That's interesting.
123 and 124 under seal.
All right, Detective Leach, if the court can publish the photos to the jury and the witness. Tell me about this photograph. We see again, we're back to Joseph Ryan, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is it that is next to Mr. Ryan's left hip partially under him?
It would have been a black slide and a shoe, slide on shoe, and a backpack.
All right.
He wore slides.
Did you search that backpack?
After we finished with Mr. Ryan's body and we were able to move him out of the way, yes.
I'm going to take you to Commonwealth's 124. Is this a zoomed-in photo of that bag?
Just trying to show the property that was in it at the time, how it was when we found it.
Okay.
Do we need to do another poll about the slides? Like, would you wear slides if you're going to commit a murder? Just like we did with the Alicia Andrews trial. Because to me, that suggests if you're going to be doing something, if this was Joseph Ryan going and plotting this out and you're wearing slippery shoes that you could trip and tangle up your ankles on, doesn't seem like much forethought. But I guess also going over there for some type of BDSM hookup without following the golden rule of meeting the person first doesn't show much good forethought either.
Okay. So if that's how it was when you found it, did you put anything back into that bag before taking this photo?
No, ma'am, that's exactly how it was.
All right. In your review of the body-worn camera, did you see anyone on body-worn put anything back into that bag?
Not that I could observe, ma'am.
And Judge, I would now move to admit Commonwealth's 125 and publish to the witness, the jury, and the gallery.
All right, 125 in evidence.
And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and ask to admit from 125 through 151.
Okay. 125 through 151, and there's no objection, correct? Okay.
Should be 151.
No objection, okay. So then we have 125 through 151 in evidence. Okay.
All right. So looking at Commonwealth's 125, is this the backpack after you removed the items from it?
Yes, ma'am.
What observations did you make about the backpack?
Once we opened up the backpack, this would be, the photo is showing the back of the pack from the it's the back inside compartment of the backpack, and there was blood spatter on there.
Okay, so if I open the bag with my two hands and spread it wide apart, this is looking inside the bag?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? Okay. And what are those marks?
That's the blood spatter, ma'am.
All right. You placed circles in this photo. Did you make those circles?
That's stitching.
I'm sorry, the red lines.
Oh, the red lines, the circles, yes, ma'am. I did that for the, again, this was something I sent out to the state lab. And so I wanted to know what I was referencing when I asked for the exam.
Okay. Did you send that to the lab as item 125? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about the contents of the bag, Commonwealth's 126. What did you find inside?
We took the backpack and we laid out everything and did one overall photo as we inventoried through. And what you see is there's like rubber exercise bands, a metal rod with eyelets in it, lubricant,
apple?
clothespins, a chain with padlocks with the keys in them, a roll of electrical tape, like a COVID mask, an apricot, and then one that I refer to like almost like a gag.
Okay. Commonwealth's 127, is this the receipt that was found in the bag?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Commonwealth's 127, a receipt that was found in the wallet?
That was found in Joe Ryan's wallet.
Yes, okay. And we can see the wallet underneath the receipt, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that wallet listing out personal lubricant, floss sticks, and apricot?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? One apricot? All right, and that receipt is dated the same day of
It
your
was the same date,
investigation?
yes, ma'am, the 24th.
February 24th, 2023. Okay. Did you find, obviously, this wallet, but anything else outside of the backpack that might have been personal belongings of Mr. Ryan's?
Well, I found his coat. His coat was actually underneath his legs near his buttocks area. We took his coat. We found his car keys in the front right pocket, and his wallet was in the front left pocket.
Okay. You also found zip ties, is that correct?
There was zip ties found on the floor, yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to Commonwealth's 128. Okay, this is an interesting photo. Tell us about it. What do we have here?
This is a sheet that's been suspended and it's being fluoresced with a laser.
Why do you fluoresce a sheet with a laser?
We're looking for body fluids.
And did you find them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the sheet come from?
This is the fitted sheet from the au pair's bedroom.
From the au pair's bedroom. This is Juliana's bed sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you mark this item with the body fluids, with the location of the body fluids that you found?
Yes, ma'am. I was going for a lab submission, so I marked those stains that I found for the lab personnel.
All right, and looking at Commonwealth 129, is this a photograph of the markings that you made on the sheet to identify the
Yes,
body
ma'am.
fluid? Okay. Was that sent to the lab as item 65?
Yes, ma'am.
Turning your attention to Commonwealth 130.
We
What
have
have you
mannequin.
photographed here?
This was Brendan Banfield's clothing.
Okay. And what were the articles of clothing that were collected?
It was a set of his blue jeans, button-down shirt, and a black coat.
And you've put them on a dummy here in approximation to how Mr. Banfield was dressed on the day of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I used the body-worn camera.
Perfect. Okay. What did you do with these items once you had taken this photo?
Some of the coat and the jeans all both went to the state lab.
Okay. Did you mark the jacket for the areas that you wish to have tested?
No, ma'am. This is once it came back from the lab.
Aha. All right. So how did you present this item to the lab?
I presented this one. This one was because of the color. It's hard to see the blood and everything on it. I submitted it to the lab. I said, gave them a synopsis of what happened, and I just gave them the whole, as a whole, and this is what they marked out.
All right. So those markings that we see were the selections that the lab made for their testing. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding, ma'am.
Okay. And this was sent to the lab as item 121. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commonwealth's 132, we see specifically 2 circles. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know what the lab tested for there?
They were testing for blood.
Item 133, what is this a photograph of?
It's going to be Mr. Banfield's blue jeans.
Okay, tell me about the white L's that we see taped to the jeans.
L's.
What are those?
It was requested by me, requested for me to take and do. It's called road mapping of the stains. And all you simply do is you take the item and you put down the scales in so many distances apart. There was no set distance, but you just want to make sure you got plenty of scales. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a stain there. We're just trying to document to scale the entire object.
Okay, so they're reference points, is that fair?
That'd be a way of referring to them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you observe about these pants?
That they had blood stains on them.
All right, any particular staining patterns that you observed?
There
stood out?
was the blood stains on the knee area, and then there was a particular stain which someone pointed out and they requested for me to submit that to the lab.
All right, so we're gonna look at Commonwealth 134. This now has a circle imposed on the photo. Tell me what that circle is indicating.
Again, this is something that's going to the lab. We discussed it. It's obvious with the pants, there's lots of staining. This was the particular stain that the graphs requested to be processed.
Okay, and zoomed in here, tell me about that stain. Was it different than the staining on the knees?
Most of the stains that you saw on the pants were like almost like smears, smudges, like they came in contact with blood. This was droplets.
All right, were there more droplets on the pants?
Yes.
But this was the area that was selected for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that was Commonwealth 135 that we're looking at for those markings. Taking a look at Commonwealth 136, tell me about this red circle.
This is on the back of the jeans. It'd be to the left of center. just below the belt line or close to being in the belt line.
And was that item sent along with the other request for testing by the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that one went to the lab as 136. I'm sorry, as all, these were all sent to the lab as 123, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, photo 136, also item 123. Sorry for any confusion. All right, and looking at Commonwealth's 137, what do we have here?
It's that same stain with the drop, just a different angle on it. Just showing it more from the inside of the leg outward.
All right, did you have the opportunity to take a look at Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 138, are these the shoes that were collected from Mr. Banfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about what was on those shoes?
There was staining on the shoes, on the tops, but there's also staining on the bottom and into the treads.
Commonwealth's 139, what do we have here?
This would be Juliana's left shoe and sock.
Also,
Okay,
her sock has
And-
stuff on it.
we're gonna look. Is this the right shoe and sock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you observe blood on the shoes and socks?
There was blood on the shoes. On the shoes, it was primarily around the soles, around the edges of the soles and underneath the shoe. On the socks, there was red staining.
Okay. You sent the socks to the lab as 117 and the shoes as 118, is that correct?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
when did she
Okay.
put shoes
And-
on?
The staining on the socks, where on the sock was it? Was it on the top of the sock? Was it on the bottom of the sock?
It was in the toe region, the toe area. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily on the top or on the bottom because it's like, it looked like it leached a little bit or some.
All right, and here we have the bottom of the left shoe, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your observations on this shoe with regards to the location of the blood.
Blood was towards the toe area. Mine was towards the toes. You can also see that the blood went up inside the tread.
Okay, so that's the only reason she had shoes on the whole time.
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, that was Commonwealth's 141. Thank you. Now looking at Commonwealth's 142, what were your observations regarding the blood on this shoe?
The shoe, the blood was only really near the bottom edges. It's on the rubber sole part. Wasn't up onto the leathers.
All right, did the socks create a bit of a puzzle for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what did you do to try to answer questions you had about the blood on the socks?
Yep,
I had-
nanny shoes.
She had blood on her socks, and I couldn't figure out how they got there. So I took her shoes, because as you can see from the photo, there's holes, air holes for the sneakers. I didn't know if by chance blood might have went down into those holes. So what I ended up doing was I took the shoe, I cut around sole in the leather part of the shoe, so I could lift up and see inside the shoe.
What did you discover upon taking apart the shoes?
There was no staining.
All right, did you send anything else off to the lab? I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 143. What is this?
That's the insert from the left shoe.
Okay, why did you send that to the lab?
That dark area that's circled, and this is the photo that I gave to the lab, and they knew what I was talking about. That tested positive for blood.
Okay, and so that was sent to the lab as item 118. It didn't have a separate designation from shoes 118. It went back to the lab as 118. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Okay. Did Juliana's sweatshirt, t-shirt, or pants have any blood on them?
Not that I could find, ma'am.
All right, let's look at Joseph Ryan's clothing. Commonwealth's.
So what's interesting to me is if the theory is she stepped in this pool of blood while wearing socks and sneakers. She had her shoes on, and there was such a pool of blood that it seeped up through the shoe. And that's why we get some staining. Like, you guys ever step in a puddle and it goes through and you're like, damn, like now I gotta have wet socks. It seeped up through the toe portion, and that's how she gets some blood on the sock. But if that is true, then I'm not really sure how that's supposed to fit in with the blood had been absorbed and coagulating, because that would mean Juliana was there right away. if we balance that with some of what these officers have testified to, who are also non-experts in this. So it just seems messy. I don't know.
149.
A Backstreet Boys shirt?
This T-shirt, what, if anything, did you observe about the shirt?
It had the blood staining, a lot of it was near the chest
It's a
area.
Backstreet Boys
You can see
shirt.
it's not like any individual stain. Also, if you come down, as you look at the photo, it'll be on the right-hand side, it's right above the G and the H and Howie's name there, there's a defect.
I've zoomed in and I'm aiming my cursor where you're talking. Is that what you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine how that defect occurred?
It appeared it was coming from a projectile, from a bullet.
Commonwealth's 150, what do we have here?
This is Joe's pants.
Okay.
So he has blood
What
higher up.
did you do with regard to Joe's pants after photographing?
After photographing, we met with the state lab and we discussed different options for processing. On this one, because of the way the pants were situated on his body, I had questions about the zipper button area. The lab recommended an MVAC, but they don't have one. So this item was sent to DNA Labs International to be processed.
All right. And so that was regarding the zipper, the button, and the waistband, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were the jeans sent to any other labs for other testing?
Yes. The right leg was sent to the whole pants was sent to Bode Laboratories, but we requested the stain on the right pant leg to have a technique done that the state lab doesn't do.
Okay.
And so we sent it to them to have them process it in an attempt to see if we can generate any more evidence out of it.
All right. So Bode tested the stains on the pant leg and DLI tested the zipper, the button, and the waistband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any other questions about these genes that could have been answered by the state lab?
What?
Or did you feel it was necessary to send them to the other two labs for the specific testing that you've discussed?
This is for the specific testing because those stains, we're just trying to figure out what caused them, what and what formed them.
Okay.
I think these are the tests that might have gotten Juliana caught up. Because the statement from Eric Klingen, the prosecutor at the time, we watched him yesterday during the lunch break. Right before they arrest Juliana, they get results from two different types of tests that the forensics point to Juliana being the one that would have caused injury to Joseph Ryan, which is why she's charged initially with the murder and the use of firearm. Just one set of counts for Joseph Ryan. Never charged with anything in relation to Christine. But I do believe this testing, it's going to be relevant here to Juliana.
Judge, I'm not sure what time the court wanted to take the morning break.
It's a little early still.
It is. My next bit is a little bit lengthy and we can break after that, but it will be approximately 30 minutes. I have video to share with the detective.
The video is your next
Yes.
item? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess then, and we'll just have to make it through to lunch a little longer, okay? So don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody,
All right,
okay?
we can
We'll take
skip
15
ahead.
minutes.
Because we've been pausing to look at some exhibits. We'll see if they say anything on the way out. I think what I would need to hear is, and they didn't ask
Since you're on the
Juliana.
stand, you cannot discuss their testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, all right? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a recess then. Let's make it 11:28.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right, no problem, 11:28.
Does the exact math, no rounding. So we'll get to real time here and we'll let it rock. But I'd want to know if the plan was for Juliana to take Valerie, the daughter, to the zoo. Like, could she even have a firearm on her? Because how do we explain that Juliana had a firearm on her person at all to be able to fire this second shot into Joseph Ryan? Because remember, Joseph Ryan is shot 2 times, and I'm assuming these lab results are gonna end up showing that it was 2 different firearms that were used, one for each of the shots. And that this blood evidence is going to be important to distinguish who did what. Would it make sense for her to have had a firearm on her? Can you bring a firearm into the zoo? Would she have been in a car and left it in a car? Did she always carry a firearm when she was out and about? Because otherwise, how did she have it if it was supposed to be in the safe? And for me, I don't know. I'm with, I think it was Amanda that said it. I'm with Amanda. Christine's phone being in the bar table, the bar cart downstairs in the kitchen. I don't imagine that being the plan when you have someone coming to meet you. So I think the theory that for me puts the theory that Joseph Ryan was the killer and Christine was actually planning for a consensual encounter and didn't expect Joseph to be a killer. That puts that theory outside for me. It just doesn't make sense to me why her phone would be all the way downstairs. Because presumably you'd want to make sure the meet was happening. I don't know. You could just put it in your nightstand if you want it away while you're doing your stuff, but I don't know. Okay, and Betsy B says she forgot the turkey sandwich lunch, the picnic lunch, the turkey sandwich that we made at night maybe. We don't know what time. Maybe it was 9 or 10. Maybe it was sometime after 5:30. The picnic lunch, but we remember it was a turkey sandwich. And maybe she remembers that because Valerie really liked turkey sandwiches. You know? Coco says I have more questions than answers after she testified. I mean, for me, there are several scenarios here, right? I mean, I think whoever did it has always been contained to 3 people. And it could be a combination of ands and ors. But you have Joseph Ryan, the stranger, you have Juliana, and you have Brendan Banfield. Highly doubt that Christine Banfield, I don't think there's any theory out there that it would make sense that she has any culpability for anything that happened. Joseph Ryan, it's either he was a stranger that was made, they marked him, they realized he was stupid enough to come over for this meetup without meeting up with someone first. And they said, cool, let him go in there and cause chaos because Christine's going to be like, what the heck's going on? And we'll walk in there and we'll be like, oh my gosh, an intruder. And things will be crazy, but we'll say that Joseph stabbed Christine already and it was too late. What if there was a scenario where he's really the killer and they do in fact walk in on him stabbing Christine and they shoot him and then he's not dead, so the au pair also needs to shoot? I mean, what if there's a scenario where Brendan planned this whole thing out and Juliana literally knew nothing about it? I can't conceive of that. That to me I think is impossible. And I think some of the credibility issues with Juliana are more likely because she simply does not, at this point, I've shifted. Because I've said a few times, I think it's possible that maybe Juliana doesn't know anything at all, but she just wants to get out of jail. I think she's complicit. I think it was both of them at this point. And I think her credibility issues were just she was trying to downplay her involvement. She didn't want to say like, babe, I wish it could be us together. So I wish it could be us all the time. You know, we're on this nice trip to New York. It's just me, you, and Valerie. I wish this is how we could have a family. I love this life. This is the life I want to live. And Brendan Banfield was like, well, that would be great, but I can't do a divorce. Oh, but baby, why can't you do a divorce? Well, it'd be crazy. There's the money, there's the custody issues, and then they pillow talk themselves up to an extreme solution to deal with those otherwise normal barriers that would prevent somebody from just going through the normal course of action for a divorce and moving on with the next person they want to be with. I just don't see a world in which this plays out without Juliana knowing months in advance that this was the plan. I do not believe that she thinks that he was just joking. I just don't think it's plausible at this point. But I think there could still be a possibility that both of them didn't know. I don't think that's looking very good. I think the jury's going to convict. I think the jury would convict Juliana if this was her trial. But I don't know. I think they were either both in on it, and I think that's more likely what the jury's going to actually think. Or maybe there was an intruder and this is really what Christine was doing. I just don't see a scenario where Juliana is just, oh my gosh, I had no idea. And I think maybe that's comforting to say, because there are scenarios out there where people get brought along for a ride and it looks like they must have known and they really didn't know. Usually I'm on the side saying like, hey, I think that's possible. I think that happened. I just don't see that here with this one. So, and I think we have problems because I really think that one officer wanted to say that it looked like the blood had been drying for a while. Like, is that officer trying to create a time frame where, because there's only like 10 minutes between the attempted 911 calls, and I don't know how much you can accomplish in 10 minutes. Sure, you might say, what if you plan everything ahead of time? But when things actually start happening, I would imagine that if I've never actually murdered somebody or dealt with seeing that much blood or dealt with a chaotic scene like that, what I thought I'd be able to do in 10 minutes suddenly it would not be things that I could get done in 10 minutes. I've been watching a lot of the show Chopped, which is cooking, which I know is a weird word to say in content like this. But you have all these professional chefs that work in busy kitchens, but when you give them a basket of ingredients and you tell them they have 20 minutes or 30 minutes to do something with it, it's just a different kind of pressure, even though they've been chefs for years, busy, creating multiple dishes at once, and now they only have to create one. And they often get caught up by getting it all done in the time limit. I don't know if that gap between the cut the 911 call, if that's what happened, is enough for them to go and clean things up. But what if they started to clean up the area before the first attempted 911 call? So what if this happened earlier? And I really think the state should have given us some type of like digital timestamp evidence. Put a witness on here that's going to talk about, well, we know the exact time that Joseph Ryan pulled up. Like, I wish they gave us some type of anchor on the time frame to narrow down the time window, because then I wouldn't even be having these questions. Maybe the answers to those questions don't look good for the state's theory. I don't know. But, like, and do we get to see Brendan's shirt? I also want to see Brendan's shirt. We saw the jacket. We got to talk about the jeans. But where's this shirt? Because if he's supposed to be on top of Christine, and that shirt, the collar doesn't look bloody, did he go change his shirt? Was he like shirtless when this went down and then washed himself off and then puts on a shirt for the first time? Then where's the shirt that he switched? Like, there's stuff that's just very confusing about it. So I don't know. So I think, again, for me, it's like all or nothing. Either the two of them genuinely thought that there was like an intruder in the house and it was too late, or the two of them planned out this heinous crime. And then it really doesn't help that they moved into the same bedroom together. That just looks like two individuals that didn't give an F about Christine.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So Joe's clothes was the Backstreet Boys and the Izod jeans. Brendan's was, we saw the mannequin with the jacket over you saw the white collar sticking out, and then the Levi jeans.
That's not the word. That's the dialogue. So this. So I should take a picture.
Would you wear a Backstreet Boys shirt to murder somebody? Are we just going to ask all the questions? I wouldn't want to ruin that shirt.
The timestamps on the calls.
All right, they're whispering about timestamps on the calls. Maybe they're going to give us some time. Let's listen.
So this. So I just took a picture of his home screen, or like of the call screen. Because it's just to show the timestamps on the calls. I don't know if she's gonna like the password. I don't think she should, because I don't want them to then like shit. Yes, try. Right. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Your next question?
Thank you. So I'm going to go back for just 1 second. We left one out. Detective Leach, I'm going to have you look at Commonwealth's 151. I would offer this into evidence if it has not yet been.
It is in evidence.
All right, wonderful. If that can be published. Detective Leach, this is, to back you up just a little bit, we're back on Joe's jeans. We've zoomed in here. You were talking about what specifically was sent to DLI.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain again what we see here and what you asked DLI to test and why?
DLI would be the zipper region in the area of the waistband around the buttons, the button and the buttonhole, and to the sides of them.
Okay, when you say the zipper, are you talking about the tines on the zipper or the pull?
So these are Joseph's pants.
whole
that I
area
said.
now.
The whole area,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And why did you send that to DLI to be tested? Not
Yeah.
why DLI, but why did you send that to be tested?
Because of the way the pants were positioned on the body, to me, when we got there, the pants, you saw in the one photo how the pants were undone and down a little bit in the front. When we rolled Mr. Ryan's body to place him into the body bag, we found that his pants in the back were caught up on his butt, so it was caught up underneath his butt cheeks. And so to me, I didn't know if someone might have tried to manipulate the pants. I don't know. So
Okay.
my job is to find the answers.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, give me just one moment. This time Commonwealth would offer 152, 153, and 154 into evidence.
And no objection, correct? All right. 152, 153, and 154 in evidence. Thank you.
All right, so, to your knowledge, was surveillance video collected from the McDonald's restaurant located at 2475 Centerville
Yes, we have
Road
McDonald's
in
video.
Herndon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see that pictured here on this
Oh, and there's a Chuck E.
fantastic
Cheese?
Google map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's labeled on the map, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you aware of the distance of this McDonald's from the Banfield's home?
From the Banfield's home, there's a couple of different ways to get there, but they're all probably under 3 miles.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, I'm going to move to stipulated video clip 153, Commonwealth's 153. All right, this is the vantage point from the McDonald's drive-thru. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this car creeping in here, that's Mr. Banfield's car, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the timestamp on this video, to your understanding, is that the correct time, 7:18 a.m. on December 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we just saw his car leave the drive-thru, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and that's his car returning to the drive-thru, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonder if he got a soda. Always got to get a pre-murder soda. Or I guess post-murder for a lot of the cases that we watch. Oh, the crow just flew by. That's kind of ominous. Okay, actually, there's a lot. What is it? A gaggle of crows? Is that what it's called? What's the plural? A murder of crows. Oh, geez. Duh.
Okay, we've changed camera angles and we now see Mr. Banfield's car here pulling up to the ordering area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The whole chat. Now, if he just parked, see, if you really want an alibi, you can't just go park there. You've got to connect to the Wi-Fi. You've got to be on camera. You've got to get a receipt. You got to make a purchase. Look how much I can prove that I was somewhere else.
All right, and changing angles again. We're at the pay window. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right. It's kind of, and you can get trapped here. My nightmare is getting trapped in a drive-through. You've got to, like, if you want to escape, you've got to drive down this little, it's kind of a steep hill, I'd say, for a car. You could, maybe it's the angle.
And we've changed angles now to the receiving window and exit area. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on. I think 749 was the first call. Let me get that
And
for
that was
you.
a Honda Ridgeline. Now we have Mr. Banfield's car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're going to have to figure out if there's any drift on the video timestamp. But maybe this McDonald's video like always has their
Okay.
time synced.
So from this vantage, if you look in the top left, we see his car pulling out straight from the McDonald's drive-thru.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to take you back for just 1 second to our map. And I'm putting my cursor here over the drive-through pickup area. Is that your understanding of its location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we saw his vehicle exit in the direction of my cursor. Is that right? Just pulling straight out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now Commonwealth's 1:53. Our timestamp has moved on to 7:29, so it's been approximately 8 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see him,
154.
I'm sorry, 1:54, and we see him pulling into a parking spot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's Mr. Banfield getting out of his car.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is he also going in?
Okay, we've changed angles and we see him going into, do you understand that to be the bathroom of the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, he's
Okay, and that's at about
a quick nervous piss,
7:29
maybe?
and 30 seconds-ish. And so I'm gonna try to move this on a little bit.
All right, so this is now 7:29 according to this video, and I don't know if there's going to be any time drift. 7:30.
We're gonna go to 7:30. Just kind of advancing it in 30-second increments. He's still in the bathroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But if this was the order, so the theory that he already would have killed
Somebody else has
Christine-
gone in the bathroom. Is that what that looked like? That wasn't him,
Yes.
right? Okay.
And that, oh, he's going here to wash his hands. That means he would have like taken his order from the drive-through window all crazy looking.
Okay, and someone's come out of the bathroom area. Still not Mr. Banfield.
He was in there 6 minutes. Maybe he has a nervous shit. The coffee hit quickly. Yeah, we're outside of P-visit territory at this point.
Okay, we've hit 7:37. So he's been in there for approximately 7 minutes at this point.
Hey,
Do we now see him exiting and on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And our camera angle shifts and we follow him still on his phone out to his car.
but he's not running. He's got some pep in the step, but if this was, see, if he was smart, he would have ran to his car because they could have just said, Juliana called me and there was an intruder and I panicked and I ran home.
And is it 7:37 and approximately 30 seconds that he's getting in his car still on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He's backing out.
And
And we see
then,
his vehicle leave the area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
and nobody
All right.
calls 911 either.
And again,
So,
this angle from the window, you see him drive off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then this angle, we see him head out onto the road, presumably towards home.
yeah, I think he is
And
walking
that's his
fast.
black Hyundai turning left in the left side of this video.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. Judge, if we can terminate the display for the moment.
McPoo is crazy.
All right. Did you have the opportunity, as the guy who keeps all of the evidence, to take possession of Brendan and Juliana's cell phones?
Yes, ma'am, later on in the investigation.
Okay. And do you have those here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to ask that these items be marked as Commonwealth's 232.
I'm going to pause because this is a critical thing that I'm curious about. Did they really both just get new phones right before this went down? And is there a justification for it? Like, hey, there was a great deal on the new iPhone and we had to trade in our old devices. Like, are we going to see any evidence from the old iClouds? The old devices? Did they really just coincidentally replace their phones? It wouldn't be kind of weird if, guys get new phones, but for everything else to be inaccessible?
For identification purposes, Brendan Banfield's cell phone. And item 233, again, for identification purposes, as Juliana Perez Magalhaes' cell phone. And if I can have those handed to the detective, please.
Ah, yes, positive masculinity. The Megan Jackson and Christopher Dontel saga. And he got a Pepsi during that, right? When he went to the Lowe's, he went to the hardware store, he got a Pepsi. Some Pepsi, some tarp.
They're already open. I have a charger. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, and so Taco Supreme had, it looked like 2 phone devices on the floor on the driver's side of the car. So, but he had his wallet with him when he went inside.
And Your Honor, I will note, I am going to ask him to turn them on so that we can look at the screens. We do not have a way to ensure that they do not make noise in the courtroom if someone were to try to
I
call
understand.
one of the numbers.
I understand.
Oh boy. The internet.
All right, so let's start with the Android, Mr. Banfield's phone.
Still charging, still powering up, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
It's still powering up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay, ma'am,
hear
it's
the
up.
The car
Alright,
warranty
So if we
call.
take a look at 232, Your Honor, I'd like to put it on the projector, if I may, please.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yay, we get to see it.
Are you still want it to the witness, or are you going to admit it into evidence this time?
I am not going to admit the phone into evidence. Judge, I'd like to have the jury be given the opportunity to look at it, and then I have still photographs taken of each of the screens that I will offer into evidence as 232 A, B, C, D, E, and F.
If it's not in evidence, the jury can't look at it.
I was under the impression that the court would not want the object with its password given to the jury to be able to manipulate for themselves, and so we have photographs of the screens. I can
I mean, you
simply
can enter
show those
evidence.
photographs if there is no objection to moving directly to those items.
Is there any objection just to moving to the photographs?
I've seen you, so I don't.
Okay, no objection.
Makes
Okay,
it
let's
easy.
just do that
Thank
then.
you.
Yay.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell.
We get to see screenshots.
So then we are not going to display it. We are simply going to move to the photographs.
We're going to the photographs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry
Dr.
for the
Johnson.
confusion.
That's okay.
Do we not?
Thank you, ma'am.
I may have the court's indulgence to pull up
Yes,
the
that's
pictures.
fine.
All right. So Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit Commonwealth's 232A, a photograph of Brendan Banfield's phone screen call log.
No objection? No objection to our 232A.
All right, and if I can have that displayed to the witness,
Yes.
the jury, and the gallery. All right, Detective Leach, when you turned on the phone and worked your way over to the call log, is this what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we can note that it has a record of calls from, at the top, I see February 24th, and then timestamps for each of the received or outgoing
Alrighty.
calls. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see an incoming call from Juliana at 7:37 a.m.
Yes.
We see an outgoing call twice to Christine Banfield at 7:38 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then within the same minute, another outgoing call to Juliana.
Yes.
And then again at 7:42, two more outgoing calls to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after that, it looks like just missed calls
Yes.
during times that we know Mr. Banfield to be interacting with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, if we can terminate, I'll then move to 232B,
Okay.
although somehow the picture is marked A. This is B, despite its title. All right. If we can then offer into evidence Commonwealth's 233, it is 233A.
So not 232B?
Nope, it is 233A.
Okay, 233A.
Yep, 232 being Mr. Banfield's phone, 233 being Juliana Perez Magalhaes' phone.
But 233A.
233A, all right, and if everyone can take a look at this. All right, Detective Leach, is this the call log that shows up when you turn on Juliana's phone?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay, and we can see a handful of calls that occurred on the 24th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commonwealth would next offer 233B into evidence.
Any objection to 233B? All right, 233B in
Okay,
evidence.
so here's 233B. We have an outgoing call at 7:36 a.m. that lasted for 5 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To a contact identified as Christine.
Yes.
Okay. Then 233C would be offered into evidence?
You already had 233B is in evidence.
C, I'm
C,
sorry,
all right.
233C.
Okay.
Any objection? Mr. Carroll? I'm going to move, I'm sorry? No, I'm about to. Yeah. Are we still casting?
No.
Okay.
Any objection to 233C?
I'm just going to take a quick look
Okay,
at
sure.
it, Judge.
Yep.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no objection.
All right, 233C.
All right, and that can be displayed. All right, and this is a call record indicating calls at 7:37 a.m. for 19 seconds and 7:38 a.m. for 47 seconds as an incoming to a contact identified as Brendan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, the Commonwealth will now move to 233D
233D.
and offer that into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, no objection.
And if that could be shared. Detective Leach, this is an outgoing call from Juliana's phone to 911 at 7:47 that lasted 7 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay. And Commonwealth's 233E.
Any objection to 233E?
No, Your Honor.
All right, E in evidence.
Okay. This phone call shows a missed call from a 703-877-3038. Do you know that to be the 911 direct number or the exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a call from 911 back to Juliana's call that was missed according to the phone. Is that correct?
Going to the phone log,
According
yes,
to the
ma'am.
phone. Okay. I'll now move to Commonwealth's 233F.
Any objection to F?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 233F in evidence.
And I'd ask that be published. This is our last one, I promise.
Like, did that say 747?
This is a log of calls to 911. We have a canceled call at 7:48, a canceled call at 7:49, and then an 8-minute outgoing call from Juliana's phone at 8:02 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, I do not believe I have any additional questions for this witness.
Hold on, I want to see. I swear that one screen. Wait a minute, I was 747 missed call. Did they say this was supposed to be a 911, or did I hear that wrong?
877-3038. Do you know that to be the 911 direct number or the exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a call from 911 back to.
So why was 911 calling back at 7:47 a.m.? Yeah, but it's 7:47 a.m. and the first attempt at a call, we have a 7:48 canceled and a 7:49 canceled coming from Juliana to 911. So how is there a missed call coming in from 911 before? Yeah, so there's always been like Juliana is supposed to call 911, but then Brandon's like gestures to her to cut it off. And then 911 tries to call back because they just got a call and nobody was there. Nobody answers that call back. And then like over 10 minutes later, about 13 minutes later, 12 minutes later, at 8:02 a.m., Juliana calls back from her cell phone. And that's the 911 audio that we heard played on day one. But why does this say 7:47? So, yeah, but the first canceled call was 7:48. So how does Juliana's phone have a 7:47 missed call from 911? I don't know. I don't think I can answer that. Anyway, back to where we were. So in all the documents, initially at the beginning of the trial, they said the first call was 7:49, but on her phone, the first log is 7:48 a.m. was the first attempt from Juliana's phone. at least to 911. There were some other calls, obviously, going back and forth between Brendan, the McDonald's McPoo saga. All right, so there was also a call at 7:47, or before 7:47. Why wouldn't that show in the log? Okay, yeah, so the captions do say 7:47, 7 seconds. Why doesn't that appear?
That lasted 7 seconds, is that correct?
Yes,
Detective Leach, this is an outgoing
Why
call
doesn't that
from
all show
Juliana's
grouped
phone to
together?
911 at 7:47 that lasted 7 seconds, is that correct?
yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay. And Commonwealth's 2:30.
Okay, so that's the one we heard the silence played. Why do phones display that way? That's really stupid. Because if I pull my phone up and I look at like my history with a number, I have an Android, it just keeps going. It just shows all my history with that number to and fro.
You didn't display any 144 through 148.
If I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
Yeah, so maybe the display is interrupted because the call was
Judge,
in
I
between.
would withdraw the request for 144 through 148.
All right, so withdrawn 144 through 148.
We need Shannon Burgess.
Okay, now we're fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
cross-examination?
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, that's where my brain was going, that there was like a missing record from the phone, like
Sure.
someone tried to...
Just let me know.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Janet. Good, Janet.
Good morning, Detective Leach.
Good morning, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. And I think I'm just going to kind of go backwards from where we ended up with regard to the pictures, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
You raised, you actually decided, I believe, that DNA Labs International was going to be included in the examination of the zipper area and the pants area. And I think you had said something about it. They had tools that the DFS doesn't have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, were you the one who made the decision that DLI was where this was going to go?
I met with the state lab, and I was out at their facility, spoke with them, showed them what we had, and they actually recommended using the MVAC for that process.
Okay, and the MVAC is designed to pick up finer particles, is that right?
The MVAC is like a wet vac you would use in your house. It uses moisture in a vacuum, so it injects the moisture and sucks that moisture back up.
Okay.
And it's used for DNA collection.
And that's something that Fairfax County Police nor DFS has the ability to do?
Not at that time, we did not, no,
Is
sir.
that so that's the only reason why DLI would be brought in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then were their samples then, if you know, were they then analyzed by them or were they analyzed by DFS at that?
I would not know that, sir. That's for the examiners, the
Okay.
lab people, sir.
Okay. So in conjunction with DFS, you decided that this was a resource that we needed to kind of find the opportunity for and get them to do what the MVAC.
Yeah, we wanted an area process, and with the recommendation of the lab,
Okay.
we went through DLI.
Now, I didn't quite catch I guess you had suspicions because in the zipper region, it appeared that the pants were being opened the way they were left when you found them.
When we arrived on scene, as you saw through the photos, his pants were undone, the zipper was down, and the pants were pulled down slightly. And we were trying to determine why that was. And
And that was pulled down on the backside, so.
on the backside of the pants, if you're facing a person, it angled from the front down towards the back. And the back pants, the top of the jeans were underneath his buttocks.
Okay. And that caused significant enough concern that you had to go to that area?
It was an answer, I was trying to answer that question is why the pants were like that, and if they were, how who did it.
Okay. Now, item number 135. So just so it's clear for the jury, the picture's number is 135, but you were also talking about 123 when we were in the middle of that. That's actually the number for the sample that went to the Division of Forensic Science, correct?
Which item was 135?
It said, it was the one that you said the
123 was a
graphs told
packet.
you to go and get.
The graphs.
Graphs.
Yes.
And so that would have been relating to the genes of Joe Ryan, I believe.
There's the
Do you
genes of
mind?
the,
Sorry?
I think 135 I have is the genes of the defendant. But
Oh, I'm sorry, genes of Brendan Banfield.
If Your Honor wishes, I can.
did you want to see the picture?
Yes, I think
Okay,
the witness probably would be.
okay, that's fine.
Please.
This is the picture 135 that you were discussing?
Yes, sir, that was a stain on Mr. Banfield's pants.
And those circled stains, you're saying on the back of the pants?
That's on the front leg, front right
Okay,
leg.
front right leg,
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. And so, had these pants already been sent to the Department of Forensic Science prior to this submission?
No, sir.
Okay, so these were left until such time as the graph said, we need to know what that is.
Yes.
Okay, and and so they went ahead and you sent that to the Division of Forensic Science and then it was analyzed?
Yes, they requested me to take and submit it to the state lab. I contacted the state lab, explained the situation to them, and they were willing to accept them.
Okay, are you the one who decides, as a general rule, what's getting tested, or is it the lab that decides what's going to get tested?
It will be the lab, sir.
Okay, and in this situation, had you made, prior to getting the guidance from the graphs, had you made the decision that this was not something that you wanted to get tested?
It's not that I didn't want to get it tested, sir. As we progressed through the investigation, new evidence, new questions come about, and we try to answer those. And so when we got to the pants, this question came up,
Okay.
and I said I thought it was a good suggestion, and we submitted it.
And so, what time in the timeline of getting to today, when was that sent on to the lab? Do you know?
That was, I'd have to refer to my notes to give you an exact date on that one,
Do you
sir.
have access to those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me.
According to the request for laboratory examination, I submitted them to the state lab on 5/15/2024.
5/15/2024. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were there any detectives involved in the decision in that situation, other than yourself?
My supervisors were aware, the homicide detectives were,
Okay.
and it was a discussion.
Who was your lead in the homicide section at that point?
Lead homicide detective,
Yeah, who were you keeping informed?
at that time would have been Detective Goodell.
Detective Goodell?
Yes.
Okay. Had Detective Bryant already left at that point?
Yes, Detective Bryan and Detective Goodell were basically team working it.
Okay, okay, gotcha. Now, I had a couple of other questions. So just to kind of go a little further into it, the state, when you bring a pile of evidence there, the state lab's going to determine what they're willing to test, correct?
We don't bring the evidence to them initially, no, sir.
So you have a discussion with them and say, this is the evidence we have, we're thinking about bringing it to you?
Yes.
And then the discussion occurs?
We go, like on this particular case, We went out there, met with them, myself, homicide detective. We discuss what we have, we show them what we have. We seek any suggestions or thoughts from them. We tell them what we would like to submit, and then they will go through that, and then they'll let us know what they will accept.
Okay, so they're the final authority.
Yes, sir.
And so if something hasn't been tested that you might have wanted, they explain to you why that wasn't going to happen and it didn't get tested.
They have their reasons, sir.
Okay.
I can't speak for them.
And so if someone who wasn't privy to that conversation, the only way we can know that they've asserted their authority is that something wasn't tested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just have a couple of questions regarding some of the other things that you've testified to. Bear with me. Now, did you take into account the injuries of the people as you found out in the investigation as to some of these stains that you observed?
Could you clarify that question, sir?
Did you take into account the injuries of the two people who were injured and were contributors to blood stains and blood spatter and things like that?
On this case, yes, sir. It was because we had two people with wounds and injuries.
Okay.
And that was Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan.
Now, when you look at the initial body camera, I think it might have been Officer Baumler's. Did you look at that?
I looked at several body-worn cameras, sir.
So the first one in into the room.
The very first officer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that, along with what we've heard in the 911, you've heard that too, correct?
I didn't listen to the tape, sir.
Okay. Christine Banfield was on her side was asked to do that by the 911 operator before first responders came. Would that account for the larger and deeper blood stains that you've described that were near the bed area where you say it was her?
Well, she was found on body-worn camera away from the bed on her left side facing the bathroom with her head closest to that tall dresser.
Right, and did you know that she was rolled over?
Once I saw the body-worn camera.
Okay. The carpet area near Christine's body that you've identified, it's a large stain that you've talked about.
Yes.
Was that tested for blood?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's what you were talking about, was soaked all the way through?
That was soaked only, the stain closest to the bed, sir,
Yeah.
was the one that soaked all the way through the pad down to the subfloor, had the larger stain on the subfloor.
Okay.
The one where Christine was found, it did soak through, but not as much of volume, and the stain that was on the wood of the subfloor was significantly smaller than the original stain on the top of the carpet.
So they really never swabbed
Okay.
that second
And was
one?
the significant stain larger?
Do you remember when I was confused? When I think the exhibit numbers were like 142, 143, like it was a 2 and 3, or so, it was like back-to-back numbers, or 43 and 42. And I was like, he's going above the scale, he's going below the scale. They only tested the one large, there were two large spots underneath, and they only test the one?
Than the other stain, was that tested?
No, sir.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, so the stain, as you looked at the picture that you observed today, the larger stain that went through to the subfloor was the one next to the corner of the bed?
Yes.
Do you want to see that picture, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
111, I believe.
Let me,
I'll have to pull up 111.
I swear I thought like the description of that was like hard to follow when they were talking about it.
Okay, there we go.
Just Carroll, the picture on the screen if you want to.
yes. So I'm looking at the picture in the same direction you're looking.
Yes,
The
sir.
one that just so I'm correct, the one that you indicated had the larger stains that went all the way to the floorboard was the stain near the bedpost of the bed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the one that you've testified was not tested.
To make it a little simpler, in my notes, that stain that you're looking at, I designated as bloodstain 1. Bloodstain 2 is going to be the one closer to the dresser.
Yes.
Bloodstain 1 and bloodstain 2, neither were sent to the lab for processing.
Okay. And so we're not sure who the contributor of that blood on bloodstain 1 and bloodstain 2 is.
Hey, Keisha.
No, sir,
We don't have any confirmation through DFS.
we don't have DNA forensic, but we have body worn camera showing her body position.
Okay. Now, do you know where Mr. Ryan, Joe Ryan, was located in the room when he was shot, based upon your
No, sir.
examination?
No, sir. I know where his body was at when it fell.
Okay. And that was the one near the dog bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible if he was, Mr. Ryan was shot at the foot of the bed, which is where those stains are, that the blood would be in the same area?
If that's where he was shot, it could be, yes, sir.
Okay. But there's no way of knowing that?
No, sir.
Okay. If, if Joe's, Ryan's blood was on the carpet in the area that we've just talked about, and an object was placed on that carpet, could, depending on whose blood it is, could that blood
Good question,
transfer to
Cassie.
any item that was put on that area?
Could you clarify? No, it didn't, sir. If you could clarify, please.
So if an object was put in this area where we have the two blood stains, we
Yes,
don't
sir.
have to say who they are because we don't know. But if there was an object that was put there, could that, those blood stains with the magnitude of them, could that transfer to whatever object that is?
So what you're asking, sir, if I'm clear, is if an object is put down in one of those blood stains that's picked up and then moved and put into another location, could it transfer those blood?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
possible, sir.
Do you have, in terms of your, I know you only have a limited kind of focus in this case, but do you have any idea whether my client is a right-handed shooter or a left-handed shooter?
He writes weird.
When I documented his property that was brought to me from that was collected at the hospital, he had his holster on the right side and was a right-hand draw holster.
And that would indicate he's a right-handed shooter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh,
And when you saw in the, when the original responders arrived, isn't it true that he was tending to Christine down on his knees, and you would have, the original first responders were coming to him from his right side, correct?
As they approached into the room, that would be correct, sir.
Okay.
Because he was on his knees facing the bathroom. So as they approach, they would approach Christine's feet, and as they would move upward, it'd be to his right.
Okay. And at that point in the, I strike that. Brendan's gun had blood on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there any way in your investigation to know where that blood came from?
No, sir.
If it had been sitting in that large and deep blood stain that we just talked about, could that have transferred to the gun?
That's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Was the blood on the gun tested?
No, sir.
what?
Okay. Was that an issue that
fought
was
over?
of concern to Fairfax County Police, or was it up to the lab to not test it?
Objection
Oh.
calls for speculation, given that phrasing of the question.
Panic.
Also state, if you want to rephrase your question,
Okay.
Mr. Carroll.
Who made the decision as to testing that particular item for blood?
It came to the state lab, sir.
Okay.
The lab didn't
So it
test
was
it.
submitted to the state lab? Was there a request
Prosecution
from
didn't
Fairfax
ask.
County Police? Or is it just after talking to the state lab, they said, we're not going to do that?
The excuse me, the gun was originally sent to the state lab for firearms. And part of the policies is as my understanding with the state lab is, once a weapon goes through firearms testing, they will not do the DNA testing on it.
And would that be because it was contaminated?
This contamination issues is my understanding. Again, sir, that's my understanding. The lab personnel would be the best that's their field of expertise.
Okay. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your field of expertise. And so, did this particular gun, before it was sent on to firearms, was it tested for hair or fibers or anything like that?
It was all done by visual, sir.
Okay.
I took the weapon and I documented and looked at it.
There was fiber
And
on
did you see any hair or fibers
No, sir.
on the gun?
Not just the blood stain, sir.
Okay.
Is that the second gun? We looked the picture that looks like it had the flashlight on it, that firearm. All right, we're gonna have to jump back, but let me see if I can pull this up real big. Are they talking about the other gun right now? Because the one had an obvious hair, like maybe the dog hair or the fiber. We'll see what they say. We'll see which gun it was. But one of the pictures had a fiber hair thing going on because it was grossing me out with the blood.
Now, did you encounter carpet fiber in your crime scene?
We encountered carpet fiber and dog hair.
Carpet fiber and dog hair?
Yes, sir.
And were they analyzed to say, oh, this is carbon fiber and this is dog hair, or just eyeballed it?
I'm using your term, I eyeballed it. I observed it, looked at it, and documented it, and it was discussed with the lab.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting, I'm not trying to be
No,
quippy with eyeballing, just you observed it. And obviously there's a dog bed there, so that probably is not a bad conclusion, but we really don't know what's fiber and what's dog hair.
no, sir.
Okay.
I think the testing of the gun is an issue. They sent it to the lab where they would test for like ballistic stuff.
Now,
Rather than, so I think the issue with this gun testing is the decision on where to send it first. And whoever had the custody, so the police department, or if the state made the call, depending on when this was sent along, they made the call to go like gunshot residue, look at what types of rounds could be fired through this, go examine the actual firearm. I think the issue was the decision-making point, where to send it first, which would mean it was law enforcement that messed this up, not the lab, because I think we've heard previous testimony that this lab doesn't do both types of tests. They don't do the DNA over at this lab. They just look at the firearms. And they were the first ones to get the firearm, and now they've already touched it. So I think lower down the chain messed this up.
the cell phones that we were just talking about, I think we saw the screenshots of them. So it would be Juliana's cell phone. Was there blood on Juliana's cell phone? Do you know?
I was not the original person who collected them, sir.
Okay. But it came to you guys.
The phones were, once they were collected by the detectives, went to computer forensics.
Okay. Gotcha. So you've never, other than just looking at what you saw today, you've never had the phone?
Just collecting the evidence. When I say collecting, the evidence, once computer forensics and everybody was done with it, it came to me, and then I would take it and add it into my inventory and then take it to the property room. So that, I think what you're asking is, did I ever physically open it up and go through them? No, I did not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if there's blood on there or not?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have any further questions,
All
Judge.
right, redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall? Yes.
They didn't do their
Is
lunch.
she subject to recall? Okay, so you're free to go. Thank you. Thank you, Kathryn. J. All right, your next witness? Could you turn your microphone on because I didn't quite hear the name?
Commonwealth would call Matthew Niederriter.
Thank you. Matthew Niederriter.
I don't think David did. Want me to take it with me? Okay.
I'm gonna have just a second to get it set back up.
I'll wait outside.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Can you vocalize your answer, please, sir?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just step right up. Make sure you speak clearly into the microphone.
I need to listen to how to spell his name.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you? Oh, afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Great.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Matthew Niederriter, Niederriter.
All right, thank you, Mr. Niederriter. What is it you do for a living?
I work at a window factory.
Oh, he's the window
And
install
I
guy.
sell windows and set up projects for people to do home improvements that has to do with windows and doors.
All right. I'm going to offer into evidence at this point in time Commonwealth's Exhibit 157.
Any objection to 157?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 157 in evidence.
And if I can have that displayed, please. Mr. Niederriter, I'm going to ask you to take a look as I scroll through these documents.
Thank you, Sheriff Chuck, for the 5 gifted. He just gave
recognize
5
these
soundproof
materials?
windows to the chat.
Yes, this is all information from my company that I work at, the window factory.
All right, wonderful. And does it talk about a triple pane glass window option?
Yes.
Tell us about triple pane glass. What does it do?
I sell a lot of windows, and most people are happy with a double pane product. That's very good for energy and such. And you can get regular glass where you can add to it sort of an energy coating that would make double pane windows very good and meet Energy Star type levels. When someone goes to a triple pane, that's another level, and that is a type of level where they're trying to do more than just protect the house from the sun.
What else does a triple pane window offer?
Most of the customers that I deal with that are looking in that direction are,
I'm going to ask you,
Oh, no.
just to answer the
No.
question, what does a triple pane window offer?
oh, it would make the product 30% better in energy savings and noise level.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to then ask the court to admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 158.
Any objection to 158?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 158 in evidence.
Mr. Niederriter, again, I'll ask you to take a look at the documents on your screen. Do you recognize these documents?
I hope this guy gets
Yeah, that
business
is
from
an
this.
invoice from our factory.
Okay, and as we scroll down, we see a number of windows were ordered on this invoice, is that correct?
Yes, a large amount of windows.
Okay, and was this for the Banfield home located at 13230 Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall when those windows were installed?
I believe they were ordered in August and installed sometime in December.
So
All right.
the au pair
Thank you
moved
very
in
much. I have no
August.
further questions of this witness. Do
Cross-examination?
you want me to leave the documents up?
Or they started their romantic relationship in
There's some,
August.
but nothing.
Maybe they just don't want people hearing him banging the au pair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Niederriter. My name is John Carroll. If I ask you any questions that you don't understand, please stop me and ask me to ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Understand? Okay. So you are a manufacturer of windows.
Yes, I work at a factory where we make our own products.
And what's your job?
I am in sales and project development.
Okay. And so in sales and project development, you're here testifying about this. I'm assuming you went out to the Banfield home?
Yes, I was there at least 3 times.
Okay. And this whole process started in early 22, correct?
Yes, approximately in end of January, early February of that year.
Okay. And so that would have been when you were first notified, or would that have been the factory was notified saying they're interested in looking at windows?
Yes, someone contacted the factory and said, I'd like a person to come out and give us a free quote.
And were you privy to that initial contact?
No, I was just told an address to go to.
So you don't know if it was Brendan Banfield or Christine Banfield?
I do not know that, yes.
Okay. And so the way it works with your factory is someone calls in and says, we're interested in windows.
Yes,
And then your job is to go out there and reduce, loss of heat by 30% or 50% or whatever it is that they want, correct?
yes, I frankly just asked them what is important to them, and then I just measure.
Okay, gotcha. And do you recall when you went out to the house?
Oh, yes,
And when was that?
late January of that year.
Okay,
So that's when the process starts,
Okay.
that's the first thing I do is go to the home.
gotcha. And
What?
then you go
Didn't he
there and, not to presume this, but you would measure all the windows that are going to be replaced?
Yeah, I have to walk the entire landscape of the house, in and out, and do a lot of measuring and counting.
Okay, and you did that?
Yes,
And this was a full window replacement on the house, correct?
when you say full, do you mean all the windows?
Yes.
Or do you mean, yes,
Okay. Okay, yeah, all the windows. And so how long would that take from the time that you first meet them to manufacture a full house worth of windows?
well, there's several stages, meaning that I just start with a quote.
Gotcha.
And then it goes from there. If somebody actually orders, then from deposit to install could be any time between 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay, gotcha. So if I understand you correctly, you go out and do the initial measurements, you give them the quote, then it's in their court to contact you.
Yes, we may follow up with, do you have any questions? Are you still interested?
Gotcha. And do you remember who you spoke with in any of those follow-ups or anything like that before the August order?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Nobody really contacted me until July.
Okay.
What?
Who was it who contacted you?
Brendan,
Brendan.
or the husband, I believe.
Okay. And did you meet him?
Oh, yes, of course.
Is this the person that you met?
Yes.
And you were aware that he was shopping it around with 7 other window places, correct?
Yes, they usually tell me that, hey, you're just one of many bidders. You know.
Okay. And in this instance, you knew that to be the case, correct?
Well, sometimes people say that, and that isn't the case, but I always expect that.
You were told that, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Okay. And this was this in January when you first came out and measured, that you found that out?
There was more communication in July.
Okay. Did you find out about other potential competitors in January when you came out to measure?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And so We're talking about triple pane glass, and you indicated there's a 30% energy reduction, and there's certainly a noise component to it, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so in January of 2022, he was talking to you about noise, correct?
no,
Okay. He told you you wanted triple pane, correct?
no.
Okay, so what was your quote that you based off of?
The initial quote was for the double pane energy glass window, a more of our standard
Okay,
style window.
and that was what you went out on January 2022 to sell him?
Yes, that's what I went out to quote, and I think they believe they got the quote like early February,
Okay, and that was, and that was, the quote was for double pane,
double pane.
and it was increased to triple pane.
Yes,
Okay. And when you were talking about the quotes, was there any discussion of the pathway of Dulles Airport going over their house?
no,
Okay. Was there any discussion of a fire house right next to their house? Anything like that?
no, not to my
So there
knowledge.
was no discussion about noise at all?
There was a discussion of what would be the benefits in July of if somebody got a triple pane window and the cost associated with it.
Okay, but the specific noise, was there any discussion about that?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I think
I
the
don't have any
window,
questions.
All right, redirect.
I think the window,
All right, is this witness subject to recall? Is this witness subject to? No.
No.
Okay, you're free to go, sir. Thank you. Have a good
window
day.
gate is a nothing burger to
Next
me
witness?
personally.
Judge, that would be Amy Shotwell.
Amy Shotwell.
Yeah, I think this is a nothing burger. Jinx, you owe me a soda. Hope he sells some windows, though. Get your business out there. Very competitive, it seems like.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Seems like a lab tech.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name and occupation for the court report?
Yes, Amy Shotwell. I work at Silver Eagle Group in Ashburn
All right. How long have you worked at Silver Eagle Group?
since 2012.
Okay, so taking you back to February 24th of 2023, in the 3 to 4 months preceding February, were you employed at Silver Eagle?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do there?
Okay.
I should.
I am a manager. I'm the responsible party on the business's federal firearms license and the custodian of records for that purpose.
All right, and so did you provide us with some records for
Yes.
this case? Okay, I'm going to ask the court to please admit Commonwealth's 159 into evidence.
Any objection to 159?
Very cool. Her last name is Shotwell, and this is what
Ms.
she
Shotwell,
does.
if you'll take a look at these documents, I'm going to scroll through them. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with number 1. What do we have here? A firearms transaction record. What does this tell us?
This is a federal form that is completed when a prospective purchaser of a firearm wants to take possession of it from a dealer. So it's a transaction between a dealer and an individual to purchase a firearm.
Okay. And looking here at page number 7, is that a continuation of that transaction record?
That is the background check that is used in conjunction with the federal form.
Okay. All right, and here on page 11, what do we have? Is this a record from your company?
This is a record from our check-in software at our front desk for customers who come in to use the range.
Okay, and so whose record is this?
Brendan Banfield.
Okay, and these check-in dates, are those the number of times that he appeared at your range?
Presumably.
Okay, and what do people do at your range? What
Shoot-
type of range is it?
Firearms shooting?
Okay,
Okay.
and we can see that he was present on October 29th and then again December 23rd, both in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is this document here?
That is the receipt of payment for a firearm in conjunction with the federal form that you first showed me.
Okay, so this is a purchase for a Glock 43X pistol, is that correct?
Yes.
And that purchase was made on what date?
January 28th, 2023.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right, and we have another visit detail. Who is this one tracking the visits of?
Juliana Perez.
Okay, and she appeared on those same dates as Mr. Banfield, is that correct? October 29th and December 23rd of 2022?
It appears so.
All right. In your search of your business records, did you come across any record indicating that Christine Banfield had used the firing range?
I did not.
Or any record that Christine Banfield had accompanied her husband to use the firing range?
I did not find a record under that name.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
I don't know. Do you think 2 visits to the gun range is enough to train someone to be your co-conspirator in a shoot-off? Because to me, that does sound like dates. I've gone to the shooting range twice with a partner, and we weren't killing anybody. And I would not feel comfortable thinking I could take a good shot at somebody with 2 visits to the gun range months apart. So, I don't know. I would expect a little bit more training. But,
Good afternoon, Ms. Shotwell.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Carroll. If I ask any questions you don't understand, just let me know, please.
Mr. Carroll, could you raise your microphone up a little bit? You're just a little taller than
Yes,
this.
yes.
Thank you.
Who's Samuel Hummel?
He was an employee at Silver Eagle Group on the date that the firearms transaction occurred.
Okay, and he's because it says on the one of the forms that you were just looking at and you identified that he was the firearm transferor, correct?
He was the representative of the business. So the business information is on one of the pages above his name as well. But yes, he was the employee who assisted.
And he's no longer there?
Correct. He's in Texas.
Okay, so the actual details of the firearm transaction, if my client were to say why he got it, anything like that, that wouldn't show in those records.
Why your client purchased a firearm?
Yeah,
There's
why,
no
or any sort
reason.
of discussion that went along with that.
There's none of that information included in that paperwork.
Gotcha. And the entrance, and I guess there's no exit, there's just entrance records. That just shows from a computer printout that these are the days that these people went there, correct?
Yes.
And in order to find out if somebody else had gone with them on a certain date, we'd have to tell you what name and then try to line them up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you were requested to get the records for Juliana Perez Magalhaes and my client, correct?
Yes.
And so that's why those actions connect up.
Yes.
Now, would you have any knowledge as to whether the new firearm that was purchased in the purchasing record was ever used by Brendan Banfield or Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No, I would not have that
There would be
information.
no information to that? Okay.
Correct.
would you have recognized my client?
No,
Okay, so you're just strictly the documents and these are the records and this is that. Okay.
correct.
Well, I won't ask any questions you're not going to have the answers for. So thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, redirect? All right, I assume she's not subject to recall?
She is not subject to
Okay.
recall.
You're
Thank
free-
you.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Judge, it's going to be, Douglas Gudakunst.
Okay.
We've got a Doug entering the building.
Do you have any? Okay, cool.
What if Juliana was asking for a firearm? Like, oh, I'd really like to make sure I can keep your daughter safe when I'm alone with her.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you first please state and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Douglas Gudakunst. That's Douglas. Gudakunst, Gudakunst.
Okay, that wasn't that bad.
And can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I'm a fingerprint specialist with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And are you assigned to any specific division within the police department?
Yes, our section is referred to as the Novaris.
Is Novaris an acronym?
Yes, it stands for the Northern Virginia Regional Identification System.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for Novaris?
It will be 8 years in February.
And has that entire period been within the employment of the Fairfax County Police Department at Novaris?
Yes,
And you examine more than fingerprints, correct?
also palm prints.
And what are the duties of a fingerprint examiner?
We are tasked with comparing fingerprints to known samples and known samples to known samples. So to sort of decide and make decisions whether or not the two fingerprints we're looking at originated from the same finger or palm.
And can you tell us about the training that you've received in the area of fingerprint examination and identification?
I have an undergraduate in forensic science from Mercyhurst University and a graduate degree from George Mason University in the same, as well as a large number of industry-specific training courses.
And during your career, can you estimate the number of fingerprint examinations and identifications that you have engaged in?
It's not something that we track. It is easily in the hundreds of thousands.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I am a member of the International Association for Identification.
And have you testified previously in court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
7, I believe, maybe 8,
And any of those times in Fairfax County?
all of them.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in any court in Virginia in the area of friction ridge examination and comparison, also known as fingerprint examination and comparison?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
7 or 8.
And at this point, Judge, I'd move to admit Mr. Gudakunst as an expert in the area of friction ridge examination and comparison, which is also known as fingerprint identification and examination.
All right, any objection, or you want to voir dire? All right, no objection, so moved. Thank you.
Can you describe for us what a latent print is?
A latent print is a reproduction of the ridges found on the surfaces of our hands, and also our feet, but primarily our hands. When you touch an item, you leave that reproduction behind but it's not readily visible. That's why it is latent. It needs to be processed in some way to be made readily visible.
And what does a fingerprint examiner do with a latent fingerprint?
In our office, we receive them already processed. We don't do the processing ourselves. So we receive latent fingerprint evidence from the police department. We assess them for quality. We can search them through different databases that we have access to of known fingerprints, and we can compare those fingerprints to the response list that we get, as well as compare them directly to requested subjects.
And are there any complexities in working with latent prints?
Yes, they can be very complex. They are not all automatically very good quality latent prints. When you touch something, it doesn't necessarily leave a latent print. It may. That latent print can be very small, very fragmented, very low quality, unable to visualize clearly, and different processing methods can also degrade those qualities and make them less helpful or useful.
And are there different levels of details to a fingerprint?
Yes, we classify the levels of detail that we look at in a tiered system 1, 2, and 3 in smaller and smaller granularity. Level 1 detail is an overall flow of the ridges, the pattern type. Level 2 detail is going to be independent ridge path, where we watch one particular ridge and we can see it doing a thing, either stopping or splitting. And then level 3 is going to be those even smaller than that. This ridge has a pore here, or is thick, or is thin, different characteristics on the very edge of the ridge. Those are level 3 detail.
And can you tell us what a known fingerprint is?
A known fingerprint is an intentionally recorded reproduction of the friction ridge skin on the hands, or sometimes the feet, that is taken intentionally and under controlled circumstances with traditionally ink. Modern days, most of them are done electronically, but still ink is occasionally used, where ink is applied to the hand, and then the hand is touched to the contrasting paper or the scanner with no ink. And then those are kept as a known sample of the friction ridge skin of that person.
And what do you do when you compare latent prints to known prints?
We have a process that we call ACE-V. So when we get a latent print, the first thing we do is assess or analyze that single print in isolation. Is it a fingerprint? Which way is towards the tip of the finger? What is the pattern type? How is it processed? How much detail do I see? And at that point, we usually make a decision. This is of value for comparison, or this is not of value of comparison, or it may be a limited value for comparison. Once we've assessed that print and analyzed it, we then do a side-by-side comparison. That is the C in the ACE-V, where we look for similarities and differences. We note how similar or how different the spatial relationship between this branch of a ridge is 3 ridges away from that branch of a ridge, and they're all working as a constellation together. After we've completed our comparison side by side, we weigh the information that we've discovered in that whole process. We evaluate it, E in ACE-V, and we make a decision. Those decisions are 3 types, either an identification, and that the 2 fingerprints did originate from the same source, an exclusion, where those 2 fingerprints did not originate from the same source, or an inconclusive, where we aren't able to make either of those determinations for many reasons. Then that process, those cases are given to another qualified fingerprint examiner who verifies it, the V, which is the same process that is ACE. So it's really ACE-ACE with 2 different people, so ACE-V.
And in this case, did you receive latent prints during the investigation?
Yes, I did.
How many of those latent prints were suitable for comparison?
In the initial submission, there was multiple versions of a single latent print that were suitable for comparison.
And in this case, did you obtain known prints?
Yes, I did.
How many sets of known prints did you obtain?
I obtained 4 sets of known prints.
And Did you obtain prints from Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And where and when did you obtain their prints?
I obtained them at the medical examiner's office on, I believe it was February the 28th.
And how did you obtain their prints?
I went to the medical examiner's office and I used ink and paper to collect the known prints.
And the known prints, did you obtain known prints from Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães?
Yes,
And where and when did you obtain their prints?
I obtained those at the Fairfax County Public Safety Headquarters on March the 2nd,
And how did you obtain their prints?
also with ink and paper.
Did you compare the latent print in this case to the known prints of Christine Banfield, Juliana Perez Magalhães, Joseph Ryan, and Brendan Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And after comparing these items, did you draw any conclusions?
Yes, I did.
With regard to Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães, what did you conclude?
That the single latent print in this case that I looked at for this was not from either of those hands.
And with regard to Joseph Ryan and Brendan Banfield, what did you conclude?
It was inconclusive to a single finger from each of those people.
And the print that you,
Well-
the latent print that you were asked to compare to the known prints, where did that come from?
The item that I received is a CD with digital images on it. The digital images were titled knife and then number dash number. So this was, the one I used was knife 3-3.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll is going to have some
All right,
questions.
cross-examination. Cross-examination.
Yeah. It didn't seem like they had stuff that was very good for them. By the way, they were asking them to explain inconclusive and how things can get messed up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gudakunst.
Good afternoon.
The known fingerprints that you received from my client was on March 2nd, 2024, correct?
I believe so.
I think that's what you just said.
Which, I don't remember if it was 24 or 23. I'd have to check the card.
I'm sorry, 23.
That makes more sense.
Okay, and you were there, my client was there, and he basically gave you access to his hands, and you took it down on a print card, correct?
More or less, yes,
So
that's correct.
the ink and the pad, and then you put it onto an actual print card or something that you work with?
Yes,
Okay, and so you had an opportunity to meet him at that time, correct?
yes, I did.
Okay, and was there any difficulty in getting that print from him?
No.
Okay. Now, specifically regarding the three, I guess, characterizations. I guess number one you said was a known match. What was the first?
For the conclusions, you mean?
Yes, yes.
So we have three conclusions. One of them is called an identification. which is,
Identification,
and the other is an exclusion, and then an inconclusive, which is neither of those.
Okay, and you indicated there's numerous reasons for that, correct?
Yes.
Now, so is there other than the fact that your test was inconclusive, are there other, is there anything else to draw from that other than that particular determination is that it's inconclusive?
No.
Okay, so there's no inference one way or another?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you did fingerprint analysis on other items of investigatory material in this case, correct?
There were additional fingerprints that were submitted to me, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that if they seek a fingerprint match or the opportunity to see if it's been identified, they would do something to get the evidence to you in order to have the known print or the latent print?
I'm not following, I'm sorry.
So for example, if there was like a safe that they wanted to check fingerprints on, would you go to the crime scene lab and get something to see, something so that you could have a latent print? I'm just asking because you had said that you went to crime scene, or you went to wherever.
I went to the medical examiner's office.
Okay, the medical examiner. If there was pieces of evidence where you were asked to get fingerprints for, would you go to the crime scene to get, if in fact something was there at crime scene?
No, that would fall under someone else's responsibility.
Okay, so you wouldn't be the one who did that, just in terms of the medical examiner, you would go to them?
Correct, yeah, in this case, I went to collect the fingerprints from the
Okay.
decedents.
So it would be incumbent on the Fairfax County Police to find the latent, put the latent into a form in which you could work with, and then you would then analyze it to determine what it was you needed in order to identify it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever anything done relating to any cell phones in this case?
I don't recall ever receiving any latents from a cell phone in this case.
Okay. Were you asked to do any sort of fingerprint examination on any laptops in this case?
No.
All the things the states didn't look at.
What about a gun safe? Were you asked to do that by anyone in forensic science?
No, not in this case.
Okay. Now, were you asked to do an analysis of prints on a letter that was
Objection.
received?
Oh,
What's the objection?
Judge, this goes beyond the scope of direct.
no, it's what you
and
did testing
assumes
on.
facts that are not in evidence.
Overruled, go ahead.
Were you asked to examine a letter as part of an investigation that would have started in around June of 2025?
Yes, I was provided with some
Is this the BDSM
processed
letter?
letters that did exhibit friction ridge marks.
Okay. And so there were marks on there, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any of those marks, or were you waiting for further from the Fairfax County Police?
I was waiting for additional known exemplars from the people that are known to have touched the letter before I continued the examination.
Okay. And did you ever receive those things?
I did not.
Okay. And so is that investigatory request just not done?
I made it known that I needed the exemplars to continue several times. I was never scheduled to go and get them.
Now, you and I talked or had an opportunity to have a phone meeting sometime in November, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember if it was November, but I remember talking with you on the
Okay,
phone.
and that was a follow-up for one that we were supposed to have in October that I was in a trial and I couldn't get
That
to.
sounds correct, yes.
Okay. When was the last time you heard from the detective from the Fairfax County Police regarding this particular item that needed to be examined prior to our meetings?
I reached out a couple of times. It was prior to your meetings. I don't recall the last one. I did speak with him afterwards as well.
Okay.
So after that time.
Would that have been in this year or in the last,
It would have been last year.
okay, would it have been around the October timeframe that we were talking?
No, because it would have been after I actually spoke with you, which
Okay.
was in November, I would think.
And did anything else get done?
Not by me.
Were you provided anything by the Fairfax County Police?
I was not.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Redirect?
Letter. Panic. Panic.
And the exemplars that you were waiting for before you continued any examination of this letter, you were waiting for those exemplars from Mr. Carroll's office staff, isn't that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you've never been given them?
No.
Thank you.
Oh,
Is this witness subject to recall?
recross.
Nope, that's, okay. Is witness subject to recall?
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Is he subject to recall? Is a possibility, okay. Since you might be subject to recall, I just want to remind you not to discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still under the rule for witnesses, okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, thank you. You're free to go for today,
So
though.
no recross, but that letter, what is that letter?
Good time.
So outside of court, and let me just read the message as I got it, and they might go to lunch, but we'll catch up either way. Let's see. All right, so this is from Michelle. This is from Coco, the dog. So Coco the dog is the YouTube name. But over on X, she said, I just learned this morning about the anonymous letter sent to prosecutor's office claiming they were the sole confidant who knew about Christine's secret, quote, fetishes. That basically confirmed Brendan's story. Every day it's a new WTF moment for me and this crazy case. So with that in mind, is this the weird letter that there's all this hullabaloo about? What is going on with this letter? Because if this is the same letter, if what Michelle is hearing, if what Coco's hearing, if this is the same letter being discussed here, wouldn't that make a lot of sense why the prosecutor launched up the way she did? If you ask me, I think that would make a lot of sense. So what else is new? Another new crazy layer in this case. Mavhawk says, I love this case so much. Like, what are we doing? What is going on? So there's that. This guy's subject to recall, presumably because recross wasn't allowed here. Yeah, got the puzzle. And again, Sheriff Chuck had said earlier, that objection brought the attention all the way to, what is this letter? What is this letter? So here we go. And very Blue's Clues here. Let's see if they're going to go to lunch, and then we'll talk, and we'll watch some more body cam footage as well from
Ladies and
former
gentlemen,
prosecutor.
we'll go ahead
He's
and
got a
take
little
our lunch
briefcase.
break then until 2 o'clock. Again, just don't do any outside research, and please don't discuss this case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
I think the fingerprints to show that it wasn't like one of the parties that wrote it, or like a family member trying to save one of them. Postmarked from New York. Huh. Yeah, we could re-listen. Want to re-listen to that whole bit, you guys? Cross through the redirect? Let's let them clear out and we'll go back because we have an hour here.
All right, so 2 o'clock then, or anything else we need to discuss? We're good for 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, Mr. Carroll? All right, 2 o'clock, thank you.
All rise.
All right, and in the broader scheme, like with that witness, and we were talking about it in the chat, it seemed like the way with direct that we warmed up this witness, asked questions, went through the background. What do you do? What is the processing like? What are the things that could go wrong? Those are normal questions to ask, but this prosecutor did seem to be asking like 1,100 questions about, it's normal for things to be inconclusive, right? It's normal, right? It's fine. It's sometimes you can't get the bad guy, even if you know it's the bad guy. That to me was the vibe she was giving off. And then we find out that they test this knife, and it's not like it was cleaned off. There was enough for them to try to test, but it was inconclusive what it actually was, which, that it's definitely not helpful for the state who has the burden of proof here. But I would say it's also, it's not helpful to the defense in the sense that, are there markings that it's mostly Joseph Ryan and only Joseph Ryan that was using this knife? That could have been very helpful to the defense, because the theory, again, is that Christine was stabbed, and Juliana says that Brendan Banfield was on top of Christine on the bed, stabbing her in the neck, which I don't get how that matches what the stains on the sheets were compared to how much there was pooled on the floor. I don't know. Also, taking another step back, talking about all these things that they didn't test. And again, the defense, the cross-examination, was a little bit of rough, bumpy questioning, and we're going to re-listen to his cross of the fingerprint guy. But the idea that it's the state's decision what to send and what to request for testing. Same issue. They didn't request with the previous witness. They didn't send a lot of things over. They made this big misstep, I think, with sending the firearms off to where they would examine stuff about the firearm itself instead of swabbing and testing the blood on the gun first. That's weird. That's weird. And then with this guy, well, there's all these other things, but the state never asked you to look at the laptop, never asked you to look at the gun safe. Like, but those are critical pieces of the story that they're presenting to the jury, that Juliana and Brendan together would go on Christine's laptop. They went into the safe to get the guns ahead of time. Was Juliana's prints on that gun safe? Did she have access to these guns? Why did she have the gun that day? So, I don't know. If there wasn't some like odd affair going on, and if they didn't have Juliana agreeing to testify, I really don't think this would look that good for the state, other than that the idea that the state, for whatever reason, didn't think Joseph Ryan was the perpetrator. And the jury would have to get around the question of why are we here. This really is showing me why Juliana's testimony and cooperation is so critical to this case. If we couldn't guess by the sweetheart deal that she was offered. But yeah. So let's run it back. I mean, he wasn't on the stand that long, so I think this will be nice. We'll watch. I'll speed it up to like 1.25 so it's not as slow and bumbling. But we'll run that back. Let's see if we get letters. Letters is coming in here. All right.
Okay. What about a gun safe? Were you asked to do that by anyone in forensic science?
No, not in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you asked to do an analysis of prints on a letter? That was
Objection.
received?
Judge,
Can someone edit like a whack-a-mole with 5 of her heads?
An analysis of prints on a letter? That was
Objection.
received?
What's the objection?
Judge, this goes beyond the scope of direct and assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Oh, overruled, go ahead.
Were you asked to examine a letter as part of an investigation that
A letter.
would have started in around June of 2025?
Yes, I was provided with some processed letters that did exhibit friction ridge marks.
Okay. And so there were marks on there, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any of those marks, or were you waiting for further from the Fairfax County Police?
I was waiting for additional known exemplars from the people that are known to have touched the letter before I continued the examination.
Okay. And did you ever receive those things?
I did not.
Okay. And so is that investigatory request just not done?
I made it known that I needed the exemplars to continue several times. I was never scheduled to go and get them.
Now, you and I talked or had an opportunity to have a phone meeting sometime in November, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember if it was November, but I remember talking with
Okay,
him.
and that was a follow-up for one that we were supposed to have in October that I was in a trial and I couldn't get
That
to.
sounds correct, yes.
Okay. When was the last time you heard from the detective from the Fairfax County Police regarding this particular item that needed to be examined prior to our meetings?
I reached out a couple of times. It was prior to your meetings. I don't recall the last one. I did speak with him afterwards as well.
Okay.
So after that time.
Would that have been in this year or in the last?
It would have been last year.
Okay, would it have been around the October timeframe that we were talking?
No, because it would have been after I actually spoke with you, which
Okay.
was in November, I would think.
And did anything else get done?
Not by me.
Were you provided anything by the Fairfax County Police?
I was not.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Redirect?
And the exemplars that you were waiting for before you continued any examination of this letter, you were waiting for those exemplars from Mr. Carroll's office staff, isn't that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you've never been given them?
No.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? Not, nope, that's, okay. Is witness subject to recall?
What I think is interesting is the defense attorney's question was a letter. So I think you guys are like, good question. Defense attorney says a letter, June 2025. And then the verbiage we're getting is the letters, plural. So, I mean, Was there other correspondence? I do believe that there was some correspondence, but I would imagine that this is just people that spoke with the DA's office, the Commonwealth's team. And I think this is part of the reason, my personal opinion, on why Juliana was willing to flip suddenly in October and may have contributed to why she was so ill at the beginning of October. Eric Klingon, who we're going to continue watching the body cam video of him in a few minutes, he told the press right around the time that Juliana was going to take this plea, and this is already a month after they finally indict Brendan Banfield, that in recent weeks, some women had come forward and they were interviewing him, talking to them about their stories of, this isn't the first time that Brendan's had an affair, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, come on, if you were a detective, if you were with the Commonwealth, would you not go and tell these things to the person you're trying to get to flip? And then there's a, I think I screenshot it on my phone. Let me read it exactly as I saw it, or maybe I put it in the Discord. But that same article I was reading had a quote from Eric Klingon, said they were listening to the jail calls, the correspondence between Juliana and Brendan, now that they're both locked up. And let me pull up the article. Let's read this article quick, chat. So this was published October 3rd, 2024. So it's actually before she took the plea. So let's see. Expert blood stain pattern. Why does my screen look weird? Okay. Expert blood stain pattern and forensic analysis helped investigators pursue charges against a Virginia husband accused of killing his wife and another man at the married couple's Fairfax County home, prosecutors said during a bond hearing. Last month, a grand jury indicted Brendan Banfield on charges of aggravated murder in the February 2023 killings of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. At the time of his arrest, which occurred more than a year after the incident, Fairfax County Commonwealth Attorney Steve Descano said new information found in officials' investigation was instrumental in securing today's indictment, but he declined to elaborate further. During last week's bond hearing, Deputy Commonwealth Attorney Eric Klingon said police received in August 2 definitive reports from expert forensic investigators. So we're just months away from Juliana taking the plea, who spent more than a year reviewing evidence. Klingon said the reports were foundational in supporting prosecutors' theory that Ryan and Christine Banfield's bodies were moved and repositioned after they were fatally wounded. Klingon also said Ryan's arms were moved and smeared with the wife's blood. John F. Carroll, that's who we're seeing in court, Brendan's defense attorney, argued in court that Klingon's narrative of what happened was not evidence of the husband killing his wife. It just doesn't add up, Judge, Carroll said. And I'm not going to lie, I came into the stream like guns blazing, like, I think they pillow talked and did this together. And then the phone being downstairs is weird to me. But why is there no blood on the bed like that if Juliana says that's where Brendan starts stabbing Christine? There's some blood on the bed, but it's not at all what I would expect. At the end of the hearing, Fairfax County Chief Judge Penny Escarati denied Banfield's bail, requiring the defendant to remain in custody in the jail until his trial, which was scheduled for February at that time. The blood spatter evidence is one piece of official sprawling investigation into Banfield, and Juliana M's, the family au pairs, who was also charged with second-degree murder in Ryan's killing. Juliana was arrested last October and will face a trial this November. Authorities have said the killings were part of a larger scheme between Juliana and Brendan Banfield, whom officials allege had begun a romantic relationship in August of 2022. In the 6 months before the killings, Juliana and Banfield went on a trip to New York City together. And I think we heard that the daughter was with them. This is where I think the pillow talking was really ramping up. You're there, you could be your own little family if only Christine didn't exist. That's why I came into the stream like, dang. Klingon said, the prosecutor also said other women had informed detectives that Banfield participated in multiple extramarital affairs during his marriage. And here's a quote here from Eric Klingon. Multiple credible women confirmed this fact, including one in particular, who told them that during the course of her affair with this defendant a few years ago, He would constantly promise to leave his wife, Klingon said. Eventually, he told her it would be much easier for us if she was not around. On the day of the killings, authorities have said that Juliana called 911 at least 2 times within minutes, but authorities said she needed the calls before speaking with first responders. She ended the calls. More than 10 minutes later, authorities have said in court, Juliana called 911 a final time, these ads are killing me, and reported the emergency. Brendan Banfield then spoke on the phone and said he had shot a man because that man stabbed his wife. Authorities soon arrived at the Banfield's home in Herndon, Virginia, and found that Ryan had been fatally shot and Christine Banfield was suffering from stab wounds. She was taken to the hospital where she died. Klingon said following the killings, Juliana told authorities that she and Brendan Banfield left the house early that morning, leaving Christine Banfield home alone. Juliana said she and Brandon Banfield returned later that morning after the au pair saw Ryan, who she alleged was trespassing, entering the home. When Juliana and Brendan went inside, the two found Ryan holding a knife to Christine's throat. Juliana said to the detectives, she alleged Ryan stabbed Christine and Brendan Banfield, and that Brendan Banfield then shot Ryan. Juliana also told authorities that she shot Ryan once with a second firearm. During court hearings for Juliana, prosecutors questioned her account of events, arguing, oh my God, this is horrible, arguing that Ryan was not known to be violent. In court last week, Klingon said Ryan came to the house after matching with an online profile portrayed as Christine Banfield on a website for people interested in sexual fetishes. Authorities allege Ryan came to the house after messaging the profile's user on Telegram and scheduling a sexual rendezvous. Ryan told a friend... Oh, do I gotta press F9? Does that make it go away, or is that gonna shut it down? Ryan told a friend Christine's marriage was not entirely monogamous, adding that Brendan Banfield was aware of the extramarital activity of his wife, Klingon said. So, I don't know. But Ryan would only have said that if the profile that told him that, it might not be Christine that told him that, so who knows. F9. Oh my God, amazing. No, but it got rid of the article. But I'm going to try that on other websites. There's a reader-only mode that I usually go into. Let me open that up. But I started reading without doing it and then just kept going. So let's see. More actions. Immersive reader. Oh, there we go. This is so much better. All right, so. And we're at the end anyway. So in the 11 months, this is the kicker part for me. In the 11 months between Juliana's arrest and the indictment of Banfield, authorities said they monitored their phone conversations at the Fairfax County Jail. A few weeks ago, so this article we're looking at is October 3rd. Let me look back at the other article. October 3rd, 2024. So at the time of this writing, a few weeks before October 3rd, 2024, Klingon said Juliana and Banfield had a brief phone call in which Juliana said, quote, I hope you are not just staying with me because you are afraid I'm going to turn against you. And I don't know, when I read that I'm going to turn against you. That could be neutral, but it could also seem incriminating. Some people could look at that, a juror could look at the statement if this is introduced to them and say, well, if you didn't do anything, how could you turn against somebody? I would look at that as, you know, I'm going to throw you under the bus so I can go home. I don't think that's definitive to me. But this idea, I hope you're not just staying with me because you're afraid. She's worried about losing this relationship. We just heard Ryan Klingon, and he's associating this statement on the jail call with how they just got reports of these other affairs. I think the prosecutors told Juliana, well, there's other women that said he was having affairs and asking them to do the same thing. She got her feelings hurt, felt sick about it. So I think that's this worry right before she takes a plea. I think part of why she took a plea is she realized there would be no more her and Brendan. So that's how I came into the stream today, was fresh off reading this article. With that, though, let's continue. Speaking of Eric Klingon, let's get back to, we left off in the middle. We were at like 31:32 was our timestamp. Let me get to our playlist. Yeah, turn against him to say he was cheating. Yeah, and it hasn't come into court so far. Now, something like that I think would come into with an officer that would speak to like someone from the state that would say, hey, I listened to all these calls. And I mean, maybe the state doesn't really want to put that stuff on. They didn't want to talk about Juliana's letters. So have a good one. Take care. Good, Janet. Yeah, crazy that they were allowed to talk to each other after her arrest. Well, I mean, I think that's, they wanted to catch something. I think they wanted to hear something. All right, so the one that we were watching.
A different position right now.
Let's, we had just gotten, so if you missed this yesterday, we were watching during the lunch break the body cam footage from August 8th of 2025 of Eric Klingon, who, before all this went down, he was the lead prosecutor for this investigation. Now we don't have him in court. We have the other prosecutors. I'm assuming this had a major role in it. And this isn't the only video. So if we finish this up and still have lunchtime, we're going to move on to more body cam footage of people that work for the state getting caught doing weird things. So the first half of this is an animal, like veterinarian health facility calls police. It's very early in the morning. They make the call just before 8 a.m. on this morning. And they're like, hey, there's this guy drinking by the dumpster. And so officers respond. And the first thing you see is this guy in a button up and a tie, eyes kind of bugged out. There's a bottle on his car. And turns out he's a Commonwealth attorney. And the police recognize it right away. And they're calling in. They're talking to each other. And they're trying to figure out how they can just give this guy a ride home instead of doing anything bad against one of their own. And now this guy, this one officer, was tasked with driving him home. They just got done driving and they pull up to Klingon's house and Klingon doesn't want to go inside. So if you want to watch the whole thing, I'll drop the link in the chat. But if you want to watch the chat react to it, just go to the lunch break yesterday. I think it started at 3 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. Fruity the apricot. Oh no.
Until,
yeah, he doesn't want to see the wife.
45, 8:50.
This is a bit quiet. We'll turn it up.
I understand.
Cut me that. I'll be here. I'm a we can go hang up. Allow me this much.
Believe me, I'm helping you out the best that I can.
I know.
I mean, you could be in a different position right now. Okay? You don't think us explaining to her would not help the situation? Listen, I don't want to.
8:30 Bravo, subject time.
Can we?
We're in front of the Tobacco and Vape at 29 and Blake for 10-4.
I'm happy to go to the Sully. I'm happy to.
Sure, go touch your back.
You want to speak to my major?
Who is your major anyway?
Commander Russell.
Okay.
8:30 Bravo. We're
I know.
Tobacco.
I only know Giacho because he recently got put at. I think he's doing midnights at Sully.
Okay. Watch Commander?
Yeah, he's doing a major case with me.
Okay.
This looks terrible.
It's going to be terrible regardless.
Doesn't have to be.
Just give me a hypothetical. If we were to go in that house, what would happen?
I think something you have to think about now is like what's going to be the worst, the terrible situation.
I got you. I understand. But my suggestion would be right now, if we could, to go somewhere else and then come back in 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking.
What?
Like Wegmans parking lot or some, I don't care. But my suggestion would be to do that.
Why do you want to wait?
Because I'm going to have a conversation, but I need to have that conversation in a different atmosphere than what I'm going to have right now. And as you can
I mean, ultimately, this is Officer Byers' call. You know, we're just here as support.
Listen, my major ordered me and my supervisor ordered me to take you home.
And that you're going to do that. It's a timing matter. I'm asking you to give me that time. Because within about 3 to 5 minutes, this setup is not going to be good. I'm asking you for that favor. Please.
Maybe they're just waiting for her to leave for work or something. I don't know. Why is he doing this? What a bro. What a bro.
That's done.
Oh.
Man.
Yo, imagine if his ride-along was with the guy that liked the Dogfish IPA too, instead of that was his beer. What this conversation would be like right now. Oh my goodness. I want to hear this. There's no way they're talking about things like addresses. I feel like this shouldn't all be redacted.
He said this he said, this could resulted in a completely different
I understand.
situation where, this could result in
When I
more.
was going to ask you, could I interrupt you?
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. I was going to say something, and now I can't remember exactly what I was going to say, but in a nutshell, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I immediately recognized you from the start, okay?
Sometimes the situation is such that I know that there's not much a person in my position can say. And I'm trying to express my appreciation for
I understand. You have
your
to.
professionalism and understanding. That's all. Obviously, I'm gonna have to resolve today.
Well, what's done is done. I will say that. What has happened over there in that parking lot is done. Okay?
I don't know what that means.
What I mean is there's no arrest. I'll put it that way.
I know.
Okay? I'm lucky I showed up and immediately recognized you, because if we had newer officers show up and they don't recognize you, you've been done. Okay?
But
I reached out. I did my exact protocol that I'm supposed to do. Reach out to a supervisor. Supervisor notifies someone. Hey, what is the game plan? This is the game plan of which we're in.
can you walk me through that?
Mm-hmm. So, as of right now, what's happened is I've reached out to a supervisor, which a Major Russell, my commander of my station,
Okay.
is aware of that.
Okay.
Okay? From there on, I have no idea what the protocols of which.
Okay.
I don't know who they notify.
Okay.
Okay? I don't know if they notify.
Well, I'm going to.
Okay.
So that's on you.
Okay. Well, again, I don't know if they notify bosses on your side.
Oh.
Okay, that's fine. But I think the key thing is we learn from today, and we never allow this to happen ever again. Because another situation like this can result in something completely different. All right. We're not trying to get you down here and I want you to be in a position where, you're being under arrest for whether DUI or drunk in public. We don't want that, okay? Obviously we've tried our best in a patrol standard, the best that we can.
And to be fair, neither of those two things, I think, had any possibility. But I put myself in a bad spot.
Yeah, I agree.
That I take complete responsibility for.
We're good now? Okay. We'll just give it another minute. All right. Major one.
Hey everybody, we are going to be looking at a new trial starting with day 1 today. We're going to be watching it live. So opening statements, jury was selected and sat yesterday. This is Virginia, the state of Virginia versus Brendan Banfield. The judge might look familiar if you saw her in my thumbnail. We're going to see her as soon.
Well, 7 News has learned that one of Fairfax County's top prosecutors was caught on camera refusing to immediately leave a bar after a security guard and police officers asked her to go home. Now, this prosecutor is one of Fairfax County's top supervising attorneys who handles major crimes under the Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano. This is a story that 7 News broke online last night on WJLA.com. Nick Minock shows us the video of the dispute only on 7 News.
If they'll let you, will you get in the car with us? Please? That's not the point.
Over the weekend, one of Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano's top supervising attorneys, was asked to leave a bar in Manassas. This police body-worn camera video was obtained by 7 News through a public records request. 7 News also obtained the 911 call.
City 911.
It's not that big of an emergency, but I need a police officer here at the sports pub.
Okay, what's going on there?
I got a lady that's refusing to leave, and she's actually a Commonwealth attorney.
Snitching out the gate. Tell him.
I think they said Fairfax.
Okay.
So we're treading lightly on how we're going to handle this.
When 2 Manassas police officers arrived, they asked Deputy Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney Ashley Landers Sutton to leave at the bar's request.
Hey, Miss Sutton, we just want everybody to go home safe tonight, okay? So if you could do me a solid and just go in the car and go home, that'd be great.
Landers appears to refuse to leave, and the officer called his lieutenant.
She's hammered drunk, very, very obviously drunk, and refusing to get in the car. She can barely even walk. She just fell into the car twice.
When the lieutenant arrived,
how have you been?
He asked Landers to go home. Landers' friends asked her to leave too.
What's your relation with her?
So she's my subordinate.
And then Landers appears to argue with the lieutenant.
I'm just standing.
I know. You're also super drunk.
I'm just standing here.
I know.
And super drunk, which is fine. Standing here. So what is...
Because we want to make sure you get home safe, Ashley.
So, explain to me.
Oh.
What is the...
She needs that balance. Guys, if you were only listening, she just tried to have a moment where she said, explain to me, and stepped forward and then realized she needed to stay leaning on this vehicle. Oh, this is not easy to rewind. This is stupid.
He's standing here.
I don't know how to run this back.
Drunk.
Ashley, you and I both know.
Explain to me.
So, Virginia
what?
Code 182388,
Yeah.
public
Okay.
intoxication. Currently, you're appearing in a public in an intoxicated
Fine.
state.
That's a misdemeanor.
It is a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
But I really don't want to take you to jail, and I prefer you go home.
About a minute later, Landers left the bar parking lot and no arrest was made. As a Fairfax County Deputy CA, Landers oversees the prosecution of major crimes, including child sex crimes. Earlier this year, a junior attorney working under Landers' supervision was prosecuting a man accused of sexually abusing a child. The junior attorney messaged Landers, "Are you here?" It appears Landers replied with a picture of a wine glass. During the hearing, 7 News learned the judge dismissed some of the sex charges. A Descano spokesperson said some staff members were attending a happy hour around 4:30 p.m. 7 News reached out to Descano today. His office told us they cannot talk about personnel matters. Nick Minock, 7 News.
Still, a lot of questions here that 7 News is asking Commonwealth's attorney Steve Descano, like, has Landers been disciplined? Is she still in a leadership role? We're going to let you know if we get those answers.
And Descano is on the ballot next Tuesday in the primary against Democratic candidate Ed Nuttall. Nick spoke to him this morning about the incident.
It's a concerning matter, and it's a very sad matter.
And again, Toscano's spokesperson told 7 News they cannot comment on personnel matters. 7 News is your election headquarters for the Virginia state primary next Tuesday, June 20th.
7 News.
Right, so there was that video. Okay. Anything interesting in this? They have a transcript of the 911 call, but we saw some of it. Lieutenant comes down there. Oh, this is longer. This one's a little longer. Let's watch this one. It might beep, so let's lower that before the beep. The office Christmas party. Oh no. They got the hazards on and everything. All right.
27, I'm watching the trespassing. Hello. Okay. How are you? How are you?
Better.
I understand. I will try.
Uber's right here.
Hello.
Hi, sir. We're waiting on our Uber.
Right. Perfect.
I think it's that car, but we're not for certain. So sorry.
No, you're fine.
Thanks, Rob.
How you doing, man?
I'm just waiting to make sure everybody.
Hello.
We're just trying to get our
Hi.
phone home.
I know you.
I know you.
Her shirt. I didn't realize her shirt says bourbon makes it better. Okay, lady.
Okay.
I do. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, do you mind having your friends let you take you home?
Maybe.
Okay. That'd be great, because that's all they want. Well, you seem pretty intoxicated, and they just want someone to get home safely. That's all.
Sure.
That's perfect.
Sure.
The song.
Who's driving? Who's driving?
That is
So
the.
that's my wife. She's having
I'm the one.
You're driving? Okay.
No, hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you want her, as she is the not drunk person, to drive home.
Yeah, the sober person. Yeah,
Yep.
that's correct. Yeah.
She's completely sober. She's going to drive us home.
No one wants to see anybody get hurt or anything?
No, we're good.
Okay.
We're good. And whether or not I intend to from them is my.
And tell her not, you gotta go home though. Home or just be safe. That's what we're
Play
looking
closing
out for.
time. That's why
You
they
know
won't
what?
leave.
Chicken butt.
You don't have
What?
any.
Did he just do the what?
You know what?
Chicken butt.
You don't have any say
You're right. I'm
in
sorry about
mine.
that.
So walk away.
Are you serious? He was quick.
Where'd the driver go?
She's.
Yeah, she's.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, ma'am. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, awesome.
Did you have a fun time tonight?
Sure.
Sure.
We are. Just gonna make a quick call real quick.
Big pond,
My boss,
which is.
Lieutenant Awesomes.
Is his name really Awesomes or or is he trolling?
Hey, do you remember the one, the CEO that was JDR? Short, blonde hair, kind of mean.
Whisper, whisper.
Yep. Pretty sure. She's hammered drunk, very, very obviously drunk, and refusing to get in the car. She told the manager of the bar to go himself and get out of here. All right, now she can barely even walk. It just fell into the car twice. Yeah, oh yeah, I know, but she's refusing to leave. So.
Hold on, chat. Quick detour. For the low price of $18.97, you too could have a Bourbon Makes It Better t-shirt. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I'm just, like she's just being nasty. Yeah, she's, yeah. All right, man. Okay, cool. Yep. Hey, Miss Sutton, we just want everybody to go home safe tonight, okay? So if you could do me a solid and just go in the car and go home, that'd be great. No one's forcing you. No one's trying to do anything. Everybody's being pretty polite, actually.
The next step.
I'm sorry?
And the next step.
What, like not leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if you force our hand, we might have to take action, yeah.
So, what's the next step?
Well, the best step right now is what
Nope.
step.
I asked, what is the next step?
Well, the next step is my lieutenant's coming down here, and he's going to try to talk to you. Awesomes.
Okay. And then?
And then we'll see how that conversation goes.
Okay.
You're not going to get in the car?
No.
Why?
Because why?
Because why?
Yeah.
Well, because this business doesn't want you to be here anymore, and you're intoxicated in public. So they don't want to trespass you, ma'am. They just want you to go home safely.
The bird chirping? Or is it like an alarm? It's a bird. I have birds like that near my house. And maybe I need triple pane windows. Because they do this at 2 in the morning.
Have you tried to talk to her? Okay.
Hey, Ashley. Ashley, would you like me to call Clay? No. That's about where I'm at. I'm worried about you, Ashley. Hey, can you listen to me for a sec, please? Ashley, can you listen to me for a sec, please? Nothing.
I'm not getting any headway.
What are we doing? Like, what's the next?
She's refusing to get in the car. So my lieutenant's going to come down. He's going to try to talk to her, and we'll go from there.
Okay. And if he can't, like, get her to get in the car, what's the next?
She can't be here like this.
Okay. Who's your... Look at me. Stop. Who's your... Who is your lieutenant?
Hey, awesomes. So that's the 5th time I've said that. It just proves to me how intoxicated you are, man. You're not making a good decision here.
Hey, Ashley. Stop. Respectfully, I understand that you're my supervisor. Stop. It's me, not you.
Oh my god, lady.
Me, not you.
Oh my god.
I can't watch you do this to yourself. You're gonna make me call Clay. Do you want me to wake Clay up? Call.
Maybe try.
That's what I can do.
Is there something that you're waiting for, or like? Can you help me understand why you don't want to leave?
Oh.
How you been? Good. You been pretty good? I'm pretty good. I'm looking out.
Is there anybody you can call? I don't know why she's stuck here.
I don't. She was stuck inside for like 3 hours. We've been trying to leave for 3 hours. She is.
Yeah.
I do know that she's going through like a rough situation.
Just a little
Yeah, so
not self-harm, but self-destructive, I guess. Is a
this is the first time that I come out with her. We went to a concert,
And last.
and then she said, "Oh, let's go dancing." I was like, "Okay."
Oh, did you guys go to Jiffy Lube?
Yeah. So I said, "Well, okay, let's go dancing." Because I haven't drank for the whole night, and so we came. She was like, "I'm gonna have one drink." I was like, "One drink," and so I was like getting one drink and water, one drink and water. But then I was like, I have to drive to Northern Virginia, and I have to take her to Fairfax. So I was like, can we leave?
What is the criminal offense of me standing here?
It's prosecutor then.
Explain to me what.
1823.
Yeah.
Public intoxication earlier appeared in a public intoxication.
Fine. That's a misdemeanor.
It is a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
But I really don't want to take you to jail. I prefer you go home.
So, why? That's fine.
Clay, did she listen to Clay?
Maybe.
Can you give him a call? Wake him up. Miss Sutton, is there anything that you want to do inside? Like, is there something that I just don't understand why you don't want to leave? Just can you just make me understand why you don't want to leave?
I just tried to call Todd.
We literally just want to get you out of here so you're safe.
Fine.
Okay, thank you.
Offer her McDonald's. Like, you want to get food?
You got it.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Yep.
See you guys later.
Drive safe,
Get her home
please.
safe, okay?
You got it.
What an awkward car ride.
Lock the doors, please.
She might need to puke. You might need to be able to open that door. No, not a Taco Supreme. All right, so that was the end of that one. There is another clip I want to, and it'll be perfect because it's like 5.5 minutes long. It's of Juliana. Oops, I still have the link for the the Bourbon Makes It Better t-shirt. Wrong link. All right, let's go over here.
2024. Juliana
Why
Perez
is everything sped up? I must have changed a setting that starts things on 1.5 by default. Anywho, we're going to be watching a little snippet of Juliana, the au pair, talking about the fetish sex double murder.
October 25th, 2024. Juliana Perez Magallanes is in her jail jumpsuit alongside her attorney, conducting an interview with Fairfax County prosecutors.
So this is the interview 3 days before she signs the final plea agreement. This is where she's going to identify, we heard on cross-examination yesterday, she points to specific messages and says, Brendan wrote those, Brendan wrote those, Brendan wrote those, Brendan wrote those, but cannot say on cross what those were, which is why it's not an issue of, well, who would remember something from a year ago if they were sending a lot of messages? The issue is she remembered very specifically, remembered in quotes, when it was time to proffer with the state, but actually doesn't seem to have an idea or doesn't want to say now that she's testifying.
Juliana says she moved from Brazil to the U.S. on a work visa in October of 2021 to work as an au pair for Brendan and Christine Banfield, helping with their young daughter. Christine worked at Inova Health System. Brendan was a law enforcement agent at IRS. Juliana says she and Brendan started having an affair together about 1 year into her work, living with the Banfields in their Herndon home. Juliana says she was public about their relationship, and sometime around October 2022, Juliana says Brendan told her that he wanted Christine out of the picture.
And then I asked him, we're going to divorce her. He said, that's not what I'm thinking about.
And then he explained that he was thinking about finding a way to just get rid of her out of the picture.
During this interview, Juliana says Brendan was the mastermind who drew up the playbook of how he and Juliana would work together to stage Christine's murder. Over the next few weeks, Juliana says Brendan told her about a website called FetLife.com, a kink BDSM fantasy dating website. Juliana says Brendan created a fake profile on FetLife pretending to be Christine. She says the two of them would log on to Christine's work computer, attempting to solicit someone over to their house to perform a rape fantasy with Christine. Juliana says Brendan was looking for a specific type of person.
Somebody that sounded like violent and was kind of playing the way he wanted the person to play. So then that's when he started talking to Joe.
Prosecutors say 39-year-old Joseph Ryan from Springfield interacted with the profile that claimed to be Christine. Juliana said during questioning it was Brendan or her interacting with Joseph online, always pretending to be Christine. Now, this detail has been dubbed the catfish theory in court. Brendan Banfield's attorney says Brendan did not create the FetLife account. He says it was Christine all along. In court hearings leading up to the trial that's scheduled for October, a Fairfax County police detective trained in digital forensics testified that he pulled and analyzed all of the digital data on the devices that were used to access the FetLife profile. It was his professional conclusion that it was Christine on the computer, not Brendan. During the July 10th hearing, that detective was put on the witness stand and he was questioned about his work. He testified that his supervisors reassigned him off of the case against his will. Banfield's attorney is suggesting someone in the police department concocted the catfish theory based on something other than what the evidence shows. The prosecutors and the defense both agree. Someone was talking to Joseph Ryan online, inviting him over to play a rape fantasy with restraints and a knife. When questioned by prosecutors, Juliana said while the discussions with Joseph Ryan continued, Brendan took her to a shooting range to learn how to fire a gun. Fairfax County Police pulled records from the shooting range that show Brendan and Juliana at the range twice in the months leading up to the killings. Juliana also said Brendan made changes to the home before then.
They changed like the whole house, the whole type of the window.
Juliana describes Brendan buying what she called very expensive new windows that were more soundproof. She told prosecutors that Brendan wanted her to help him test them out.
And then I went outside in the driveway, and then he went up to the bedroom, and then he started like screaming and yelling to see if I could hear anything from outside.
And
I barely hear. I couldn't really hear like much.
Juliana says the plan the day of the killings was for Christine to be in the home alone when Joseph Ryan arrived for the sex fantasy that he was invited over for. Juliana said Brendan pretended to go to work, but says he was really staked out about 6 minutes away. Juliana says she told Christine that other au pairs were taking their kids to the zoo that day, so Christine bought them zoo tickets. Juliana says she took the 4-year-old daughter to the car as Joseph Ryan pulled into the family's driveway, and that's when she called Brendan. They rushed to the home, Juliana says, pretending that they were catching an intruder. While all of this was happening, Christine was asleep in the house. Juliana told prosecutors that that is exactly what she and Brendan convinced Joseph Ryan he would find.
We told other people before that it was kind of part of the game where the person gets in the bedroom and then I may act like scared, like try to run or try to scream, but like or if the person starts doing something, she would just get kind of freaked out and try to resist. But it was like part of the game.
Juliana said what happened inside the Banfield bedroom on the morning of February 24th, 2023 was almost to the T of what Brendan had planned. Reporting in Northern Virginia, Drew Wilder, News 4.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I would have loved to see a first degree for both of them. And for both victims, right? I don't, like, accomplice liability should extend to Christine, even if nobody's theory in the courtroom is that Juliana stabbed and killed Christine. Unless maybe they were concerned, like, Joseph, I still, like, there's just still so much that doesn't make sense now seeing some of this crime scene evidence. That doesn't add up to me. It's just such a narrow window. You have the nervous McDonald's poo until like 7:37 he was getting back in his car. And then by 7:47 we have the 911 call. But if Christine was already dead, like, then Juliana would have been the only one there by the time Joseph Ryan got up to the bedroom and would have seen a dead Christine. So then it would have had to have been Juliana that dealt with, like, maybe shooting him in the back of the head. But then that doesn't make sense because there's another gun and Brendan says he shot him. So that would mean that Brendan was lying on the 911 call. Anyway, maybe it'll get more clear with new witnesses. Let's see if they're coming back in. I don't know, there's just something, the timeline doesn't make sense. And if they plotted this, I don't think that Juliana just didn't know and is suddenly, I don't know. I don't even know. They're approaching the bench.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention. All right, now are we ready for the jury? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, the good point, Shamrock. All the reasons the investigators had 22 different theories. A very good point. And I'm interested in hearing about that just generally. I like to hear, I don't like to hear that people might be reassigned just because they have a different theory.
All right, your next witness?
It's going to be Cara McCarthy, Your Honor.
Sorry, one more time, Karen.
Shout out to Defense Diaries
Cara McCarthy.
in the
Karen
chat.
McCarthy, thank you.
Excited to have Bob joining us this evening for the Janet Britt listening party. Also, Dolly is also in the building. Also excited to have Dolly talk in here. Dolly, don't come into the stream tonight saying you could save Janet Britt.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get this witness's name. I'm not a good speller.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Cara McCarthy, CARAMCCARTHY.
And what is your occupation?
I am the supervisor of the firearm and toolmark section at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, the Northern Laboratory in Manassas.
And how long have you been employed by the Department of Forensic Science?
For almost 12 years.
And for how long have you been assigned to the forensic firearm and toolmark section?
The entire time.
What is firearm identification and analysis?
Firearms identification has a primary concern to determine if a bullet, a cartridge case, or other ammunition component was fired from a particular firearm.
And how is firearm identification possible?
Firearms identification is possible because most manufacturing processes involve the transfer of rapidly changing microscopic markings onto various tool surfaces, like firearm parts. And these firearm parts may impart markings onto ammunition components when they come in contact with each other. And then I can evaluate these markings on ammunition components in the laboratory using microscopy.
And where did you work before you worked for the Virginia Department of Forensic Science?
I was previously employed as a firearm and toolmark examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences in Decatur, Georgia.
And could you please describe your duties as a forensic firearm and toolmark examiner?
Some of my job duties include evaluating firearms-related evidence that is submitted to the laboratory, analyzing the results of that evidence, reporting on my findings in a certificate of analysis, testifying when requested, providing training to scientists in the section, and also managing the day-to-day operations of the section.
And approximately how many firearms examinations have you conducted in your career?
Approximately 2,500.
What's your relevant educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Baylor University, and I also have a Master's in Education from the University of Notre Dame.
And what specialized training have you had in the field of forensic firearm and toolmark examination?
When I started my training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, I underwent a rigorous training program with GBI and NFSTC, National Forensic Science Technology Center. And during that time, I successfully completed numerous oral, written, and practical examinations in multiple blocks of instruction in the firearm and toolmark discipline. I also attended a comprehensive manufacturing plant tour. I was qualified to work cases in the firearm and toolmark section, and I did so for a period of time before I accepted a position with the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, again, went through a brief training program with Virginia, and again, was qualified to work casework in the firearm and toolmark section.
And have you had occasion to train others in the field of forensic firearms and toolmark analysis?
Yes, I have.
And what subjects have you taught?
I've provided training in the firearm and toolmark discipline to trainees in the section. I'm also an adjunct instructor for George Mason University. I teach their firearm and toolmark identification class for their graduate forensic science program.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the area of forensic firearm and toolmark examination and analysis?
Yes, I have.
And in what courts have you been so qualified?
I have testified in several courts in the state of Georgia, as well as numerous courts in the Commonwealth of Virginia, including the counties of Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William, Page, and the cities of Winchester, Alexandria, Norfolk, Portsmouth, among others, and United States District Court, the Eastern District in Alexandria.
Do you have an estimate as to the number of times that you've been qualified as an expert?
I have testified approximately 89 times. A majority of those I was qualified as an expert.
And do you have an estimation of how many times you've been qualified as an expert in Fairfax County?
About 9 times.
Judge, I would ask that the witness be qualified as an expert in the area of forensic firearm and ammunition examination comparison, as well as muzzle to target distance determination.
Any objection? All right, so moved then.
Are you familiar with the components of a cartridge?
Yes, I am.
And did you bring a demonstrative to help explain this to us?
Yes, I did.
Could you please use?
Are they going to show it to us?
Describe these components for us with your demonstrative?
Yes, Your Honor, may I retrieve it?
Yes.
This is a demonstrative aid of a cartridge. A cartridge is a single unit of ammunition, and it's made up of 4 parts: the primer, the cartridge case, the propellant inside the cartridge case, and the bullet.
And are you familiar with the functioning of a semi-automatic firearm?
Yes.
Could you explain how a cartridge is fired from a firearm?
Cartridges are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the frame of the firearm. On top of the frame sits a barrel and slide. Pull the slide of the firearm rearward and let go. As the slide travels forward, it will strip a cartridge from the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, which is the rear portion of the barrel. At that time, the firearm is ready to fire. Put your finger on the trigger and pull the trigger rearward. This will release the firing mechanism, and the firing pin will strike the primer of the cartridge. The primer will ignite the propellant. The propellant will burn, and gas will build up and force the bullet out of the cartridge case and down the barrel of the firearm. The energy will send the slide traveling rearward, where the extractor will extract the cartridge case out of the chamber, and the ejector will kick the cartridge case out of the firearm. The slide travels forward again, stripping a new cartridge from the magazine into the chamber. And you can repeat the process by pulling the trigger again.
And can you describe the process by which you examine firearms and ammunition components in a laboratory setting?
I routinely examine firearms and ammunition components like bullets and cartridge cases in the laboratory. Regarding firearms, I conduct a visual and physical examination to determine if they are in working order. I check the safety features of the firearm and test fire the firearm at the lab. Regarding ammunition components, I evaluate these microscopically to determine if they have suitable markings on them for comparison to other ammunition components in the case or to test fires that I produce from a firearm.
And were you asked to analyze firearms, magazines, ammunition components, and a t-shirt for this particular case?
Yes, I was.
At this point in time, I am going to ask to admit what I believe is going to be Commonwealth's probably 235. And it is, I've got it in a box over here.
All right. Any objection to 235? I think it's the fire. I think it's a firearm. Okay, no objection to 235?
235.
And so remember, Joseph Ryan was shot in the chest area and then in the back of the head. So 2 different shots. So we're going to hear probably about 2 different firearms and why they think the different shots came from 2 different firearms. He's telling her how to open the evidence. I still think my favorite was during the Megan Jackson trial when the one prosecutor with the short blonde hair kept throwing the exhibits, dropping the exhibits.
And do you recognize this item?
May I look at the container?
Yes.
Yes, I recognize Commonwealth's exhibit item 235 by the laboratory number and 231753 and the initials on the container. My initials on the container.
And what is the item?
This item is a firearm. It's a Glock Model 19M 9mm Luger pistol.
And when you began your examination of this firearm, were there any attachments on it?
Yes.
And what was the attachment?
There is a flashlight that's attached to the firearm.
Was it necessary to remove that flashlight?
Yes, for my examination.
And what did you do to determine whether this firearm was in working order?
I performed a visual and physical examination on the firearm. I checked the safety features of the firearm, and I also test fired it.
And what was the result of your examination?
This firearm, the Glock Model 19M, was found to be in mechanical operating condition with the safety features functioning properly.
And are you familiar with the item number 1 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes, I am.
And what is that item?
Item 1 on the certificate of analysis for laboratory number N23-1753 is a 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And tell us how you went about analyzing item 1.
I microscopically examined the item 1 cartridge case and compared it to test fires that I produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit 235.
And what was the result of the examination?
The item 1 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in Commonwealth's Exhibit 235, the Glock Model 19M pistol.
And are you familiar with item 80 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes.
And what is item 80 and how many parts did it have?
Item 80 on the certificate of analysis for N23-1753 contains 3 bullet fragments and 2 lead fragments from autopsy.
Thank you, Sunshine, for your work.
And whose autopsy are they from?
The autopsy of Joseph Ryan.
And tell us how you went about analyzing these bullet fragments.
The bullet fragments were designated items 80A, 80B, and 80C. These were microscopically examined, and the item 80A bullet fragment was compared to test fires produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit item 235, the Glock Model 19M pistol.
And we can put that item aside, and we're going to move on to a different firearm.
I'd like them to just continue with the same firearm. So you gathered fragments from Joseph Ryan and around Joseph Ryan and compared to a test fire from this Glock. Just go into the results for this thing that we're already talking about.
And Judge, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 236.
236, any objection to 236? 230 is the second firearm. All right, 236.
And do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize this item by the laboratory number N23-1753 and my initials on the container.
And what is it?
This item is a firearm. It's a Glock Model 43X 9mm Luger pistol.
And what did you do to determine whether this firearm was in working order?
I performed a visual and physical examination on the firearm, checked the safety features, and I also test fired the firearm.
And what was the result of your examination?
This firearm, the Glock Model 43X, was found to be in mechanical operating condition with the safety features functioning properly.
And are you familiar with item 2 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes.
And what is item 2?
Item 2 for laboratory number N23-1753 is a 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And can you tell us how you went about analyzing the cartridge case?
I microscopically analyzed the item 2 cartridge case and compared it to test fires that I produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And I'm sorry, what was the result of the examination?
The item 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in Commonwealth's Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X.
And are you familiar with item 81 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
Item 81 on laboratory case number N23-1753 is a bullet from the autopsy of Joseph Ryan.
And tell us how you went about analyzing this bullet.
I microscopically examined the bullet, item 81, and compared it to test fires from Commonwealth's Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And what was the result of your examination?
The item 81 bullet was identified as having been fired from Commonwealth's Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And that's how I think they got Juliana.
Did you memorialize your conclusions in a certificate of analysis?
Yes.
in a moment. I hope to show you that.
Definitely got to get some Jeopardy music for between the prosecutor getting the exhibits together and the defense attorney clarifying their questions when they're asking questions very slowly. Show Penny's face. She's probably over it. You think she's going to be leaning? Like... Oh, nope, she's writing.
It's not here.
Exhibit number 230. Hold on. No, nothing has been loaded onto this if you had it on there.
This is why judges watch football in court.
Okay. But you don't have,
Yes, I do.
you have HDMI?
No, I have a total.
Right, where is the dongle?
In my, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Lift up. There you go.
Okay. If I could have you take a look at the document that's displayed on your screen. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it. This has been stipulated to its admissibility. Is this your lab sheet?
Yes, it is.
And
Oh. Hello. Why are we buffering? There we go.
can you note the date for us?
This is the certificate of analysis that I produced on this case. The certificate of analysis is dated April 11th, 2023.
And does this lab sheet reflect the results that we've just discussed?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Judge, if we could terminate this view, I would ask to admit this as Commonwealth 234.
Any objection to 234? You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll. I can't.
I don't have an objection, Judge, but I'd like to leave this up for cross-examination.
Oh, I don't, are you done now? Or?
I have one more section.
Okay, that's
yes.
fine, yes, but I'm sure they can leave it up for you.
Yes.
Okay. So it is an evidence as 234, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Were you asked to do an additional analysis in this case at a later date?
Yes, I was.
What type of analysis were you asked to do?
I was asked to perform a muzzle to target distance determination examination.
And which items did you use, which exhibits and items did you use to do that?
For that examination, I used item 83, which is a t-shirt. I also used
The Backstreet Boys.
It's my item 5, the Glock Model 43X pistol, and cartridges in the case.
And is that the Glock 43X pistol that we just examined here?
Yes.
What is a muzzle to target distance determination?
A muzzle to target distance determination is an examination that's conducted in an attempt to determine the approximate distance the muzzle of the firearm was from the target at the time of firing.
And how is it possible to determine how far away a firearm was at the time it was fired?
When a firearm is fired, not only does the bullet exit the firearm, but also gunshot residues. These residues leave the firearm in the shape of a cone, and they are comprised of burned, unburned, partially burned gunpowder particles, as well as vaporous lead or smoke, lead particulate, and really anything else that's in the barrel at the time of firing. And these residues can be deposited in a predictable and reproducible pattern at certain distances. So in the laboratory, I can examine items of clothing, examine them for gunshot residues, and then compare them to known targets that I've created in the laboratory.
And how do you conduct this examination in the laboratory?
Regarding the evidence item of clothing, I visually, microscopically, and chemically process that for the presence of gunshot residues. I also create test targets at known distances and compare those test targets to the results of the evidence clothing.
That sounds fun.
And were you able to draw any conclusions about the distance between the muzzle of the 43X and the hole in the t-shirt?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
The t-shirt, item 83 on my lab report, had a hole in the front left middle area. And this area was visually, microscopically, and chemically processed for gunshot residues, and no pattern of residues was found. Therefore, this is indicative of the muzzle of the Glock 43X having been greater than approximately 21 inches from the hole in the shirt at the time of firing, barring the presence of an intervening object.
And did you memorialize your conclusions in a certificate of analysis?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, if I could have this next item displayed only to the witness. Do you see the document on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, I'm asking to admit this as Commonwealth's 231, and it has been stipulated to.
I already have 231 as Christine's phone with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then
the app showing.
We'll do that as
Correct, Shannon?
Yes. 235.
235 is the firearm Glock 19M.
236.
236 is a firearm Glock 43X.
237.
That is blank.
237.
237. Any objection? All right. Thank you.
I'm going to scroll through this so that you can see. Is this your lab sheet?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you. I'm going to separate for this for just a moment.
What
so
if
that
he was
only
like,
the lab
"No, I
sheets that
don't"?
Mr.
Okay.
Carroll is
All
looking
right,
for are showing.
Take a moment to do that. Mr. Carroll, are you going to need the firearms themselves for your cross-examination? Okay. You can bring them over here. And Deputy Johnson, thank you.
Okay, there's a poll. It's not the best wording, but just a quick poll, casual poll. Today, has today made you think more guilty, less guilty, hasn't moved the needle at all, or you just have no idea what's going on? A lot of votes for I have no idea what's happening. Not good. I think there was some more solid opinions on days 1 and 2.
Okay.
And I don't mean solid, but like, it wasn't just, I have no idea what I think. And like, what if there really is this weird possibility where they tried to set this guy up, but the guy was also planning to murder Christine? Like, I know that sounds crazy, but like...
Prep, or I guess months before this trial date. I indicated that I was going to stipulate to your lab sheets when they asked me to do that, but I did have some questions related to how you receive the firearms and what you do with the firearms after you're done. That's okay. So at some point you receive, and if I'm assuming something wrong, please tell me.
Okay.
At some point you receive the firearms from the evidence detectives at Fairfax County Police Department, correct?
The firearms are submitted to the laboratory to evidence receiving specialist, and that's when they get a laboratory number assigned to them and they're entered into our system.
Okay. And so there's someone in your organization that takes it and then brings it to you for whatever the specific test is.
They receive the evidence from the agency. They may transfer that evidence to the section, or I may pick up the evidence at their section.
Okay, and I think we're talking about on 235, Exhibit 235, we're talking about the the Glock 19M?
Yes.
Okay. Was it packaged like it was today for you when you opened it up?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so same packaging, and then you put yellow tape over it after you're done?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you took it out, what was the condition of the firearm when you got an opportunity to handle it?
I can refer specifically to my notes, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Can I refer to my notes, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
The Glock Model 19M was received in a closed brown bag with a zip tie through the action of the firearm, and a flashlight was attached to the firearm. And there was possible biological material that I noted on the firearm.
Okay, and the biological material, would that have been blood?
That's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. Well, I guess that my question is there any sort of a cleanup of that firearm in order to do the things that you do to test it?
No, I did not clean the firearm.
Okay, and are there any instructions to police department evidence clerks or detectives who are bringing things like firearms to you and how they should be in, what condition they should be in before you get them?
Firearms can be submitted to the laboratory in the same condition that they are recovered in, particularly ones that are submitted in water. We want the agency to submit the firearm with water or in water.
Okay. And is there any situation where you would want them, if say there were other tests that needed to be done, where you would advise them to do other tests before the tests that you do?
There are some agencies that do test fire the firearm for entry into the NIBIN system before it's submitted to the laboratory.
And was that done in this case, do you know?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the testing, would the testing have you done, that you did in creating this lab sheet, would that have caused any contamination to any later blood analysis that was on the gun?
Again, any analysis regarding biological materials outside my area of expertise.
Okay, so you don't, there are no policies or anything regarding that?
Typically, if there is a request for a DNA test or a latent print test, that would occur before it comes to the firearms section.
And the state messed that up.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right.
And the
Direct.
state messed that one up.
Neither of these firearms were submitted to you on water, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness
What?
subject to recall?
No, Judge.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
I'm sorry, state, but your own witness earlier said that there could be contamination between the different handling of the weapons during the testing and that it would no longer be a good test. Did she just ask this question, oh, they weren't shipped to you in water, to try to say that you could still get a reliable testing after the same individual handled both firearms? Or is that just her weird way of saying we didn't try to wipe anything off the gun? It doesn't matter. You still should have done the collection of whatever biological material you wanted to test from the handle or any part of the firearm before you sent it to this site, this testing site. So I don't get what's going on. Anyway, maybe I'm missing something, but that doesn't seem to add up to me. Also, want to give a big thank you. Chicken Shite, love to say your name out loud. Alyss, love to see Alyss. And Texas Rose and Brooklyn all became green. So thank you. Thank you for becoming members. And FFS came in wishing everyone a happy new year. Hope everyone is doing great. We've missed you, FFS. There is a lot going on in this case. A lot. Au pair, love affair, double murder. FFS says much love to Kat and the KNW family. KSPN. Everyone stay slime. Good to see you. If you have missed it, if you have not seen it, go catch up on the news with the YSL civil forfeiture, which is now finally dead and moot, and Jeffrey Williams got his stuff back. I also see that Brooklyn says Jim is on JSTV tonight. Do you mean Hal? Jim is in Happily Angry Lawyer. That's awesome. I actually didn't know, but guys, shout out to that. I'm going to have to be replay crew for that because I'll be live over here for the Janet Britt hearing. But I'm going to assume this is Hal. So good to know. Love Justice Serve TV as well. But that's something to put on your radar and check out and watch. Yeah, Iceman says, I didn't get that recross at all. None of us know what's going on. Yeah, KNW always makes me think of Cat Northwest. just like North, like Kanye Northwest. It's becoming a name thing now. And yeah, no one... I was looking, I don't think anyone really made sense of that redirect there. So I'm not lost alone.
Yeah. All right, your next witness.
Kathryn Colombo, please.
Kathryn, I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Colombo.
Colombo, thank you. Kathryn Colombo.
swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Oh, she's got a binder. She's got the Doug Bates binder. Oh.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Kathryn Colombo. My first name is spelled Kathryn. My last name is spelled Colombo.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist and I'm employed by the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
And how long have you worked for DFS?
For 18 years.
Did you have any experience in forensic DNA testing prior to DFS?
I did. I was employed for 9 years as a DNA analyst at a private forensic DNA testing laboratory. I was employed for 3 years at the FBI laboratory conducting testing in the serology and DNA analysis units. And I was employed for 1 year at the Suffolk County Laboratory in New York in the same capacity, conducting body fluid testing and DNA testing.
Outside of your extensive experience, did you have to go through any specific training to become a DFS employee?
At DFS, and actually for each of my places of employment, there was specialized training with supervisory and senior scientists, and it involved a combination of attending lectures, reading the literature, processing a wide range of samples in the laboratory, and then successfully completing laboratory written and oral competencies.
Thank you. What are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist at DFS?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluid stains, such as blood and semen. I conduct DNA testing. I issue reports of my results and interpretations, and I testify in court when needed.
Speaking of testimony, have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
All right. Do you recall testifying as an expert in Fairfax County?
Yes.
How many times?
Approximately 30.
All right. Thank you. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Colombo as an expert in the field of forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? So moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colombo, can you briefly describe for the jury what DNA is?
The letters are an abbreviation for deoxyribonucleic, and it's the chemical substance found in our bodies that contains all the information and instructions that a person needs to develop and function during his or her lifetime. So it contains the information and instructions that influence the person's physical traits, and it contains the information and instructions that directs and regulates cellular processes occurring in the body. We inherit our DNA from our parents, half from our father and half from our mother.
And can you describe for the jury what DNA typing is?
Forensic DNA typing is a laboratory procedure that examines locations or regions of the DNA where individuals may have different DNA information. It's used to determine if an evidence profile, perhaps it's a profile from a sample from the crime scene, it's used to determine whether that evidence profile could or could not have originated from certain individuals whose DNA has been submitted for comparison. And this information can be useful in the investigation of a criminal case.
So how do you do this? What is the process that you use at the lab to type DNA?
It's a multi-step process, and it begins with a DNA extraction. And this is the step where the cells present in the sample are broken open to release the DNA, and then the DNA is purified of other cellular material. Then an assessment is made of the quantity and the quality of the DNA. Then a technique is used to label and make millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. And at the end of this step, I have labeled copies of DNA fragments of different lengths. I then utilize an instrument to separate the fragments by size and detect the labels. And the information or the data from this instrument is imported into a software program that allows me to visualize the DNA profiles.
And what is the name of that software program, if you will?
That's called Gene Mapper.
Okay. Do the terms Powerplex Fusion mean anything to you?
Yes, that's the name of the routine DNA test that I conduct, and it examines 24 regions on the DNA. I also conduct Y chromosome testing, which examines 17 regions on the Y chromosome.
What information do you then rely on for your statistical analysis?
For that analysis, I use the actual data for the evidence profile being evaluated, and I use population studies of the frequencies of the DNA types that's provided by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I'm utilizing standards and guidelines in the field as well as my own laboratory's procedures.
All right. Let's talk about other types of testing that you might perform outside of DNA. Do you test for bodily fluids?
I do.
Okay. And what information do you use, or what methods do you employ to detect the presence of bodily fluids?
Body fluid testing, blood is indicated using visual and chemical tests. For seminal fluid, these tests are done using visual tests, chemical tests, and/or immunological tests. I also conduct a microscopic examination for spermatozoa, which are the male reproductive cells.
All right. So I think later we're going to see not confirmatory. What does it mean when the results of these tests on bodily fluid are not confirmatory?
Yes, so the blood and the seminal fluid tests that I do are called presumptive tests, and it means that a substance could possibly cause a positive reaction when either of those body fluids are not actually present. The identification of spermatozoa with a microscopic examination, that is a confirmatory test.
Thank you. So did you receive evidence collected from each of the 4 individuals involved in this case?
I did.
And what did you receive? Specifically, did you receive PERC kits?
I did.
Okay. What is a PERC to your knowledge?
It's a kit that contains samples and swabbings from various body areas.
And did you receive a PERC from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan?
I did, and each contained a blood sample from which I produced a DNA profile to be used for comparison to evidence profiles.
All right. And then from Juliana Perez Magalhães and Brendan Banfield, did you receive a different type of material?
Yes.
What did you receive?
I received buccal samples from each, and a buccal sample is a swabbing of the inside of the mouth, of the inner cheeks, and it's a way for an individual to provide a DNA sample from which a profile can be developed and used for comparison to evidence profiles.
So you were able to develop a DNA profile for each of the 4 individuals involved in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were then given a number of items to test for the presence of DNA and compare to those 4 profiles, right?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many certificates of analysis did that produce?
5.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to what I would like to offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 160, the lab analysis sheet from May 22nd, 2023.
Any objection? All right, 160 in evidence?
And if that can be published, please.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Can you identify what it is?
It's the certificate of analysis that I issued for laboratory case number N231753, and it's dated May 22nd, 2023.
All right. Let's walk through the items that you tested that resulted in the production of this certificate of analysis. We see item 10, the knife, and if I can have the court share Commonwealth's 114, previously admitted. Is this the item that you tested?
It appears to be, yes.
All right. Tell us about your results.
I collected a sample of red-brown staining from the sharp edge of the blade, and I recovered a sample of red-brown staining from the heel of the blade, and blood was indicated in each of those samples. And I developed the same DNA profile from each of those samples. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor
Why are we underwater?
of that profile. Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez-Migueles, and Joseph Ryan were each eliminated as contributors of that DNA profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from these two samples is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion, which is the approximate world population. And that was the case when I did the calculation in each of the three population groups, the Caucasian, the African American, and the Hispanic. I then recovered a sample of red-brown staining from the underside of the handle where the blade and the handle meet, and I developed a DNA mixture profile. And that means that DNA from more than one individual was present. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Migueles were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. I referred the data for this mixture profile to a separate analyst for evaluation with specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Thank you. Going back to your test of the blade of the knife and the language that an individual could not be eliminated as a contributor, would you also be able to say that means it was a match to the contributors that you did identify?
That could be another term that could be used. Could not be eliminated, a match, an inclusion.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 129. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the fitted sheet from the bedroom of Juliana Perez-Migueles. Is that your understanding?
It is.
What areas of this sheet did you test?
I tested 5 stained areas. 4 of them were located inside that center area where there's the larger circle. And then 1 was located below the larger circle. And spermatozoa, which are the male reproductive cells, were identified in these 5 stained areas.
Of course.
I collected samples for DNA from 3 of the 5 areas, and I developed DNA profiles consistent with originating from common contributors. And because of that consistency, I selected the data from just 1 of the areas for further analysis and reporting. When I processed this sample, I used a method that attempts to separate the DNA information contained within the sperm cells from the DNA information contained within any other cell type present in the sample. So from the sperm fraction, I developed a DNA profile. Brendan Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of that profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from the sperm fraction is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so Brendan Banfield's spermatozoa was identified on Juliana Perez-Migueles' bedsheet.
He could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile, and the other 3 individuals were eliminated.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
For the non-sperm fraction, I developed a DNA mixture profile. And Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Migueles could not be eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were each eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this mixture profile is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion, and that was the case in each of the 3 population groups.
Thank you. Turning to item 91, the Physical Evidence Recovery Kit, or PERC, from Christine Banfield. When you examined the contents of that kit, what did you determine?
In the kit, there was a vaginal cervical sample, an anorectal sample, and an oral sample, and blood was indicated on the oral sample. The blood tests were inconclusive for the vaginal cervical and anorectal sample, and no male DNA was detected on any of these samples, so no further testing was conducted. There, in the kit, there was a left breast swab, a right breast swab, a swabbing of the back of the left hand, and a swabbing of the palm of the left hand. And blood was indicated on each of these samples. From each of these samples, I developed a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield, and there were types different from Christine Banfield. However, the types different were too limited for comparison purposes. I did determine at this stage in the testing that it was possible that male DNA was present in these samples.
And did you then set those samples aside for further testing?
I reported that male DNA was possibly present and that these may be suitable for further Y chromosome DNA testing.
All right. To go back for just a second, though, before we looked at the left backhand, right breast, left palm, the anorectal, oral, and vaginal sample, they were negative for male DNA. Is that correct?
No male DNA was detected.
Thank you. What did you test next?
Then there was the right back of the hand sample, the right palm sample, and 3 samples from the neck, and blood was indicated on each of these samples. From each of these samples, there was a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield. However, there was nothing different from Christine Banfield. For the right hand samples, the back of the hand and the palm, it was possible that male DNA was present. For the 3 next samples, no male DNA was detected.
Looking then at the fingernail clippings, what did you learn from your testing?
This is important.
Blood was indicated in a sample of the right hand fingernail clippings and in a sample of the left hand fingernail clippings. And I developed a DNA profile, and the profile that I developed from these samples, there was a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield. There was nothing different from Christine Banfield. However, it was possible that male DNA was present in these 2 samples.
Thank
Possible that it was present.
Did you also test head hair, pubic combings?
No.
Okay. You then turned to the Physical Evidence Recovery Kit from Joseph Ryan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what item from that kit did you test first?
I tested them.
So if we're moving on to Joseph Ryan now, we just went over all of the different swabs available for Christine. It doesn't seem like there was sexual intercourse where somebody left behind DNA in the critical cavities. So it doesn't seem like any of that went down. However, that would only be helpful to me if this time frame was longer. If this guy's showing up right before Juliana's going up the stairs and we have Brendan finishing his McPoo and running back to the house, I wouldn't have expected that anyway. So if that's all that we're going to get as far as the DNA that was on or possibly on Christine, I don't think that that's all that helpful for the state. What did you guys think? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that helped prove that Brendan Banfield was the one causing the physical injuries. And that's not whether you think he was the one that did it, but whether you think this particular evidence could stand on its own if it's compelling without what you already know elsewhere. And 2, if you think, no, that did not help me figure out that Brendan Banfield was the one that was inflicting these injuries on Christine. Because, I don't know, it seems like we're moving on to Joseph Ryan now.
Yes.
All right. And what item from that kit did you test first?
Very weird.
I tested them contemporaneous in time, but listed in the report is the genital penis sample. No blood was observed on this sample. And I developed full profiles that were attributable to Joseph Ryan. There was nothing foreign to Joseph Ryan.
From the genital penis sample?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You then have reported on his right backhand, left backhand, right palm, and left palm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was determined from that testing?
Blood was indicated on each of those samples. There was a full profile attributable to Joseph Ryan in each of those samples. And then from each, the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was detected. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Juliana Perez-Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile
Well, let me run that back because
was detected. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Juliana Perez-Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile different from the hand samples of Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion.
So what? So we're talking about the hands, the swabs from the hands of Joseph Ryan. Christine cannot be eliminated, but Juliana and Brendan were eliminated. Am I think the chat has, it seems like there's conflict in the chat and conflict with what I'm saying. Let's run this whole thing back about Joseph Ryan. We're going to hear about the penis sampling, and then we're going to hear about the sampling on the hands.
Tested them.
Item from that kit did you test first?
I tested them contemporaneous in time, but listed in the report is the genital penis sample. No blood was observed on this sample. And I developed full profiles that were attributable to Joseph Ryan. There was nothing foreign to Joseph Ryan.
From the genital penis sample?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You then have reported on his right backhand, left backhand, right palm, and left palm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was determined from that testing?
Blood was indicated on each of those samples. There was a full profile attributable to Joseph Ryan in each of those samples. And then from each, the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was detected. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Juliana Perez-Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile different from the hand samples of Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so I think that is right. So the penile sample, there's no blood and there's nothing foreign to Joseph Ryan. Remember, Joseph Ryan is Taco Supreme 7000, the intruder. So it doesn't seem like there was any sex, but it seems like there was physical contact. Now, the conundrum with that is if Christine didn't expect anybody to be coming over because she's not the person using the FetLife account, you would expect she'd react and there'd be a tussle and he'd be confused and tussle back because it's chaotic. Also, though, if there was supposed to be this meetup and it was consensual, it was Christine, but Taco Supreme is out here to do a whole lot more, actually plans to be very dangerous, it could turn into a tussle as well. And that's far-fetched because I think that's harder to digest, that it would even get to that point, just a BDSM fantasy where people don't meet each other beforehand. But I don't know. Then we hear that there's Juliana and Brendan were eliminated from contributing to the hands. We heard that there's like a bruising and a cut on one of Ryan's hands. So was there a struggle over the knife? Was that inflicted during the tussle, whatever went on between Christine and Joseph Ryan? Because now whatever I said earlier in the stream, well, what if he was just walking upstairs, walked in the room, and Juliana shot him in the back of the head, like before he even like got to the bed area? I don't think that's the case now, because there's some DNA of Christine's on him. I don't know. Yeah, and Sabata's saying, did they glove themselves up? But they didn't find any gloves on the property, and I don't think they would have had time to leave the property and get rid of gloves in an effective manner. But did they put this on Christine? Is that type of transfer possible? That just seems crazy. Like, I don't know. Just what is happening? What is happening? And I know the theory is that the husband invited the intruder. I know that's the theory. But now we have to explain how there's a tussle and then there's no DNA on the hands, but yet there's a cut on Joseph's hand. So how does this timeline play out? They go and fight, and the whole time, maybe between this 737 McPoo and the calls with Juliana, that 10-minute time period, Juliana's just letting them actually fight it out upstairs? Because then I think we have some conflict there. And again, I don't know. Earlier, it makes me wonder, like, what if Juliana and Brendan were both planning this? And then separately, Joseph Ryan was also planning to do more than communicated through FetLife. Yeah, looking forward to Cross. Yeah, let's see what else we get here. I think we have a huge problem. Testing on the knife is inconclusive, and then they didn't swab biological matter on the firearms.
And Joseph Ryan's fingernail clippings?
Yes, blood was indicated on the right hand fingernail clipping sample and on the left hand fingernail clipping sample. And I developed a full profile from each of these samples attributable to Joseph Ryan, and the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was developed from each of these samples. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Migueles were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the different profile developed from each of the fingernail samples from Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
Thank you. Going to direct your attention to what's been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 119. And this was a photograph at the scene of the crime of what I believe you tested as item 39, swab of stain on wall. You were also given what was photographed in Commonwealth's Exhibit 112. Previously admitted. Items 42 and 43, swabs of stains from the carpet, and specifically from the carpet in front of the laundry basket. Now, tell us about your testing on these 3 swabs.
Blood was indicated on each of the swabs, and I developed the same DNA profile from each of the swabs. Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as a contributor of the profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of the profile.
Now, this is one of the spots down here where they didn't end up testing one of these spots in this lower area. Don't exactly know the full details, but one of these major spots did not get tested.
And the
Swabbed.
probability of randomly selecting an
Did not
unrelated
get swabbed.
individual the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from these 3 swabs is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
Okay, so that's Joseph Ryan's blood on the wall and these 2 locations on the carpet. Is that correct?
He can't be eliminated as a contributor, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to show you what was previously admitted as, one moment, Commonwealth's 120. This photograph in evidence was for item 41, the swab of stain from the front of the laundry basket. What testing did you perform there?
I conducted the blood testing and blood was indicated and a DNA mixture profile was developed, and Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as contributors to that mixture profile. Juliana Perez-Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this mixture profile is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so that's Christine and Joe cannot be eliminated from this side of the basket. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Turning to Commonwealth's previously admitted 121, the photograph that shows us a different angle of the basket. You tested a swab from the side of the laundry basket as item 56. Is that correct?
It is.
And what profiles were present there?
Blood was indicated, and I developed a DNA profile. Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of the profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from this stain swab is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the population groups.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Commonwealth's 103, previously admitted. Here we have the side of a bed frame. You were provided with a swab of a substance from that bed frame as item 71. Again, what did your test reveal?
Blood was indicated, and a DNA mixture profile was developed. Juliana Perez-Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as the contributors to the mixture profile. And for this mixture profile, I referred the data to another analyst for evaluation of the profile with specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Thank you. This time, I'm going to have you take a look at Commonwealth's 161, a certificate of analysis from July 17th, 2023, and I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 161.
Any objection? 161 in evidence.
All right, so this one's a little different. Tell us, what is Y chromosome testing?
A Y chromosome testing is a male-specific test, and it examines regions on the Y chromosome.
Why was that manner of testing employed in this case?
In my previous report, I had indicated that there were samples where it was possible that male DNA was present and that Y chromosome testing could be done, and that request was made for me to do that testing. And the Y chromosome testing can be useful in situations where larger amounts of female DNA are mixed with smaller amounts of male DNA, such that with the routine test, I either don't get any information from the male component or I get limited information that I can't use for comparison. So the advantage of the Y chromosome test is that it will ignore the female DNA and it just examines regions on the Y chromosome, which is found only in males. The disadvantage is that it's not as discriminating as the routine test. There's less diversity, And with this test, males in the same paternal line would be expected to have the same Y chromosome DNA profile.
Okay, so using this alternative method of testing, what did you learn from the knife?
First, I want to mention that for the known samples from Brendan Banfield and from Joseph Ryan, I developed Y chromosome DNA profiles that I used for comparison to the evidence profiles developed.
Thank you. And did you compare those profiles to the profile developed from the knife?
Yes, I developed Y chromosome DNA types from the sample that I recovered from the sharp edge of the blade. However, these types were not suitable for comparison because of the limited information obtained.
Okay, and then you took a look at the perk from Christine Banfield again, and specifically the fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Did that reveal any information?
So for the right hand fingernail clippings, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed, and Brandon Banfield was eliminated as a contributor to this Y chromosome DNA mixture profile. Because my laboratory does not have a method to use to calculate statistics for this type of Y chromosome mixture profile, I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Joseph Ryan. For the left-hand fingernail clippings from Christine Banfield, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed. However, this mixture profile was not suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors.
All right, and then turning to her right breast, and left back hand samples.
Yes. So Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles originating from more than one male were developed from each of these samples, and there is insufficient information to draw a conclusion with respect to Brendan Banfield as a contributor to these Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles. And again, with these mixture profiles, because my laboratory doesn't have a method in use for calculating statistics for this kind of a Y chromosome mixture profile, I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Joseph Ryan.
Were you able to reach any conclusions for the right backhand and left palm sample?
Yes, Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles were developed, and I developed the same major Y chromosome DNA profile from each of these samples. And a major profile means that one of the contributors is contributing more of their DNA relative to the other, such that that profile can be clearly and easily determined. So Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as a contributor of the major Y chromosome DNA profile developed from these two samples, nor could any of his male relatives in his paternal line. Brendan Banfield was eliminated as a contributor of the major profile developed from these two samples. And I followed there's a particular procedure for calculating the statistics for the Y chromosome, and it ultimately resulted in a frequency for the major Y chromosome DNA profile of approximately 1 in 2,800 male individuals in the Caucasian population, 1 in 2,300 male individuals in the African American population, and 1 in 2,000 male individuals in the Hispanic population. For the minor profiles, they weren't suitable for comparison, either due to the limited information obtained or to the complex nature.
Okay, and you looked at the right palm sample, but that one was not suitable for comparison, is that correct?
That's right, that was due to the complex nature and the limited information obtained. It was a DNA mixture, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile that was developed from that sample.
Okay. We'll turn to what's being marked as Commonwealth's 162, Certificate of Analysis from February 5th, 2024.
Yes.
To offer that into evidence at this time as Commonwealth's 162.
Any objection? 162.
All right, do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, and Judge, I'd ask it be published if it has not yet already.
It is.
All right. Gonna try to move through this one a little bit more quickly because it wasn't as interesting, I think, for us. The swab of the cartridge casings did not present enough DNA for there to be testing. Is that correct?
That's correct. For the item 75 swab of the cartridge case, no blood was observed. For item 76, no blood was indicated. And then for this type of sample, which is called a DNA trace sample or a DNA touch sample, my laboratory has done a study and we've determined a threshold of DNA that must be present in order to proceed with the testing, because we know if we don't have that threshold met, we don't get useful results. And these two samples did not meet the threshold, so DNA analysis was discontinued.
All right, and the testing from Mr. Banfield's hand swabs, what did that reveal?
No blood was indicated on the right hand swab or the left hand swab. From the right hand swab, a full profile attributable to Brendan Banfield was detected, and there was a profile different from Brendan Banfield, but it was of no value due to the unknown number of contributors and the limited information obtained. For the left-hand sample, a full profile attributable to Brendan Banfield was detected, and there was a mixture profile different from Brendan Banfield detected. And Juliana Perez-Megales and Joseph Ryan were eliminated as contributors to a different profile. For this profile, I'm not offering conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, and that was due to laboratory resource management considerations. It would involve the software, and it didn't appear to me that it was particularly probative. However, if requested, that statistical analysis could have been done.
Okay, but we didn't dig into this, and were you aware that Mr. Banfield was permitted to wash his hands prior to the collection of these swabs?
I believe I was told that, yes.
Okay, and would that have affected your testing?
The washing could remove blood and DNA.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to direct you to Commonwealth's 131, previously admitted. All right, this photograph is of Mr. Banfield's coat, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about the testing that you did on this item. You reported in your certificate that there were several testing locations. Are those locations marked on this photograph?
Most of them are. The only ones that aren't are the general swabbings that I made of the exterior of the left sleeve, the front and the rear, from about midway to the top of the sleeve.
Okay, so if we dig into your report then, can we talk about your testing of each of the areas on the coat? What did your testing reveal?
Yes, I was requested to examine the exterior back of the coat and the exterior of the sleeves, except for the cuff areas for blood and DNA. On the exterior back of the right sleeve, there were 2 red-brown stained areas, and blood was indicated in each of these areas. And I arbitrarily designated one as A and the other as B. And I developed DNA mixture profiles from each of these stained areas. And Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Megales were each eliminated as contributors to those mixture profiles. I referred the data from the mixture profile from stained area A to another analyst for analysis with the software for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics, if applicable. For stained area B, for that stained area, I'm not sure if I mentioned that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Megales were each eliminated as contributors to that profile. I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, and that's because it was an approximately equivalent profile to stained area A, and to conserve lab resources and prevent redundancy, I'm not offering conclusions.
All right, what other areas of the jacket did you test?
There was an area on the exterior rear, the lower left side, and an area on the exterior rear on the upper left shoulder area. And these were discolored areas, and the blood tests were inconclusive for each of these areas. I developed DNA mixture profiles from each area. Joseph Ryan was eliminated as a contributor to each of these mixture profiles. For the mixture profile developed from the exterior and the lower left side, I referred the data for that mixture profile to another analyst for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, Brendan Banfield, and Juliana Perez Migueles using the statistical software. For the area on the upper left shoulder area on the left side, that was an approximately equivalent mixture profile. So to avoid redundancy, I did not refer that mixture profile for further analysis, and I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, Brendan Banfield, or Juliana Perez Migueles.
All right.
Thank you, Ziggy Wag, for
There
the
were
$10
three additional
super chat.
areas that I tested.
Oh, I'm sorry,
not
keep
sure-
going, more code.
Yeah. On the exterior rear, the lower right.
This prosecutor, hold on, we've got to, let me show you guys something that Adventure Aaron made real quick. Let me get this ready, and we'll say that this cutaway is sponsored by Ziggy Wag. You guys remember we had the wonderful objection earlier where we had the pop-up from the prosecutor who was too eager to object. Adventure Aaron is putting her Canvas skills to the test and made the prosecutor whack-a-mole, the bonk apros. So right here we have the same thing happening. Prosecutor overly excited. Hold on, wait, the coat.
All right.
There were three additional areas that I tested.
Oh, I'm sorry,
not
keep
sure-
going, more code.
Yeah. On the exterior rear, the lower right side, and on the exterior front of the left sleeve and the exterior back of the left sleeve from midway to the top of the sleeve, blood was indicated in each of those three samples. And I did develop DNA mixture profiles. However, none of them were suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors and the complex nature.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to have you take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 139, and we'll scroll through to 142. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Go back one.
Did they ever test the button-up shirt?
What was the result of the testing on the shoes of Juliana identified in your lab?
There were 16 stained areas across both of the shoes on the exterior bottoms and on the exterior lower front, rear, and back sides. Blood was indicated in each of those 16 areas. I developed DNA mixture profiles from each of those areas. 5 of them were not suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors and the complexity. For the remaining 11, a major profile was developed, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the major profile developed, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the major profile developed from these 11 stained areas is 1 in approximately 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups. For 8 of the 11 areas, Juliana Perez Migueles, Brendan Banfield, and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as contributors of the major profiles. However, the minor profiles were not suitable for comparison, either due to the limited information obtained or to the complex nature. For the remaining 3, for 1, Juliana Perez Migueles, Brendan Banfield, and Joseph Ryan were eliminated from the mixtures as a whole. For the remaining 2, Joseph Ryan and Juliana Perez Migueles were eliminated as contributors of the mixture profiles as a whole. And I'm not offering conclusions with respect to Brendan Banfield and those mixture profiles, and that was due to laboratory resource management reasons.
Okay, let's take a look at what I would like to offer as, here we go, Commonwealth's 164, Certificate of Laboratory Analysis from June 10th, 2024.
Any objection to 164? All right, 164 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, the testing just keeps coming. In this particular instance, you tested item 24, the fitted sheet. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right, this is the sheet from the primary bedroom. Is that your understanding?
it is.
What were the results of your testing, this time for blood, right?
Yes, I was asked to test a specific red-brown area. It was on the exterior of one of the corners, and blood was indicated in the sample, and I developed a DNA mixture profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Migueles were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile, and I referred the data for this mixture profile to another analyst for evaluation with this specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Okay. Item 118.
All right, do you want to just read this sheet? Let's pause and read this because I think that'll be easier to take in. So this is a certificate of analysis from June 19th of 2024. DNA profiles were previously developed from the buccal samples from Brendan Banfield. So this is how they're getting the comparison DNA. So they swab Brendan's buccal swab. They do one for Juliana, and then they use bloodstain cards from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And let's see, using the certificate of analysis dated May 22nd, 2023. So item 24, the fitted sheet. So item 24 is the fitted sheet from Juliana's room, where we had the presence of spermatozoa. Blood was indicated in a stained area on the exterior of one of the corners of the sheet. A DNA mixture profile was developed from a representative sample of the stained area. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez, I'm not going to say her last name, are eliminated as contributors to this DNA mixture profile. Conclusions regarding Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and statistics, if applicable, will be the subject of a separate report. No further testing was conducted. Now, the next part is item 118, sneakers from Juliana. Blood was indicated in a stained area at the toe area on the insert of the left sneaker. A DNA mixture profile was developed from a sample of the stained area. So this is, remember we saw, we pulled the insert. It was like a green colored insert, like lime green. So they developed this DNA mixture profile. Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a major contributor to this mixture profile. The probability of random selecting, you guys know, is greater than like 8.1 billion something something. Brendan Banfield, Juliana, and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as major contributors to the mixture profile. And then due to the complex nature of the minor profile developed, it is not suitable for comparison. Blood was indicated in a stained area below the toe area on the insert of the left sneaker. And then the last thing I can see is that a DNA mixture profile was developed from a sample there. So I think that's a little bit, maybe reading these summaries when we see them on screen. We should do that.
Statistics if applicable.
Okay. Item 118, the sneaker insert from the tennis shoe of Juliana. This time you were testing not the outside of the shoe, but rather the inside. Is that correct?
I was asked to test the staining on the left sneaker insert.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 143, previously admitted, just so we can see what you're talking about. Was this the object that you tested?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about the results.
There are two red-brown stained areas. One is within that circle that you see on the screen, and another area above, the staining above that area. And blood was indicated in each of those areas. And DNA mixture profiles were developed with the same major profile, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor as a major contributor to those mixture profiles. The other three individuals were eliminated as major contributors to the mixture profiles. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the major profile developed from these two areas from the insert is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups. My laboratory had undergone a revision of its manuals, and the approximation of the world population had been updated from 7.2 to 8.1. The minor profiles developed from each of these areas were not suitable for comparison due to the limited information, or I'm sorry, I believe it's for the complex nature of the information.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's previous exhibits 134, 135, and 136.
Not hopping around on one foot, Glennon. Oh, no.
So here's 134, 135, 136. And we'll start back with 135. These are Brendan Banfield's genes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at this photograph, we have a close-up of 5 spots. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Did you test those spots individually?
I did.
And how did you identify those spots in your testing?
Well, I was directed to examine these 5 stains and an additional 6 stain on the rear of the jeans near the waistband. And I labeled them from top to bottom. I designated them A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay, and so that would be, if you see my cursor, A, B, C, D, and E. Is that accurate?
Right, for the area on the exterior front of the right pant leg.
Okay, and then we had this spot on the back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was tested as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what did your testing reveal?
Blood was indicated in each of the stains. I developed 4 single source profiles. It was the same single source profile. From the remaining 2 areas, I developed mixtures with the same major profile, which was also the same profile as the single source profile developed from the 4 previous stains. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of this profile, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as contributors to this profile. For the 2 areas where there were mixtures, the minor profiles were not suitable for comparison due to the limited information obtained.
Okay, so let's talk about this for just a second, because we have 5 blood droplets, for lack of a better description, and you're telling us that you found a major profile and that was Christine Banfield, or that she could not be eliminated, but you did find a minor profile. Were you surprised to find a minor contributor here to these seemingly singular drops of blood?
The minor profiles were very limited. The testing is sensitive, so it's not unusual to see that. And in order to test these, they were so small and they weren't absorbing well onto a swab. I actually had to cut through the material, so there could have been some trace DNA on the interior of the pants that I might be detecting.
All right, because these pants were on someone when they were collected, correct? To your knowledge?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct
They
your
just
attention
reach
to
up your leg
Commonwealth's
to get a swab.
previously admitted 125. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Okay. And this is Joseph Ryan's backpack, is that correct?
Correct.
Does the circle mark the area from which you drew your samples?
That was the area that I was asked to test, and I took a representative sample of the red-brown staining, and blood was indicated. And Joseph Ryan couldn't be eliminated as a contributor of the profile that I developed from this stained area. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as contributors to this DNA profile, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from the stained area on the backpack is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right. I believe you had one additional sheet, but that did not indicate any positive profiles, or there were not any profiles developed from the items that were tested. In that case, the over-the-ear hearing protection, Juliana's socks, and the stain swab from the Hyundai. Is that correct?
From the socks, I developed profiles, mixture profiles, but they weren't suitable for comparison due to the complexity and/or the complex nature. For the over-the-ear hearing protection, I collected a sample from the ear cushions, but that profile did not meet the quantitation threshold in order to continue the testing, so DNA analysis was discontinued.
Okay, and we'll just go ahead and make sure that everyone has everything. That's what would be Commonwealth's 163, the Certificate of Laboratory Analysis from April 2nd, 2024, offered into evidence.
Any objection?
Did we miss something about ear protection?
All right, I believe I do not have any further questions. Doctor, thank you so much.
Oh,
sorry, Ms.
cross.
Colombo, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate your answer any questions that Ms.
What did she call her? Her name is Colombo, and we just called her something else.
In evidence?
All right, I believe I do not have any further questions. Doctor, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Ms. Colombo, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate your answer any questions that Mr. Carroll might have for you at this
We will
time.
do that after our afternoon break.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break.
All right, they're going to take a 15.
Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
We are about 15 minutes behind, so we'll be able to time travel. Guys, I don't have a 411 breakdown on that. And we've stopped and done some pausing to talk about specific so-and-so is excluded from this or that. But I've really got to listen to this twice to bullet point it properly and make sure I'm getting the correct exclusions, or we couldn't tell at all, or I'm not comfortable making these exclusions. I don't know what I think. I just don't know what I think. Started to call her doctor. I don't know what was going on with ear protection.
Since you're still on the stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, okay?
Thank you.
We'll be back. Let's come back at 3:45.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 3:45.
All rise.
All right, so they're out of court. We'll jump back forward, and they're still out of court a little bit. I think we're all the way up in real time. Good reminder for anyone that's been going in and out all day. At 6 p.m. if you missed it, Jim and Happily Angry Lawyer, Jim, aka Happily Angry Lawyer, and Justice Serve TV. They're together tonight for the show, so make sure you check that out. I'm gonna have to be replay crew because you guys know I'll be live with the whole panel for the Katie Speargoat Janet Britt conversation. I also think I saw Tabiz TV and Flesh of the Gods are doing different streams. I forget, it's the Ohio case for Tabiz, and then Flesh of the Gods is talking about the Marcy corrections officers, the overall, all of the key players, the cases, the trials, the sentencings that have happened already, and that's a later stream. So a lot of people that haven't been going live or doing videos that often doing some stuff tonight. It's a busy Thursday night and wanted to make sure you guys knew that they were doing stuff. And Jim entered the building. I promise I wasn't saying that because he just got here. Yeah, this seal is wild, isn't it? The seal is a time. This seal is a pictorial representation of what was going on at this crime scene. So, just a time. The judge says I have to go check the chat. Yeah, good. Always a good point. And, you know, I notice this, I think about this sometimes, but then I still forget it. So, like, right now, I wasn't even thinking about that. But Happy Annie says, think about how the jury feels. We have the benefit of rewind and they didn't. I bet they're really confused. And I mean, this confusion, the confusion that I feel in the chat, I feel like a jury sitting there thinking like, all right, well, this guy was having an affair. They end up moving into the room after a wife dies. Life goes on all happy, jolly. Juliana says all of this stuff happened. Why would she lie? Okay, maybe she's not being fully truthful, but still, I don't know if I think people can, the way we can sit here and guess why someone might lie? I don't know if the average juror has seen the hell of plea deals to really think about it the same way that we did. And here, we're, as a chat, I think we're looking more than ever before for like some timeline. Make the timeline make sense. When did Joseph Ryan get there? How long, what was the actual window for all of this to play out? Did anybody actually search and find like gloves or t-shirts if Brendan and Juliana had started trying to stage and do something before Joseph Ryan even got there? Yeah, yes, Mavka, it's not just Juliana's word. We also have other stuff. The blood evidence. Juliana confused me. And the blood evidence isn't helping.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I forget, do I call you Dr. Colombo?
No,
Mrs. Colombo?
Miss.
Ms. Colombo?
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions about your lab sheets. We've discussed this before, so I appreciate that. I do have a question, though, regarding transfer DNA. Would you be able to talk about that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just give you a factual scenario. If you have the same mixture on someone's hand, and that hand hits someone on a certain part of the body, would you expect transfer in the same identifying amounts from the hand to the body?
So the ability to develop DNA profiles as a result of transfer, it's dependent on a number of unpredictable variables. So if the hand with the stain was still wet and it was very soon that the contact was made, I would suspect, well, with each transfer, there's a loss of information, but I would expect that sample to transfer.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have.
All right. Assume no redirect then? Okay. All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
She is not. Thank you.
All right. You're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Colombo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness?
Dr. Susan Greenspoon, please.
So this leaves the digital forensics. We still need to see all of that. I mean, I'm sure they have other stuff they're going to show us, but for me, like, we're doing the Blues Clues or the Dora the Explorer map, bridge, mountain, gooey geyser. You get the 3 locations. We've got Juliana. We've got the blood evidence. And now I got to see these digital forensics. That's my Dora the Explorer map for this trial.
Raise your hand. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Susan Greenspoon. It's Susan and Greenspoon.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I'm a forensic molecular biologist at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been with DFS?
I've been with DFS for over 24 years now.
All right. And did you have employment in the area of forensic testing prior to DFS?
Yes, I worked at the Detroit Police Department Crime Lab for 6 years prior to joining DFS.
Okay. Outside of your formal education, did you receive any training to work at DFS?
Well, I was trained as a DNA examiner at the Detroit Police Department Crime Lab prior to coming to DFS, And so I was a court-qualified DNA examiner. So once I got to DFS, I was already qualified as a DNA examiner, but I did receive additional training for various specialties, such as probabilistic genotype software analysis and other special types of casework activities that I performed at DFS. I did receive additional training for that.
Okay, thank you. What are your responsibilities at the Department of Forensic Science?
My primary responsibilities are to head the research and validation program for the forensic biology unit. I also perform specialized casework such as for probabilistic genotyping and relationship testing statistical analysis. I mentor graduate students primarily through Virginia Commonwealth University master's program, and I help troubleshoot various technical problems that occur in the laboratory, and then also assist the program manager when, on specific kinds of tasks that may need my assistance.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
I've testified over 60 times, approximately 70 times, I guess.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, I would offer Dr. Greenspoon as an expert in the field of forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. All right, so we've heard a little bit about DNA testing using the PowerPlex fusion amplification system. You, however, in the testing that you did in this case, used the True Allele casework system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference between PowerPlex and True Allele?
Well, the PowerPlex fusion system is used to generate the DNA profiles. It's used in combination with the PCR thermocycler, a machine that uses the chemicals and the specific components of the PowerPlex fusion system to generate millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA that vary among people. And that's what we use for human identification analysis. That's what PowerPlex fusion is used for. What the True Allele casework system does is it takes the raw data produced by the instrumentation used to visualize those DNA samples, and it utilizes that data to model forensic casework samples. So it models the DNA mixture samples in such a way that allows it to separate out the DNA profiles for the unknown contributors to that mixture. So if you have multiple contributors to a DNA sample that's a forensic unknown casework sample, a program such as True Allele that performs probabilistic genotyping will propose a model to explain that DNA mixture in terms of the DNA profiles for the contributors to that mixture. So it models it, it proposes a model, it tests that model using probability assessments, and then it changes the model, and then it tests it, and it does this, iteratively, repeatedly for millions of times. And so it does it millions of times, it proposes a model, it tests it to see how well does it explain this mixture, and then it does this over and over and over. And at the end of its analysis, the software program analysis, then it comes up with the most likely DNA profiles for these unknown contributors to this DNA sample.
All right, so in this case, you were provided with items that had been previously tested and resulted in mixture of profiles that you then use TrueAllele to sort out. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. For comparison, what did you receive from the 4 potential individuals in this case from whom you then had to, or from which you then had to develop profiles?
The DNA profiles in this case were developed by Ms. Colombo. She performed all the DNA analysis. She provided electronic data from the instrument itself that the instrument produced when it was visualizing and separating out and visualizing these DNA products, these DNA typing products. So she provided that electronic data to me for analysis for the specific samples that were earmarked for TrueAllele analysis, this TrueAllele casework probabilistic genotyping system. So she provided those to me on that electronic data to me on a secured server that we all can access in forensic biology around the state. And she also provided copies, hard copies, printed copies of the DNA profiles that she developed, because I'm dealing with the raw data that I upload to the software program, but then she provides with the DNA profiles that she generated. So I have a bigger picture of what's been developed on the DNA testing side in the case.
Okay, so let's turn to what I'm going to display here as Commonwealth's 165. I'd like to offer into evidence at this point in time the certificate of analysis dated June 7th, 2024.
Any objection? All right, so entered.
All right, so reviewing this certificate of analysis, I see that you were comparing buccal samples, or at least the data as you have described that was previously analyzed and produced, shared with you, that resulted in profiles for Brendan Banfield, Juliana Brendan, Christine Banfield, and Joseph Ryan, for comparison with then the sample from the coat from Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
And what did your testing reveal?
If I can refer to my copy, or well, if you scroll. So
Your preference, I can either, I don't know if you can
this
read
is
it.
fine.
Okay.
So I want to just provide a little bit more information about this process, because the TrueAllele casework probabilistic genotyping software program separates out and generates the most likely DNA profiles for these unknown contributors to this mixture. After that work is done, then a comparison is made to reference samples, known DNA profiles for persons of interest. The comparison is, so the probabilistic genotyping system simplifies these mixtures. Analyzed mixture sample in the form of a likelihood ratio using these reference samples. This report reports the likelihood ratio values. A likelihood ratio compares 2 alternative explanations for the DNA, the forensic DNA sample, the mixture sample, based on this comparison with this reference sample with the person of interest. So the first, the 2 different alternative explanations are that the probability of generating this, or the probability of observing this DNA mixture profile if the person of interest is a contributor, versus the alternate explanation, which is the probability of observing this DNA mixture if somebody else, not that person of interest, is a contributor. So the likelihood ratio can be over 1, and that lends support to the first explanation, or it can be below 1, and that lends support for the alternate explanation. So the larger the value, the stronger the support for the first explanation in this case.
All right, so looking at the results that were produced from the testing on Mr. Banfield's jacket, we looked, I believe the area that was first reported was the testing on the exterior rear lower left side of the coat.
Yes. So on evaluation of the mixture profile, I told the software program that I estimated there to be 3 contributors to this mixture. That was from my human evaluation of this, the DNA profile generated by Ms. Colombo. So assuming the DNA profile that was previously developed from an area on the exterior rear and lower left side of Brendan Banfield's coat is a mixture of 3 unknown contributors, then the true allele casework system objectively inferred genotypes solely from these data. So we do perform duplicate analyses. We're required to generate at least 2 concordant analyses that they confirm each other's results. So following these duplicate reproducible analyses, then the computer then compared each inferred contributor genotype to the provided reference genotypes of Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez Magalhaes, and Christine Banfield relative to the reference populations to compute the likelihood ratio match statistics. So based on these results, Brendan Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile, and the DNA profile developed from an area on the exterior rear lower left side of Brendan Banfield's coat at the Powerplex fusion loci is approximately 21 million times more likely if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population. Then it's 1 billion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated individuals in the African American population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population. And then finally, it's 29 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Okay, so if we boil that down, Brendan Banfield is on Brendan Banfield's coat.
Well, there is statistical DNA and statistical support that for the explanation that Mr. Banfield is on Mr. Banfield's coat.
Okay,
Yes.
but more than that was found, right?
Yes.
And without going into the population and probabilistic information, we saw that the other profiles that were developed were from who?
Well, then similarly, a comparison with this mixture sample was made with Ms. Magalhaes' reference DNA profile. These values wound up being considered, based on our internal validation testing, to be uninformative or inconclusive. They were not large values. And so these values were 310 times more likely.
Okay, so we could identify that Juliana's DNA was inconclusive. We weren't able to necessarily make a match there. Is that fair?
We would state it as it was just uninformative. We can't draw conclusions.
Okay.
As to whether there's
4-month
support or not
anniversary,
for that.
Thank you. How about Christine's DNA?
So for Christine's DNA, the statistics were 18 billion times more likely for this profile to be a DNA mixture profile to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population.
So in our mixture, we have most likely Brendan and Christine. Is that accurate? I know I'm dumbing down the science here, and I apologize, but to just be as simplified about it as we can.
We would say that the TrueAllele casework probabilistic genotyping analysis provided support, statistical support for Christine Banfield and Brendan Banfield to be contributors to this mixture.
All right, and then we looked at the stain A from the coat. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
from of the two, stain A of the two stained areas, approximately midway.
Right, and again, certainly not trying to limit the extensive effort that you put in here to determine the results, but as a summary, whose DNA could not be eliminated from consideration as a contributor to the mixture at stain A?
Well, at stain A then, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as contributors to this stain A.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to what I will offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 167. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I confirm that we just did 166?
No, we did 165.
That's what I felt like, okay. Thank you, Judge. In which case, let me look at 166. That is not what I want. So I am going to jump, Judge, to Exhibit 167. And if I can take just a step back. All right, we're going to go with 166. Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 166 into evidence.
All right, any objection to 166?
Yeah, sorry.
But I think to the
The
top.
other way to the top. Certificate of analysis dated June 17th, 2024.
No objection? Okay, no objection to 166. So 166 is never.
Thank you. Dr. Greenspoon, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And here we are again using TrueAllele to learn more about the blood that was tested by by Ms. Colombo on the fitted sheet from the master bedroom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now we're in the master
Tell us what we
bedroom.
learned about the mixture profiles that were present on the sheet in the blood sampled here.
All right, so Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor from the stained area on the exterior of one of the corners of the sheet. And then Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as a contributor. The DNA profile is a representative sample of the stained area on the exterior of one of the corners of the sheet. So, there you go.
Okay, on the sheet,
Do you need me to scroll back up just a bit?
it's okay, for this, the representative sample from a stained area on the sheet, I estimated there to be 2 contributors to this mixture sample. And so based on the TrueAllele analysis, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile. And the DNA profile developed from a representative sample of the stained area on the exterior of one of the corners of the sheet of the Powerplex fusion loci is approximately 12 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population, and 6.3 octillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the African American population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population, and then 160 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the Hispanic population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Okay, and then who was the other contributor?
And then the other individual who cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this mixture was Joseph Ryan, and the values were 530 sextillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the Caucasian population than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population, and 960 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the African American population than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population. And then finally, it was 6.1 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the Hispanic population than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 167. And before offering that into evidence, just going to scroll down so you can take a look at it. I believe you've had the opportunity to look at it before today, but let me ask you, do you know Lisa Schermeyer-Wood?
Yes, she's a colleague of mine at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
Oh no, we're going to have a third expert.
This document, Commonwealth's 167, was this drafted by Lisa Schermeyer-Wood?
Yes, this is her certificate of analysis.
Have you had the opportunity to review it, and are you comfortable reporting her findings to the court?
Yes, I did review her case file prior to coming in here.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 167, Certificate of Laboratory Analysis dated July 13th, 2023.
Any objection? All right, 167 in evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, what was tested here? The swab from the stain on the side of the bed frame, is that correct?
And the knife.
And the knife.
Yeah, I think this is all about different software.
And what, as I scroll down to a stopping point, were the results of the testing on the mixture profile from the underside of the handle of the knife near the juncture of the blade and the handle?
Okay. And this stain was designated B3. And the estimate was that it's a mixture of two unknown contributors.
And I think we can probably, looking at these numbers, again, we're talking about octillions and septillions. These feel like very convincing numbers to me. Are they?
Hold on. So we're talking about the knife. And so what we've all been wondering, we're hearing two. We're hearing two. Don't cheat and read. If you're thinking two, and we have Brendan Banfield on trial, and we have Juliana also being the co-conspirator, and we have two people, knife. You'd want one of them to be the person who's allegedly staging the scene. But this says, based on these results, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated, and we have Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as a contributor. So, hold on now.
3. And the estimate was that it's a mixture of two unknown contributors.
And I think we can probably, looking at these numbers, again, we're talking about octillions and septillions. These feel like very convincing numbers to me. Are they pretty strong?
Those are large values, yes.
Okay. So without diving into the values, were you able to determine who the two contributors were here to the stain on the underside of the knife?
Well, the program, True Little Casework, doesn't identify an individual, but it does analyze and compare to the reference profile, and the likelihood ratio generates support for one explanation or the other. And in this case, the likelihood ratios for both, we lost the report.
Yep, I see that. It's telling me that the battery is running low and it's plugged in.
Okay, so the likelihood ratios generated showed statistical support for the explanation of both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan as contributors to this stain, or the stain B on the knife handle. B3, sorry, the stain B3 on the knife handle.
Sorry, bear with me here for just a second. I'm just going to go through every possible combination of chords.
The noise in the background. Oh, geez.
I got it. All right. So we established our contributors to the stain on the underside of the knife. How about when we looked at the stain from the swab, the swab of the stain from the side of the bed frame?
Am I confused? Why does she keep saying we determined who contributed? As if there was a positive, like, match. We'll jump past the thing, but that's like the second time the two contributors
Identify an
were...
individual, but it does analyze and compare to the reference profile, and the likelihood ratio generates support from for one explanation or the other. And in this case, the likelihood ratios for both, we lost the report.
Yep, I see that. It's telling me that the battery is running low and it's plugged in.
I didn't go back far
Okay,
enough.
so-
But she's saying, she said twice. Let's see. Like, this prosecutor is suddenly struggling to let this be presented. I don't think she wants this information being clear to the jury. This is really weird to me. All right, let's see.
Handle.
Okay.
Talking about the handle.
This stain was designated B3, and the estimate was that it's a mixture of two unknown contributors.
And I think we can probably, looking at these numbers, again, we're talking about octillions and septillions. These feel like very convincing numbers to me. Are they pretty strong?
Those are large values, yes.
Okay. So without diving into the values, were you able to determine who the two contributors were here to the stain on the underside of the knife?
Contributors?
Well, the program, True Little Casework, doesn't identify an individual, but it does analyze and compare to the reference profile, and the likelihood ratio generates support for one explanation or the other. And in this case, the likelihood ratios for both, we lost the report.
Yep, I see that. It's telling me that the battery is running low and it's plugged in.
Oh, and so the part she pulls up on the screen while the prosecutor's saying, oh, these big, great numbers, two contributors. The part she's pulling up on the screen that we're reading, because remember, this is her deciding what's shown on the screen. The part that she's pulling up while she's asking, you can determine the contributors, right? And the witness tries to say, well, we can exclude who's not a contributor, and starts talking about the math. Yeah, the math is so good. Never did that with any of the other questions. But this says Christine and Joseph cannot be eliminated from the knife. And then, oops, everything goes out. Oh no, we lost the report. Oh, even though it's plugged in. Oh no.
Support for the explanation of both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan as contributors to this stain, or the stain B on the knife handle. B3, sorry, the stain B3 on the knife handle.
Sorry, bear with me here for just a second. I'm just going to go through every possible combination of chords.
Just weird.
I got it. All right. So we established our contributors to the stain on the underside of the knife. How about when we looked at the...
We determined the
stain-
contributors. Did you guys, and that's why I initially paused and wanted to rewind. So we determined the two contributors on the underside of the knife. That's the second time this prosecutor, she started and ended this with, we determined the two contributors. Is that at all what this expert witness just told us about the contributions to the knife? Because that's not what I took from that. And what the paper says is Christine and Joseph cannot be excluded from the knife. It's dicey. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Thank you guys for nobody is yelling at me just play the thing. Some of the stuff I really wanted to go back and just be like, what is this prosecutor? Why is she asking things this
A
way?
stain on the underside of the knife. How about when we looked at the stain from the swab of the stain from the side of the bed frame?
So based on the total allele analysis, using the DNA profile data generated by Ms. Colombo, the swab from the side of the bed frame was estimated to be a mixture of 2 people. And based on these results, the true allele casework analysis results, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture, and Joseph Ryan also cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture.
Thank you. I want to go back really quick on the knife. We have a mixture, we have contributors. The sample is identified as blood on the underside of the handle near the blade / handle juncture. Can you be certain that the mixture of DNA was extracted from blood and not skin cells?
It could be a combination of blood and skin cells. It could be just blood, since blood was detected. So we can't actually discern that.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I do not believe I have any additional questions for this witness.
All right.
Please answer any questions Mr. Carroll might have.
What is with the last 2 witnesses? The prosecutor's here's a nice red carpet to Mr. Defense.
Questions? Is this witness subject to recall?
She is not.
All right. Is she subject to recall, Mr. Carroll? Okay, you're free to go.
No question on cross.
All right, your next witness.
Madeline Crowley.
Madeline Crowley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can already imagine closing arguments. What did we just get introduced about what's on this knife? From the defense attorney, I'm going to say we heard 2 people. They analyzed for 2 and they cannot eliminate Joseph and Christine from either the sample of underneath the knife blade or the bed frame swabs that were gathered. Not good. Not good for the state there. And they told us, whoever reminded me in the chat earlier, thank you. In opening statements, the prosecution promised it's not just Juliana's word. We also have other stuff. We have blood evidence. And I started today with a totally different, I don't know. I didn't think it was.
And Your Honor, if
that
I may address the
bad.
court, it had been my intention before calling the first witness to alert the court to Mr. Carroll has agreed that Mr. Gudakunst is no longer subject to recall.
Okay.
And
all
so
right,
we'd ask he be released.
All right, is that true? All right, I'll make that notation. It'll be
That
noted
was
on the
beard
record.
guy.
Thank you.
The guy with the combed beard. The fingerprint
You
guy.
swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you today?
Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Madeline Crowley, Madeline Crowley.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I am a senior DNA analyst and a DNA analyst trainer at Bode Technology.
How long have you been employed at Bode?
I've been employed for about 7.5 years.
All right. Did you have any experience in analyzing DNA prior to working for Bode?
No, I began working the year that I graduated, and I graduated with a degree where I learned and had experience in the DNA analysis process.
All right. What are your responsibilities as a DNA analyst for Bode?
As a DNA analyst, I am responsible for directing and overseeing the in-lab processing of casework samples, analyzing the results, performing comparisons and statistics as needed, documenting the findings in a formal report, and testifying as needed.
Did Bode have you go through any training programs when you came to work for them?
Yes, Bode has a very thorough training program that lasts approximately 6 months. I was required to attend lectures, read required readings, observe qualified individuals in each procedure that I was training in. I then was required to complete 3 sets of mock cases from start to finish, meaning from receiving the evidence, doing that in-lab processing, doing my interpretations, and writing the reports. These 3 sets, the first was a supervised set where I was observed by a qualified individual. The next was unsupervised, and the last was a competency set where I was to complete all casework independently. After successful completion of these 3 sets, I then was required to take a written exam on theory of procedure, complete a verbal exam on troubleshooting complex scenarios, and participate in a mock trial from one of the cases in my competency set. And I was required to have earned an 80% or higher on all of those exams, and I did satisfactorily and became qualified as an analyst.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
I have.
All right. I'm going to ask at this time that Ms. Crowley be admitted as an expert in DNA analysis.
Any objection? No. All right, so moved.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about Bode. We've heard from DFS. Is Bode established here in Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have they been performing DNA testing?
Since 1995, so about 31 years.
Okay. Are they accredited?
Yes, we are.
All right. Does your lab have a quality assurance process to ensure the reliability of their testing?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, was Bode Technology given items of evidence to analyze for this case?
Yes, we were.
I'm going to direct you to what is marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 168, a certificate of analysis from December 21st, 2023. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right, Commonwealth would offer that into evidence at this time.
Any objection? All right, 168 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to shift for just a second back over to what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 150, Joe Ryan's jeans. Does this photo accurately depict the items that were received by Bode for testing?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what areas of this item were sampled?
So within the red-brown staining on the upper right thigh of the jeans, we took 2 samples. We sampled one area within that red-brown staining, and we sampled another area between and around that red-brown staining.
And did you receive samples for comparison?
Yes, we did not receive physical samples to test. We received submitted DNA profiles for comparison.
And what were the results and conclusions from the sample of the jeans leg avoiding staining? So not the red-brown, but the area outside the red-brown.
May I refer, Your Honor,
Yes.
may I refer to my report?
Absolutely.
Thank
I
you.
can switch back over to it. Or if
So
you
remember,
have-
they took some of the information from this pair of jeans, and sent it to 2 different places.
All right, where would you like me to stop?
The number 2.
Page 2?
No, the
Sorry,
number 2 in
There
results.
you go. I think that gets most of it in there.
Yes. So the DNA profile obtained from, this is the portion avoiding the red-brown staining, is consistent with a mixture of 3 or more individuals with a major mixture component of 2 individuals, including a major male contributor. This deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Joseph Ryan. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 180 septillion in the US population. The deduced minor component DNA profile matches the DNA profile for Christine Banfield. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 83 sextillion in the US population. There were 2 locations that we tested not used in that statistical calculation due to the inability to resolve a minor component. Brendan Banfield and Julia Magalhaes are excluded as possible contributors to the major mixture component DNA profile deduced from the sample listed above. And due to the possibility of allelic dropout, no conclusions can be made on the minor alleles that are not part of the major mixture.
All right, so let's talk really quickly about major and minor. We talked about this on the phone at one point. Does it inherently mean that there is more of the substance being tested, let's say blood, if it's a major contributor, and less DNA in the substance being tested if it's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is able to be deduced when we have more of that component than the rest of the profile. So yes, being able to pull a major component means that there was more DNA from that component, that individual, in the evidence sample.
Okay, but again, more DNA, not necessarily more blood or
Correct, more DNA.
skin cells, more anything. It's specifically if we were to take a pin dot, it's within that pin dot of matter that you're testing that you see a minor and major contributor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also tested the red-brown staining itself. What were the results of that testing?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of 3 or more individuals with a major mixture component of 2 individuals, including a major male contributor. The deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Joseph Ryan. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 180 septillion in the US population. This deduced minor component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Christine Banfield. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 12 sextillion in the US population. The following loci were not used in the statistical calculation. There were 4 locations not used in this statistical calculation due to the inability to resolve a minor component. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhaes are excluded as possible contributors to the major mixture component of that DNA profile. And due to the possibility of allelic dropout, no conclusions can be made on the minor alleles that were not part of that major mixture component.
Thank you. Quick question. Do you know why Fairfax County sent this item to your lab, Bode Technology, rather than leaving it with DFS?
Specifically for this case, no, we were not informed why they chose to have us process the case. However, this is typical. As we are a private lab, we receive requests from state labs to do processing.
Thank you. Judge, I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination. All right, is she subject to recall then?
She is not.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
You have another witness?
Judge, I just have a stipulated document that I'd like to put into evidence.
Okay.
And then they're going to end early, maybe?
Judge, at this time, I would like to offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 169, a report from DNA Labs International, previously referred to by our witness, Mr. Leach, as DLI, specifically the testing of the zipper, button, and waistband area of the blue jeans from Joseph Ryan, which indicated the presence of DNA from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Brendan Banfield and Juliana were excluded as contributors. The mixture profile was tested using stir mix, and the probabilistic information is contained within the report.
All right, any objection?
What? So the zipper and buttons, Christine is there.
Specifically, the testing of the zipper, button, and waistband area of the blue jeans from Joseph Ryan, which indicated the presence of DNA from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Brendan Banfield and Juliana were excluded as contributors. The mixture profile was tested using stir mix, and the probabilistic information is contained within the report.
All right, any objection then? All right, 169 is in evidence.
And at that point in time, Judge, the Commonwealth is out of witnesses.
For today.
For today.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:30. We can go ahead and break. We're actually going to be breaking until Tuesday now because you don't come tomorrow, so you get the day off. And we will reconvene on Tuesday since Monday is a holiday. Okay, so make sure you are here early on Monday. I am going to read you a few instructions. This is the same instruction I gave you the first day when you were impaneled, just a little longer so we can remember.
Hold on. Did she just say holiday but then be here early on Monday? She might have misspoke, or did I hear it wrong?
Until Tuesday
Because
now.
Monday's a holiday.
You don't come tomorrow, so you get the day off. And we will reconvene on Tuesday since Monday is a holiday. Okay, so make sure you are here early on Monday. I am going to read you.
She did say make sure you're here early Monday. So they're reconvening Tuesday, you guys. Miss Penny misspoke. Judge Penny misspoke. So we actually have a long weekend from this trial, chat. So there we go. Had to run that back to make sure that, Monday didn't come around and it would be like I don't know, like 9:59, and I'd see a notification that Court TV was live, and I'd be like, crap, I didn't know.
A few instructions. This is the same instruction I gave you the first day when you were impaneled, just a little longer so we can remember my order and remember what your obligations are during this weekend, okay? So you are not to read anything about this case. You are not to watch anything about this case. You are not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look up information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case. You cannot do your own type of demonstrations or trying to figure out things on your own. Please don't do that. Nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn in this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. Okay, so make sure you understand that. Just have a restful weekend. Please take care of yourselves, keep yourselves healthy, and we'll see you on Tuesday, okay? Thank you. Enjoy your weekend.
Hope you guys like the poll. What with WUT is winning?
You're going to get all the electronic files, Ms. Sands, to Shannon, so we can take
We've
care of
already handed over most of them. We have this last batch.
All right.
And we're good to go.
All right, I assume we are still on track.
Judge, I have 2 remaining witnesses. My first witness will take, my guess is probably an hour of my time in direct, and then Mr. Harrell's time in cross. My second witness will then take approximately 15 minutes. And they're both, and at that point in time, I believe we would rest.
You would rest upon after those 2 witnesses. So we are far ahead of schedule, I would say. All right, so then are you prepared for, it sounds like Tuesday afternoon, to be able to put on evidence? Yes, sir. Okay.
I will do what?
You need to use the microphone, sir. I know you like to walk around. I apologize.
That I anticipate while hearing their witness, and it's related to one of the motions that we had previously, so they're going to be specific.
Do you want to avoid the witness outside the presence of the jury?
That would be a good idea.
Okay. Do we want to do that? Is that your first witness on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe when we come in
Monday?
at 10 o'clock, we'll go ahead and call her as a witness first and do the voir dire first. And then after we've resolved whatever, we can bring the jury in then for her, whatever testimony is allowed.
Yes.
Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
And you'll be ready to go for?
I'll be ready.
Tuesday afternoon. I'm sorry, not Monday, Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay.
Tuesday afternoon.
If Your Honor has told the jury to come at 10, would you prefer to have the witness present early?
No, I don't think the voir dire, at least from the experience I've had so far in this case, I don't think the voir dire will take very long of the witness. So I think we can work that out pretty quickly. So I'd rather them be here on time and they can just stay back there for a few minutes. That's fine. All right?
This is
Okay,
crazy.
all right, enjoy your weekend then.
Yes, thank you,
We'll
Judge.
see you on Tuesday.
All right.
This is crazy. What happened? Did they think that they were going to cross Juliana for like a week, maybe?
Okay, thanks.
And that's it. Do we need to do another what poll? We gotta do the what poll again. What is happening? So remember, they estimated a 4-week trial, and we've been saying, like, we don't see how, what, who, what. So they're not, if they plan to put on any digital forensics with these last 2 witnesses, the most we would hear from the state side would be an hour based on their predictions. To me, it sounds like they don't want to put the digital forensics on, which maths was what we've heard in opening statements from the defense, that there's this huge rift, there's this falling out, there's reassignments. I don't think that looks great for the state. I really don't. And maybe, to be fair, I think that's like, it looked horrible for the defendant, I think, just to be accused of something like this. You would think it would be an easier case to prove. And to me, I think so far what I've got is it's really Juliana's word. Yeah, Janet, right. I wish one of those witnesses is a digital person, but they said that the most that they would need for either of them would be an hour and the next is 15 minutes. So, and we're ending Thursday with a stipulation. We have all of these experts come in and talk about all this other stuff, all the math, but we quickly stipulate, the zipper, we couldn't exclude Christine and Joseph. So If Christine's touching the zipper, what's the state's theory? That Brendan was forcing her to rub her hand on the zipper to make sure her DNA would be left there? Because that, again, sounds like the state is playing defense attorney, right? Trying to get around reasonable doubt and make something, oh, but there's another possibility here. It's possible. And that's not how the state is supposed to approach things. Like, this is a lot. This is a lot. And then all of this being said, if this is a mess, then maybe we have Juliana taking a plea deal to something that she didn't do and saying that she shot a guy because she saw that he was still alive and made the conscious decision to pull her gun out and shoot him dead. So, well, happy early Friday Eve, you guys. I did not expect that that's where we would be right now. I just didn't. Also, in case you missed it, we did a poll. The question was, today so far, and we did it before the DNA evidence started. We did it right after the blood analysis stuff. So it didn't include Greenspoon and the girl at the end. I didn't catch her name. But did it make you move one way or another on what you think about guilt? 44% of people, the top choice is 44% of people saying, I have no idea what's happening. And I think people were stronger with their theories yesterday. More towards guilty, 26%. Nothing has moved the needle today, 20%. And then less towards guilty, 10%. Do you want to run it back after that stipulation? Do you want to run this poll back one more time after that stipulation? Because I kind of want to see. And obviously different people in the chat, it's not the same voters. We might not get as big of a sample size, but let's see. Today, and we'll do it from the perspective today. And because there's only 4 options and because it's really Brendan Banfield on trial, when I say more towards guilty, it really just refers to Brendan. And when I say not guilty, reasonable doubt standard, not actual innocence. Actually, I'll put an actual innocence. I don't know if I expect a lot of numbers on that one, but you never know. Just a quick casual poll. And again, always feel free if you want to express your thoughts in the chat, that's fine too. But the poll, I think, is a quick way to just get a pulse, get a read. And yeah, so Nancy, same thing. Confused, that's reasonable doubt, that's a not guilty to me. The reason I'm putting in the I have no idea is I think it's a little bit different than how we normally sit here and say, hey, we still want to see a lot of us get together and we say, I think someone's innocent, I think someone's guilty. And when we say we think someone's guilty, almost all of us still say, but I'm waiting, I want the state to prove it. And then it goes, I think they might be guilty, but I don't think the state's proven it. I think we always have those discussions here. But I think there's like an extra area here more than usual where there's a lot of, I just don't know what's happening. I don't know what this scene looked like. I don't know what actually happened at all. A lot of mess, a lot of chaos. So, okay, yeah, so DNA on the zipper was not touched, it was blood. So not enough for a sample. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll let this run for about a minute, you guys. Also, don't forget, so a loaded night, very busy Thursday. I'm also going to be doing, I don't know if I'll do it tonight quickly or tomorrow, but a quick Courtney Clenny update stream. But at 6 p.m., so that's an hour and 15 minutes from now. And Miss Janet Demeanor is going to join us. I'm so excited. We are going to be doing I keep calling it the Janet Britt listening party. But we are going to be listening to that recorded call with Janet Britt, the wife of convicted, I say sex offender, but he's like convicted rapist, Terry Britt. Like, let's say the full charge. that is tonight at 6 p.m. We're going to hear Janet Britt speak, and this is the recording that the prosecutors in the Zachary Adams case tried to use to get a gag order against Katie and say that she was out here intimidating witnesses, even though apparently it's only Janet Britt that wants to say so. And I don't think you guys will get that vibe from the recording, but you let me know. So there is a link to that stream dropped in the chat. I'll also set up a redirect there. That way you can just hit the notify button and come back in an hour. Jim, Happily Angry Lawyer, as we've mentioned, is going to be on with Justice Serve TV. Love them. So very good lineup. Very excited to see them getting together. They're going to be talking about Moonktünk. So please hop over there, hit that like button, whether you want to watch that live or be replay crew. Show that stream some support because everybody's wondering what's going on with Moonktünk. And then again, I saw a bunch of names that I haven't really seen go live too often anymore, like The Source, Flesh of the Gods, formerly known as Flesh of the Gods, and Tabiz TV getting back in action with the videos. So very excited to see them come up on my YouTube feed. Defense Diaries is starting a rewatch of the Zachary Adams trial from 2017. So if you didn't know that they were doing that, make sure you're checking them out as well. And then, I don't know, what are you guys planning to watch tomorrow? What are you guys planning to watch? What are you going to do tomorrow? I feel like I need to catch up on the rest of the Uvalde thing, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to hear anything significant other than just being upset thinking about what happened and how horrible it was. So I don't know if I need to go catch up on that trial or not. Yes. So Defense Diaries is going to be on the panel too. Sorry, I blurted out Miss Janet because I saw her name there. And hold on, is Allie coming? Because I thought it was just Bob, but also if Allie's coming, and it's okay if Allie doesn't, but you know. And then we have Truth and Transparency jumping on as well. And of course, Dana McClendon's going to be joining alongside Katie, and Kinsey has an invite as well. So Kinsey, the intern, who knows, she's obviously welcome to pop up. So very excited for that. Other than that, the Tyrone Blackburn stuff that I've been following and mostly tweeting about, that got rescheduled. So there was supposed to be a pretrial conference, like a hearing, a status hearing, because there's issues again with the discovery in the Fat Joe case. But the date that the judge picked is the same date that Tyrone Blackburn had his criminal appearance in criminal court in Kings County because of that case where he's alleged to have hit a process server with his car. So he obviously couldn't be present for both appearances, so that was adjourned until next week. And I don't think there's anything scheduled for tomorrow of interest, but Courtney Clenny has a hearing next week. It might be 2 weeks from now. I'll post something with the updates for you guys. Other than that, let me get this redirect, double check that it's saved, and I'm going to go relax for about 45 minutes and get ready for the stream at 6 o'clock. Hope to see you guys all there. Bye.